Good morning. I'm back, baby. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. All right. Can't believe it's Friday. Honestly, I did not realize that that was the case until like late last night. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm coming back on a Friday. What's happening? All right. If you guys missed it, I was up for the last, I don't even know, because I think I've been working on that podcast for like 5 days or something. But the pod is up. Please go check it out. I worked really hard on it. I mean, countless hours went into it. I stopped counting. I was like, I'm giving up counting how many hours went into this pod. But a stupid amount of hours went into this pod. Your girl did not sleep the last few days. Let me tell you. She was not sleeping. But I hope you guys enjoy it. Let's see. All right. Let's see. Oh, my allergies. I decided to do a little dusting before I came here. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea. And now I have crazy allergies. Okay, pausing music. 1, 2, 3. So, okay, chat said I just saw the intro and it looks like production slay in the house. Okay, let me just tell you. I am, listen, okay, I know that I do this for a living. And I'm so lucky. I'm so blessed. Okay. And I also know that I'm somewhat of a boomer when it comes to technology, which is so ironic. I think that this is my job. But I was wondering why the production level was so low, even though I know I haven't bought a new like DSLR in years. And I know I'm still using the same technology I've been using because, you know, I don't make that much money. You know, I can get new cameras every day. You know what I mean? So I'm still using the same camera I got like in 2017, 2018 or whatever. But I realized I was exporting my files at a lower resolution, basically. So if you go see the new podcast, you can even watch it in 2K, 4K, right? And like some of the scenes in this pod are like, oh, versus the other videos I've made, you can't even do that. And I just realized I was messing up a setting. So I fixed it yesterday, which is like exciting because I thought I already fixed it, but apparently not. Okay. And so it's beautiful. It's like a really well-made pod. I really enjoyed making it. I think, you know, it was hard because I know we cover such sensitive topics and I really try to give people like a deeper understanding of life. But I also know like everyone's coming into these topics at a different place in their life, right? Like some people come into work. And PS, just for the record, God knows some of these YouTubers are still filming on like iPhones. So God knows my production still, you know what I mean? It's not that it was bad production. It was just like different, let me tell you. And I think like I'm going to start off with some comments today that I think encapsulate what I am talking about with like everyone starting at a different place, because the way we even think about questions or ask questions are going to be different. So today, the Discord suggested this video on polyamory, which this guy had gone viral on TikTok. Like, why do all poly people look like that? Right? That guy, if you know who I'm talking about. And, I think when you don't understand minority people or niche content or niche communities, it's really, really easy to like just think you understand it when you don't. But I think there is something to be said about why do certain people look that way? And the real question is why, if we think we're all so unique and individualistic, can we always be paired up with other groups of people? And it's because like we are just like animals on a planet. You know what I mean? Like have you ever asked yourself, like if your cat was put in a room with 100 other cats that look like them, would you be able to tell the difference? You know, I ask myself that with Indiana all the time. If Indiana was put in a room with a bunch of cats that look like her, could I tell which one was Indiana? No, I think I could. But could I? I might mistake another cat for her, right? I might if she doesn't already come to me, you know, and look at me. But like, I feel like I know her. But there's nothing wrong with also not being sure, because I think that's what people are. Like people are, they all fit into categories. That's why there's that meme of conservative guys on Instagram that have the bald heads and the sunglasses on their heads. And you're just like, y'all look the same. But yet, if you do not understand the nuance of these communities and the details of what makes them them and not a different category, you will lack a deep and rich understanding of people, right? And I think that's what it is, right? Also, chat said, listen to the new pod during my drive home for work. Fantastic. Let me just tell you. Let me just tell you this. I understand that most people will only be listening and not watching. But if you guys watched, I did put a few things sneaky in the video for fun. And nobody in the comment section brought it up. So I think nobody saw it. But there's a cute in there. If you noticed, you noticed. I was really having fun putting in the most like random details into this video that if anybody was watching, it was kind of cute. Okay. Yeah. Okay, now let me show you this comment. So I got this comment said, do you remember we talked about the angel trees last week? Okay. Oh, not even last week, this week? Was it last week or this week? I don't know. I'm not sure. Okay, let's see. You said this comment says, you said that rich people are not the ones helping people and doing angel trees, but you also said that influencers you said that influencers that are doing angel tree are fucking it up for everyone. Didn't understand this part. Thought you were criticizing the system of angel tree in general instead of the people, but then you call it the influencers. I guess I just want to understand why the influencers are being blamed for the commenters shaming regular people. Edit, I guess I sort of understand where you were coming from. Like you said, if people are jumping on it as a trend, people are faking it, but it seems kind of hard to assume. Okay, so there's something that I want to talk about because even on my new podcast that I just posted, people were like, I don't know why you people are criticizing people for making money. Why are you assuming how they're spending it? It feels like sometimes there is a fear of judgment because you think you don't know everything that's going on. But sometimes I need you all to judge. Like sometimes I get trapped in this cycle of not wanting to judge people. So I let predators get away with bad behavior. I'm going to need y'all to judge sometimes. Now, don't judge to condemn, but judge to say, feels fishy, don't like it. Because I think sometimes we forget that like we're getting a lot of information from these posts. Yes, we might not know every detail, but we are getting a lot of information, like a lot of information. And I need you to be able to value the information that you're getting because I do think that's how bad people get away with stuff is they're like, well, you just don't know what's going on. But like, I'm looking at you. I can see things, and then the question is, do I have enough discernment to know that what I'm seeing is what I'm seeing and it's not something else, right? April, welcome to memberships. Happy to have you here. So that's what I want the focus to be on. It's like, we do need to be more thoughtful about how we cast judgment, and we still need to make sure we're judging, which is the point I brought up in this podcast is I wanted people to be able to see what was happening and to say like, I see how you got here. I see what you're doing. I just don't think it's good. And for people to then ask, well, why don't you think it's good? Well, I just don't think it's helpful because if this is our goal. So, okay, another thing I want to talk about. When I talk, I want to give people a direction towards the healthy goal while acknowledging that people where they are at. So like, yes, it's nice to see influencers donate money, but also I don't believe in trickle down economics. So rich people are certainly not uplifting the poor. So this myth that rich people will uplift the poor has never been demonstrated. It has always been proven that is not true. So when Republicans say, we don't need the system to change, rich people will take care of it, they don't. They don't, because they got rich by it coming at the expense of the community. They can't actually help poor people because they need people to be poor to maintain their wealth, right? So it just doesn't make sense to me for us to not understand how these all play a role. But of course, like we're all in a deconstruction journey. So, you can't know everything all at once. Like we're always learning and learning, which brings me into comment number 2. Whoops, fuck Andrew Tate. We'll talk about him later. This says, the levels, is a system based on the average lifestyle or how deeply someone is able to extrospect, or could it be a topic dependent? Could someone extrospect at a 5 level in terms of religion, but a 2 in terms of what they like to eat, and how would you determine your level from there? Could someone's level be different day to day, or is it mostly static unless someone changes their lifestyle, so to speak? Hopefully my questions make sense. Love your streams. Great questions. This plays into it. So again, the levels are meant to make to clarify your relationship with existence, right? Which is why even when I was a baby 5 or in the beginning stages of my baby 5, I was still saying like problematic things in relation to certain topics because it's not in relation to the micro. It's relation to the micro, macro. The levels are supposed to make you understand your positioning. So like, I remember one time I tried to make a video from like 2 perspective versus 5 perspective, but I didn't understand why it was so hard, but now I get it. So example, there's the opinion and then there's the observation. So Brittany's opinion is more like 2 opinion through the 5 lens, or someone else's opinion might be the 2 opinion through the 2 lens, or there's the observation through the 2 lens, 5 lens. So when I have an opinion, I'm giving you my personal morals, values, ethics, subjective. When I'm giving you an observation, it's not about my ego anymore. It's about what is. So I could see somebody who's really struggling and they're in a really bad place in their life, and they decide to have an affair. And I might, from an observational perspective, say like, yeah, there's like a lot of neglect there and some trauma, and then people have really gone through stuff. And because of their weakness of character, they made a decision that when here's how we would solve this problem for this person. Versus Brittany's opinion would be like, fuck that hoe. Stupid bitch. I can't believe you did that. You're a horrible person. I can't believe you did that. And then that's like that human reaction. That's like the stupid bitch. Like, I can't believe you fucking did that. Like, but then that personal opinion of like, ew, gross, you're a cheater. Ugh. You know, that like, that's that human like gross. Okay, but like that has no place when we're observing. So then if you observe it through 5 framework, it's more like an observation of like humans on a planet, evolved animals, biological creatures, you know what I mean? Like it's very different. Now, if I was a 2, observing as a 2, the 2 would say, let's say it was a Catholic 2, because your girl grew up Catholic, right? Let's say I'm a Catholic 2, right? Okay, I'm a Catholic 2. By the way, guys, I can see you chat saying B word. Let me just, because we're working on it, I am going to say the B word. I'm making a point by saying it. So I will say it, just so you know. So if you're doing that as a helpful reminder, I'm actually doing it on purpose, right? Like I am going to say the word. I'm going to change how we say it, but I am going to say the word. We're just going to change how we say it because like I'm making a point, okay? So there is like a realness to how you speak and a professionalism in how you speak, and then also how you show up in life, right? So let's say I'm a Catholic and I'm a 2, like I'm a 2 person and I'm a Catholic and I see somebody who's having an affair. From an observational perspective, I might say, everybody sins, God forgives, go to confession, work on it, go to counseling. But I also might be a Catholic who's like, I cannot believe you did that. Like, that is so sinful. That is so bad. Like, I can't believe you betrayed your family. I can't believe you did that to people. I can't believe like you hurt so many people. It might be more like I can't believe you did that, versus like a 2 who's a Catholic might be like, we all sin, we do things, let's get you help, right? It's more like observational, like helpful versus like personal. And these are like the differences of the ways you can interact with things. But ultimately, like it's, you know, your opinion. Okay, this is why the levels might be an attempt at figuring out what's objective, meaning outside of you. Because like, again, things that are viewed through the lens of your consciousness are going to be then tainted and judged through the lens of your morals. But if you're just observing it outside of yourself, which is the point of 5 framework, then there's no judgment to be had, because like, who's judging you? The universe? And then maybe it is. Maybe the universe is sort of like, maybe there is an objective direction our biological experience is taking us to be more in cohesiveness or joy or, you know, like some sort of, I don't know, like a peace, you know, type thing, right? So I think there's that part of it too, that I don't think your level changes from context to context, but I think you have to be actively in 5 framework or actively in 2 framework, but you have to know the difference. Are you viewing it through the lens of the bubble or through the lens of the universe? These are 2 different things. So like when I do activism, I'm not viewing it as a 5. I'm viewing it as a 2, because activism doesn't exist in the universe. The universe isn't an activist, right? Like the universe isn't like, oh yeah, go, you know, picket line. Like, no, that's the 2 bubble. So when Brittany engages in activism, where I say, hey guys, we're doing this campaign this month, that's me jumping into a 2 bubble that needs to operate as a reaction to the other two bubbles. That's not like 5 Brittany showing up and being like, hey guys, because again, 5 framework doesn't necessarily require you or you're not thinking of it in that way. Like, that's why I say a conversation between 5s would be silence, because like, what is there to talk about? There's only observation. Now you could, I guess, talk about what you're observing, but like at the end of the day, most of the conversations that are to be had through the bubble lens, because the bubble lens shifts the perspective. So like, how do we judge Pokimane and Jaclyn Hill? It would be through the 2 lens in a sense, because the 5 lens that I was trying to bring into the conversation was basically just acknowledging where they've come from and like how they're operating, and then the philosophical part of it. But the other part of it is also just through like the 2 construct of like anti-capitalism. Like anti-capitalism is 2 framework, right? That's why there's nothing wrong with being 2s. Like 2s are operating within the construct v constructs. So like anti-capitalism is a construct, right? As a reaction to capitalism and exploitation, right? So I think that's what can confuse people a bit, because they might say to themselves like, well, what's the point of being a 5 if I'm just going to end up being like 2 in action anyways? Well, maybe there's no point, right? Maybe there is no point. And that's kind of the other point, is like your goal is not to be a 5. Your goal is to be more introspective, extrospective. Okay. Your goal is not to be better than other people. Your goal is to recognize that you're just people. No one's better than anybody else, right? Chet said, is 5 then a state of being you move in and out of? Look, once a 5, always a 5, unless brain damage, Alzheimer's, death, coma. But like, because you can't unknow what you know, right? Like you can't see it different once you know. But I would say that 5ness is a practiced framework. So it's not that you come in and out of it. It's that the way you show up might come in and out of it. But like, I don't become a 2 all of a sudden. I literally could never have the sense of attachment that I used to have before. When I was a 2, I had an insanely strong connection to the bubbles. Like, it was so radical. It was like, this is the only way. This is the only way to be. Like, this is the thing. So I could never go back to that. But I do operate within that framework to better communicate my stances to people, because when it's the most digestible and understand. It's the best way to be understood. Ooh, Chet said, is it like putting on glasses? You mean like the perception? It's kind of like the difference between being a parent and being someone's kid. Let's say I'm a parent. I have a child, but I'm also somebody else's child. And it's like hold on, let me see if I can bring this out here. It's like the difference between the parent, okay? Like your parent, okay? You as a parent, okay? And your kid. Okay? So it's like your parent, you, and then your kid. It's like it's like the perception difference. Are you looking at yourself like the parent in relation to your kid? Or are you looking at yourself as the kid in relation to your parent? Does that make sense? Like, you're both the child and the parent, but this person is only the child and this person is only the parent because their parents are dead. It's like their parents are dead. So like they are the adult in the room. There's no other elder to look to, versus you get to play both roles and your kid only plays one because they're not a parent yet. So it's kind of like playing both roles and then knowing you're switching between the two, but both are just as real as the other. Yeah. But think about it, it's not literal, it's a metaphor, right? It's metaphorical, right? It's not literal, it's metaphorical. It's supposed to represent the idea of playing both roles at once. So 5 framework is like one state of being, but at the same time, you're still like in the world. So like you might be a 5, right? It goes back to what we've talked about before. You might be a 5, but the 2 bubble is where everything is kind of happening. So like the only good part about being a 5 is that it helps you, okay, understand your introspection and extrospection in relation to the world. And the world revolves around the two earth bubble. And of course, in relation to the universe, everything outside of the two bubble, right? But the whole point of being a 5 is not to say that you're better than the 2s. It's to say, like, I used to live here and now I live here, but I always swing back around, because this is like where the world needs the help, right? This is where the world needs like some sense of knowing, right? This is where everybody is, and they're suffering in their meaning crisis. And I'm saying, okay, but of course, 2s can figure out their meaning crisis usually in relation to the bubble. So like think religion, okay? Or in some cases like politics, right? It's like, I'm saying, what if these things didn't matter? Because remember, my huge realization was like, oh my God, this is not the center of my universe. Remember that I used to think politics was like the center of the universe. And then I was like, oh, it's not politics. I used to also go around telling people like, everything is politics though. Like everything is and yes, that might be true in certain contexts, but I used to literally believe it. Like I used to believe that the universe didn't exist outside of politics. How fucking stupid is that? Like, no judgment, but like, how fucking dumb is that? That's like saying nothing exists outside of the Catholic Church. What? That's what that is. Even though they don't see it, and even though it doesn't make sense, that's what it felt like. It felt like literally believing that all of reality only existed in the Catholic Church. How fucking stupid is that? But it makes so much sense when you're in it. When you're in it, you're like, yeah, like this is the most reality. And then you're like, how could that be true? If we really introspected, extrospected, how could that even be true? But it feels really true, right? It feels really, really true. And then, okay, so then you have that bubble pop of like, okay, everything doesn't revolve around the Catholic Church, which I had, right? Then you have the bubble pop of like, oh my God, it's not politics either. And then you have the bubble pop that is like, oh my God, it's nothing. Nothing. Not one bubble. Not one of the many 2 bubbles, not one of anything in the 2 bubble could ever actually be the truth. Like the ultimate truth, like the actual, like the reality. Oh, so where do I belong? What am I doing? What am I even fighting for? Why am I even showing up? Why am I even brushing my teeth? Wait a second. What is the meaning of my life now? Because I thought the meaning of my life was activism. I thought the meaning of my life was protest. I thought the meaning of my life was like family and friends. And then you realize like, okay, hold on. How do I recenter myself with a deeper understanding that I am a biological creature on the planet, that I do exist, that the world exists, and then this is how humans are? Because I also had to accept that like I wasn't going to change the world, right? Which, they kind of make you feel. So in the podcast, I mentioned this, like a lot of people think they're activists. You're not. Like, you're not a freedom fighter. I think the reason Hasan is obsessed with pointing out that Luffy's a freedom fighter is because he wants to believe he is one. You're not a freedom fighter. My life is not dedicated to activism. And I say that as somebody who engages. Now, I know, because I've had people DM me in private. I've had YouTubers reach out to me and say, you're so weird. You get on stream in the nicest way. They're so nice about it. They're like, you get on stream, you talk about how it's not politics and you're not an activist, but then I find out that you're actually doing activism locally, or you actually are engaging in politics. And I'm like, yeah, because I'm trying to make a bigger point that, like, you know what I mean? Like, I think like, who's like freedom fighters? The people who are getting on boats and getting to Palestine, right? Like those people, like the people who are trying to liberate their countries, like the people that are dedicating their life, their every waking hour is spent on best ways to disrupt and protest and sleep in trees and you know what I'm saying? Like that's activism. That's like everything is activism, but like that's their life. I'm a YouTuber, okay? My life is YouTube, it's creation, it's family and friends and community, but I have not made the decision, and I probably will never make the decision because I don't think it's my calling, to dedicate myself to being a freedom fighter. I don't think it's my calling, okay? Just like it is in Luffy's calling. Luffy is not Sabo. Sabo is the freedom fighter. His whole life is dedicated to liberation. He literally works with an organization to literally fight the world government. And that's why I think a lot of people want to pretend they're freedom fighters. Like, you were literally not. Now, you might have been maybe 20 years ago, or maybe you could have been for a time in your life, but most people are bringing awareness to harm or cruelty or something, which is good, but that doesn't mean you're a freedom fighter, you know? It's like you have a friend who's like, oh yeah, I definitely pay attention to politics, but like, they don't even know, they don't, right? And same thing with me. Like, I don't pay attention to politics the way I used to. I used to be so in the political bubble. I used to know everyone's name, everyone who was popular, everybody who was running, everybody, like, I used to know everybody's name. And now I'm like, I don't know, who is that? Who is that? Like, what's going on? Who is that? Because it's not my bubble anymore, right? Right? But again, like, all of this is beautiful. It's about finding your calling. It's about who are you going to be in the story? That's what it's about, right? Chat said 5 is like remembering you can take off your VR headset whenever you want and do something else, even though the game will continue because it's multiplayer. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, I like that. You know? So again, I think what I want people to understand is like, there is no universal answer of like, this is what, because if everybody was a freedom fighter, that wouldn't make any sense. Like, I don't know how you're supposed to be a freedom fighter and you're a parent. As an example, I don't know what that's about. No offense, I'm not impressed with you abandoning your children to go fight wars. Like, I'm not really impressed. Like, I know there might be a circumstance in which you have to do that, but it's certainly not most people, right? So I don't even understand the idea, if I'm going to be perfectly honest. Your priority when you bring a consciousness into the universe is that child. But like, you know, there's some romanticization of like, I just have to do something. I have kids. You don't have to do anything. You're in a very privileged position. But like, I do think that comes from a sentiment of like priorities. Like, you know what I mean? But everyone has a different version of existing in the world. You play your role the way you want to, but I definitely bring into question the romanticization of the way people think about existence, right? My allergy. Okay. And again, I'm not saying there isn't a circumstance. I'm not saying there isn't a person. I'm not saying parents don't also have to be activists. I'm not saying that sometimes, kids have been activists. We've seen children all over the world stand up using One Piece and fight governments and be arrested, but they shouldn't be doing that. Like, that's the point. They shouldn't be in that position. Why are they even in this position? And that was the point. Even with Luigi, right? Like, why was Luigi even in this position? Again, I don't trust a man with a gun ever. That's the other part of it. The romanticization of men with weapons is so patriarchal, I'm gagged. I cannot believe the left ate that shit up. You guys love a man with a weapon. And that's what I'm saying. Why was he even in this position? What circumstance and system was put in place to even create that circumstance to begin with? You know what I'm saying? Like, we're always asking the wrong questions. People are always asking the wrong questions, which is why, again, my criticism of Jacqueline and Pokimane is that they're falling for the same narrative of like, I'm going to spoil my family. Like, Jacqueline Hill was like, I get my family private jet rides. Jacqueline, a private jet is unethical. You're not helping. Every time I see somebody in a private jet, I'm just like, it's not good. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why you're saying this. Like, it's great. You know what I mean? Like, it's that kind of idea. Like, I just think it's interesting, ultimately, that, also I've been following a lot of Black women lately, as I always do. And this Black woman was saying, I hate to tell you guys, but it's everybody. The Black Panthers were apparently, there is controversy within some leaders of the Black Panther movement that literally were misogynistic and violent towards women, catching cases. Tupac was found guilty, if you know the details of him leaving a woman to be gang raped by his friends. Okay. Biggie, what Biggie did to Kim, like, you look into this, like, you look into men and patriarchy and you start to have a real realization of, wait a second, even the men that are liberators are literally our oppressors because they're still falling for patriarchal bullshit. And that's what I'm saying. All these women that are playing into, I'm going to get my girls private jets, are just playing into bullshit. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, the twos, if you're a two, you say, yeah, he's not perfect, but it's for a good cause. And when you're in 5 framework, you're saying like, no. Which is exhausting, by the way, because you're also saying like, this can't be the answer, but I see that it's happening. Like, this is obviously philosophical evil, but I can see that it's happening. And I get it. Like, right? Like, I totally get it. Chad says, are you planning on talking about the Diddy 50 Cent stuff? I wanted to. I'm actually having like an ethical quandary with it because 50 Cent is a horrible person. Do you guys know how evil he is? I was watching, there's this new show I just started watching. It's black women who are very rich. And they were talking about, I don't remember who it was. Was it Kim? No, it couldn't have been. Who did Biggie date? Hold on. 50 Cent leaked sex tape. He bought this sex tape off of Latoya. Is it Lo? Who is it? No. Is it Latoya? Oh, maybe it is her. I was watching this woman talk about how her guy was mad at her. So he sold 50 Cent this sex tape of her, and then she posted it. Does anybody know who I'm talking about? I watch too much content. I don't know anybody's names. And I was like, that is so shitty. Like 50 Cent doesn't care about liberating victims from Diddy. He's mad that him and Diddy had beef. Do you know what I'm saying? Like he's just being a man who's mad that him and Diddy had beef. He doesn't give a fuck. That's the thing. He does not give a fuck. You know what I mean? And so that's what I like when I'm saying, like, I understand the memes around Fiddy is so funny. And it's like, it's nice to like, I get it. Like, it's funny. But ultimately, he is just a man. It's like Snoop Dogg. I love Snoop Dogg. But then again, he is doing stuff for Trump. So you know what? Mood ruined. Mood ruined. Okay? So again, when we have these conversations, I think it's difficult because are we trying to reach for the ideal or are we settling for like good enough? Because if we're settling for good enough, then President Obama was a perfect president with no flaws. But if we're aiming for ideal, hello? And that's the problem. Okay, this is the whole conversation with the Democrats, where the Democrats are like, we have to go low. We can go low. But if you go low, then we're just back into that. We're back in that cycle of like good enough. I don't know. It's just, I think there's just like a lot of layers to this, but ultimately I will say this, the world's always been this way and it always will be this way. So be careful who you decide are your liberators and accept that people are deeply flawed. And so accept that you will get burnt out. Listen, when I was in activist bubbles, the reason I left politics was like, I was like, oh, you guys all suck. Even the most well-intentioned people were quote, pushed into a corner to do stuff they didn't want to do. And I was like, I'm not going to do any of this. And look, because of that, I'll be called naive, like, oh, you don't understand how the real world works. I'll be seen as somebody who doesn't do as much I get it. Like, but I don't like it. And I'm not even saying these people are evil. I'm saying they felt like they had no choice. The difference is that like, I always have a choice because I know that dying is always an option. And that's really philosophically like Britney's brain is like, well, worst case, like you imprison me or kill me, or I just walk away. Like, or worst case, I keep going on my life, but like, you're not going to push me into a corner. I refuse. Like, I'm not doing this. And that's the point I tried to make in the podcast as well. That ultimately Jacqueline and Pokey are willing to do things that most progressives can't do because of ethics. It's like being vegan. Like most vegans literally can't take most sponsorship deals because it doesn't coincide with their values. Like that used to be the idea around even religious people. Like, aren't you religious? Why are you doing a deal with this company? Like, shouldn't you be doing deals with companies that like coincide with your values? Or you can be a full-on capitalist that says, I don't care about the values, I care about the paycheck. It's really dependent on you. And again, it's not about being perfect because at the end of the day, we still have to make a living in the world. So it's not about saying like, I don't care, right? If you buy from Amazon, I don't care if you eat animals. Do I think there are better ways for us to harm reduce that could be better for the world? Sure. But I don't make prescriptions for that reason because making a prescription is the two bubble saying this ought to be this. There was an interview with Andrew Tate that I featured, I don't know when, a while ago now. We haven't really covered the Tate brothers. And Andrew Tate says something like, you're sleeping with this girl and she's like 16. And then he pauses and goes, did I say 16? I meant 18. You know what? It's 16 in Romania. And I'm just sitting here like, the fact that he literally says it, he brags about it, he doesn't care because it's quote legal, and men still follow him and then they don't want to be called pedophiles or like, you know what I mean? It's like, what are we talking about? What are we actually talking about, And I think it's hard. Like, I think it's all very difficult because, like everyone is also like going through stuff. Like people are literally going through stuff. Like they're really struggling. So then you get out here and you're like, oh, well, like what's the ideal? Well, people can't perform at the ideal until they can. And even then it's not really the ideal. So then it's like, okay, what's better? Like again, we don't want to become hoarders, but we also don't want to overconsume either. Because like right now, as an example, I'm on this, I've been eating a lot of burnt spaghetti, whatever it's called. And, I keep buying this tomato sauce and using it. It's just smushed tomatoes or whatever. And it comes in these glass bottles. And now I've got like 6 of them on my counter. And I'm like, well, I can't hoard these. I've already put some aside for flower vases. I can't hoard them. I have to recycle them or put them in the bin. But also I feel bad that it comes in this beautiful glass bottle that I just have to like put into, you know what I mean? Like I feel, but then I see myself getting stuck. So you don't want to become paralyzed, right? You don't want to be paralyzed by choice. You just got to do what you got to do. You just have to harm reduce to the best of your ability, right? Okay. That's the thing. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Chad said you reminded me that the Nick Fuentes interview was insane. I didn't even watch it, girl. I do not have the patience for Nick Fuentes. I have zero la patience for this la man. Like I just, you know, I've been out of it. If you guys haven't noticed, I've been staying away from politics for a bit. I'm just like burnt out on the Nick Fuentes. I'm burnt out. You know, today we're going to talk about Tate a bit because I think it's the New York Times just put out a investigation on him. Yeah, the New York Times. But I have been so burnt out on men yapping. I'm so fucking over it. Jesus fucking Christ. And so I'll get back into it eventually. But yeah, I skipped it. My mental health is doing great. Thank you. You know? Let's see. Chat says, look, what's the polyamory problem? I'm not here for slander against the relationship style. I want strong philosophical reasons why it's the problem for you. Who are you talking to? Are you talking to me? It's not me. It's the name of the title of the video we're watching. I don't have a problem with polyamory. So I guess I could put quotations in my title, but it's not. I didn't call it that. It's the name of the title. Here, I'll put little quotations so you guys don't throw a bitch fit at me. Okay. I don't give a fuck if you're poly. You know? There, I put little quotations on it. Okay. Oh, I also put, hold on. Anyways, okay. Let's do this. Let's watch this video first. And we'll go from there. So let's warm up. This is money lessons from parents saving millions for their children. Let's watch this to warm up the stream today. I'm interested.
Okay.
Underside?
This is fine. Sinking down. Okay. Make sure I don't have my big belly sticking out. No.
My reason for saving and investing so much is so that my children can have opportunities that I didn't have.
Kids are expensive.
Yeah, kids are really expensive.
Starting your children off right leads to generational wealth.
If the amount of money you're saving each month, each year doesn't hurt, you're not saving enough.
We didn't have a car. I rode a bike everywhere.
We didn't go out to eat for 2 years. We didn't go on vacation.
We were actually saving something like 70, 80% of income.
I said no for 2 years so I can say yes for the rest of my life.
It's simple, not necessarily easy.
Make sure you have reasons, clear reasons for why you are saving and investing so much. Once you have a reason, there's nothing you can't do.
And I want my children to do better than me. That is.
Okay, pause. Once you have a reason, there's nothing you can't do. This is an embodied belief, understanding, value. That is true for me as well. Once it becomes embodied and it is a real reason why, nothing can get in my way. Once I made this decision financially, and I know it's a little difficult because I don't want to play into the hardcore like capitalistic game at the expense of others. So, but when I became like real for me, when I became real for my partner, we just did the budget this morning before stream today. We like sat down and looked at, you know, how much we spent on groceries this week, how much we're doing for stuff because we keep it all in a book. And it feels really rewarding to be like, oh my gosh, like we got this done, we reached this goal, we saved this. And it's really dollar by dollar or euro by euro. Like I know when I was younger and I know people are really struggling right now, so I hear you, but it was really hard for me to understand that I really was lacking a true why about why I was saving in the first place. So right when it became serious, everything changed and everything became possible. And I do see a difference because math is math is math. But math is math is math, but you do have to make more money. You have to make just enough. And that dilemma is like, you might not be making it. So if you're making like less than 50K, everything is going to be impossible. Like unless you're living in an environment where everything is much, much less. But if you have to at least, in my mind, be making 50K to begin to save in America, averagely speaking, right? Averagely speaking, of course, that could differ maybe, but generally speaking, let's just say 50K is the requirement. Until you figure out your why, right? It's like, you won't even know how to even make that money or think about, I need to make this much money minimum, and everything will change. So like when I was making 20K a year, like there was nothing left. There was just like no way, right? When I was making 50K a year, I was still struggling, but that's because my mental health was also struggling. So once I got my mental health under control, making a minimum of 50K, everything became easier, but it still is a struggle. You still don't go out to eat. You don't go on vacation. You save. You have a budget for your groceries for the week. Like everything is budgeted. Every dollar is assigned a role, right? And that's what I think he means. At least that's how I heard it.
The goal.
I grew up in a trailer home, right? About the poorest housing that you can find in the United States. You can picture growing up in Minnesota, the middle of winter, and your parents are struggling to pay the heating bill. My earliest memories are deprivation.
I grew up in Taiwan, and my parents had to send us to an orphanage. They couldn't afford to feed us to get us a place to live.
My parents grew up, not having a lot of money. My mother had 8 other siblings living in Statesville, North Carolina. We had everything that we needed, but our middle class as an African-American family is different than the American middle class.
My parents were always very frugal, and they didn't give me any money. So I decided maybe I'll go to McDonald's, and I'll try to get a job at McDonald's for $4.25 an hour, while also being able to eat as much free apple pie as possible.
Within the African-American community, a lot of them grew up not trusting banks because a lot of times they couldn't put their money in banks. So they carry a lot of cash, and you'll find a lot of older African-Americans carrying cash all the time now.
I am afraid of spending money. And then I met him. He has the same mindset. So we were like, oh, we are like perfect match. We don't want to spend money.
I remember being embarrassed, sadly, when I saw my classmates. And I look back upon that with a little bit of shame, because why would it be embarrassing to be a 14, 15-year-old boy trying to make your own money and be more free?
I was the first person to go to college and graduate, so I'm a first-generation college student. I went to South Carolina State University on a full-ride tennis scholarship. If I didn't get that tennis scholarship, I would have had to take out a lot of loans.
I chose to attend the College of William & Mary because at the time, the tuition was only $2,800 a year. Other private schools were about $20,000 a year.
I remember when I was in college, like many times I don't have enough money for food. Like sometimes I'll just have a hard-boiled egg for lunch. It's quite enough. Yes,
Yeah.
It was pretty tough.
A lot of my college experience was I have to get good grades because I have these massive student loans. And if I'm unable to pay them, then it's back to poverty. I became largely a workaholic.
I ended up doing 55 interviews total to finally land my job at Goldman Sachs. The base salary was $40,000. And $40,000 living in Manhattan, even back then, didn't go very far.
The job when I was laid off in 2008 was pharmaceutical sales. So I had put so many hours in, I've worked so many years, and just like that, it's done. It just felt like the world started crashing.
I was laid off. And it really sunk in that I need to be prepared for that point in time where I'll be able to take care of myself whether the work's there or not.
You know what? Let me just tell you, I remember, growing up in the suburb or in the culture that I did, fast food jobs were sort of like for kids, or like people struggling, or like people who kind of like, it's a dead end job, right? That was the culture. And I remember when the crash had happened, seeing my brother's friends' parents who had lost their jobs working at fast food restaurants, and thinking to myself, like, they went from salaried positions in quote good companies to working fast food. And I'm so proud of them for doing what was necessary to even make anything in the first place. But how devastating that must have been to a lot of people's not only pride but the reality of the situation. Or I have friends who like came home from college to see a parent at home and said like, hey, what are you doing here? Why aren't you at work? Only to find out their parent had lost their job and didn't tell them because they didn't want them to worry. Or, you know, even my dad's company definitely like it suffered for a while. There was like a few years there where like it wasn't bringing in an income, and my parents were in like crazy amounts of credit card debt, and they had managed to be one of the few families who kept their home through the process. And thank God they did, because now it's paid off in a great neighborhood, and it all worked out. But I remember that there was a struggle, right? You know, you refinance the home, you do all these things to try to keep yourself above water. There's a lot of sacrifices that have to be made. But yeah, like it was really rough, and it will be like that for a lot of people forever, right? Like nothing is guaranteed. But I think there's something to be said about, and again, maybe this goes back to the extrospection conversation, as it always does, that if you really recognize like you're an evolved animal on a planet, you're trying to make it the best way, like as much as anybody else, it can help center you when things get a little stressed. I had a friend call me the other day and say like, bro, or they didn't call me, they messaged me, but they said, bro, I'm so stressed. Like I just got a surprise, like $30 increase on one of my monthly bills. It's like, fuck, every time I think I'm ahead, it's an extra $30 here and there. Even the other day, my phone bill came in at a much higher bill. And I was like, what? And so I got on the phone. I was like, what is this? And they were like, oh, you got, I have what's this called? Automatic payments on everything. And I wanted to change the date for my automatic payment because I get paid basically once a month from YouTube. And I wanted it to come after I got paid, right? It'd make it easier on me. And I went to go change the takeout date. And that caused a $25 fee. And I was like, And so I called them and I said, take off this fee right now. And they were saying, you know, I told them, I was like, I've been with you forever. Take off this fee. And they took it off. You know, I'm very nice on the phone to customer service people, just FYI, or even on the typing. I said, look, this was really painful. You know, the economy is really bad. People are struggling. This is not fair, because all I was trying to do was pay my bill on time like I normally do. I always pay my bill on time. Please take off this fee. It would really help me. And they're like, yeah, of course, because ultimately they want to keep your business. You know what I mean? That's why I say like, chat, be polite but firm. Because these people don't be mean to these people. They're just working their jobs. But also like they'll help you out, bro. You know? And they're not the ones who put the automatic fee. It's a robot on a website that like makes the decision. You know what I mean? So be nice to the workers and they will help you out. I mean, I've even said this at the IRS when I call the IRS, you know, for my taxes and stuff. They're usually really nice to me. You know, I try to like humanize everybody through this process. But as long as you're nice to people, I think people come through, you know, because they get it. They're struggling too. But yeah, that was so surprising to me. And I was like very frustrated by that because again, for us, like every dollar has an assignment. And so any extra money that comes out of somewhere has to come out of someone's like some budget. And so I was like, hey, you can't. No. So anyways, they took off the fee and it all worked out. But it was like, you know, one of those things that, it's hard because until you know why you're doing it, it's really hard to stay motivated. And it's really hard when it feels like it's never enough. It's never enough, you know?
Very quickly, when I started working, I realized I couldn't last at this job. I was getting in at 5:30 a.m., leaving after 7 p.m. And so I decided, okay, in order for me to escape this job one day, I needed a certain amount of money to cover my lifestyle and expenses.
I didn't even realize that we were $50,000 in debt. And then I looked at, oh, your student loan is $25,000. This car that we just bought a year ago is $25,000. And so I started to think about what do we need to be doing? Reality started setting in and I was like, what are we gonna do?
See how easy it was to be $50,000 in debt? Your car and your school loans, boom, there's 50 grand. And then on top of that, they want you to have a 30% down payment for your house to avoid fees on $1 million home in the suburb that used to be $250,000. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Really important is to make sure you have reasons, clear reasons for why you are saving and investing so much. Once you have a reason, there's nothing you can't do.
I wrote out something called a dream sheet, and it was our short-term, intermediate, and long.
By the way, same with like not shopping at certain places, or same with how you consume stuff. If you really have a value, you know what I mean? If you really have, like, this is why I say, like, are these your values, your morals, or are these like things you'd like to get done? Because if it's something you really believe, you just won't do it. You know what I mean? Like but it's hard to really understand that, like, oh, I thought this was my value until I got tempted. Or, oh, and again, I'm all about harm reduction. So as an example, I'm not shopping at Amazon, but maybe there might be a reason to buy something off Amazon in the future. I would still have to counterbalance that by harm reduction, because again, same with animal products. Like I've been almost a year doing plant-based, but that doesn't mean that I haven't eaten a donut or two during this process, but I'm still counting it. I know some people are like really strict about it, where they're like, oh, you're like, I wouldn't count it if I had anything, but like, that's not why I'm doing it. I'm not doing it so I can never eat plant-based or never eat animal product. I'm not trying to be like 15 years, no animal products. It's not a competition. I'm just trying to be less bad every day. So I'm plant-based. It's the best way to say it, or generalize that I don't eat it. Right. And that's true for 99% of my diet. Right. On occasion, like I said, I might have a donut, but like I haven't even done that in forever. So it's, it's one of those things where I'm not trying to, yes, exactly, Chad. Gold star ain't the goal. I'm not trying to like get a gold star. I'm trying to just be less shitty every day. And like that process takes a while, but there are certain things that are like no go ever under any circumstances. And that is what it really comes down to. But yeah, like knowing why you're doing something is everything.
Long-term dreams, because I say to myself, we're not going to be able to do this if we don't have anything in front of us to look forward to. My child was 2 years old at the time when I wrote this. I said to myself, my first child was born to debt and my second child would not be.
I put together like a 50-page business plan about how I could go from having a net worth of roughly zero at that point to having enough where savings and investments would cover my normal cost of living.
He presented me his 40 pages of research. He's like, you know what? There's a thing called a financial independent. We can like work together on this project. I was like, okay, it's convincing. Maybe we can try.
So I did pretty simple back of the envelope calculations.
I love that they're working together too. I think that's so important, is to make sure that whoever you are married to is on the same page as you, because you don't want to be in conflict with your partner. I've seen so many marriages break up. So many people get divorced. So many people have issues in their relationships because one partner wants to spend this much and one partner doesn't want to spend this much. And it can go either way. Like, again, it's about being responsible, but yeah, you have to make sure you are on the same page as the person you are doing life with.
An Excel spreadsheet on how much I needed to be happy and comfortable and maybe to raise a family. And I felt $3 million would be it.
I needed to save at least 50% of my income. Within 6 months of finishing the business plan, I had sold my house, sold my car. Like I rented a room in somebody else's home and I replaced my car with a bicycle.
I needed all of my money to go towards paying off $50,000 a day. I was selling TVs, selling a microwave I found in the closet. I wanted to be free. That's the way my mindset was each and every day. We didn't go out to eat for 2 years. We didn't go on vacation for 2 years. Nobody got a gift, not Valentine's Day, not anniversary, not Christmas, nobody. That's why the $50,000 a day got paid off in 2 years.
Over like the 12, 13 years or so, we were going from a point where those last few years, we were actually saving something like 70, 80% of income.
And so I started with about 20% saving rate. And then I slowly ramped it up. I was saving 70 to 80%.
Whoa.
If the amount of money you're saving each month, each year doesn't hurt, you're not saving enough.
Wait,
let's listen to that again.
If the amount of money you're saving each month, each year doesn't hurt, you're not saving enough.
This is a pretty hardcore goal. So if you are in debt and you're trying to, relax, you're not ready for this level. Okay. This is a very motivated, high focus lock-in. Okay. You're not ready for it. I'm telling you right now, girlies, if you are still buying from Amazon and getting Uber Eats, you are not ready. Okay. This is an incredible dedication and it's possible. I've seen people do it before. It's definitely a thing. You're not ready. And that's okay. To be honest, we're not even doing this. We're not doing this level. But we're like somewhere in the middle, if that makes sense, where, we definitely still, maybe go out for a cappuccino, which is like €6 every like few months or something. But in general, it's true that we are being very frugal. Like actually, my bestie's, her parents, when she came to visit me, her parents gave us a wedding gift. And we took the wedding gift and we spent $30-ish on a date night. And then we put the rest towards debt. And I was like, we're so responsible. And it was a very generous couple $100 or a couple €100. It was very generous. But yeah, we spent 30 of it on a date and then we put the rest towards debt. And I felt like such a grown up. I was like, who are we? And like, we sat down as a family and really decided, like, what do we want to do? And her parents would be very impressed with this decision, I'm sure, because they're very into frugality and saving and all that stuff. And then splurging, like, buy yourself something, but also save. And we were so proud of ourselves. And that's the point, is like, we do have responsibilities towards our future goals. And that felt like a really good decision to make. And also, even our budget of €50 a week for food, that it also needs to be healthy. So we went to the lowest possible amount we could pay per week for food and still get our nutritional needs, because there's no point to not getting our nutritional needs just to save money. So it has to be like in conjunction with, so it, again, positive symbiosis. And so remember, when you're making your budget, not to starve yourself, not to punish yourself. You should feel it though. You should feel the responsibility of saving. You should feel like, damn, I really wish I could get that, but I'm not going to get it. But also get excited about the fact that you're reaching different goals, right?
80%. If the amount of money you're saving each month, each year doesn't hurt, you're not saving enough.
We write down every single expenses, even just $1.
Yep.
When we spend them, we will just write it down to calculate it. Because we
100%.
both grew up in poverty, so we are used to have no money. So we are okay to accept that kind of lifestyle.
Once the debt was going, the investing kicked back up. I was still in corporate America, so I was investing into my 401k. I had a Roth IRA.
What I try to do is have a diverse.
Ooh, I like this, chat. Said I've heard that if change doesn't affect you, you are not changing. Exactly. If you are changing, it will show up in your life. Right? Mm-hmm.
Portfolio of about 30% in public equities, 30 to 40% in real estate and private real estate, about 20% in alternatives, and
Let's listen to this again.
What I try to do is have a diversified portfolio of about 30% in public equities, 30 to 40% in real estate and private real estate, about 20% in alternatives, and the rest in low risk or risk-free assets like treasury bonds and cash.
So there's going to be a dilemma here with, like, how do you invest in life for your family without it coming at the expense of somebody else's family? And this is really hard because, and I'm not there financially. We're not there as a family financially where, like, we would even have the option to, like, invest in, like, Meta or something. But it is something to think about, like maybe investing in your Roth because that's your retirement, but you're still playing to the market, or putting your money in a high yield savings account, something like that. Or if you're doing something like, buying property, making sure you're not a evil landlord. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to be careful about the idea of, like, depending on where your values lie with money, is like, even if we bought a house and we could rent it out, I think about that all the time. Like, if we could afford a house enough, like 2 houses, and we rented out one of the houses, who would we rent it out to? Friends and family at, like, a very low rate so they can get ahead, and just pay the basics? Or, like, what would we be doing? Because, like, if you're trying to make money off of being a landlord and that's your income, 1, that's very difficult to do. And 2, it's very hard to do it ethically. So you have to be very careful. But if you just buy property and sit on it and sell it later, but even that, when you buy property and then you sit on it, you're putting the neighborhood that place where you don't even live, you're almost like, in a way, like slow burn gentrifying the land. So, like, it's very kind of difficult. You know what I mean? When you take from locals where you don't live and you take their land and you buy it and then you don't do anything with it, you're also not beautifying the neighborhood. You're not contributing to the neighborhood. So there's a lot that goes into this.
Overall investments are fairly simple. Everything we own is just in index funds. There's zero management. I don't have to pay attention to anything.
I was a little sad we didn't invest in Bitcoin 10 years ago.
Right? Yeah.
We missed our chance.
Yeah.
My reason.
What, by the way, I'll never forget dating a guy in my early 20s and him being like, we should mine Bitcoin. I'm like, what is that? I just don't get it. To be honest, what do you think about that idea? Like, I'm not sure that would have been the greatest thing to do, though. Of course, you also want to adapt and accept that the future will be different. I don't want to hold on to the past. So then I run into this problem where, like, I don't want to stay attached to the past. You know what I mean, girls? Like, I don't really value tradition, because I value tradition emotionally. I don't value tradition literally, because I think tradition is oppression. But at the same time, I can value tradition as a form of liberation if you can prove to me your tradition is liberating. But also, I don't want to sign up for every new scummy scheme like this crypto stuff that keeps coming out, because that feels like, well, that's completely against the values that I hold, right? So that's like, what do we do here, right? Chat says, what tradition related to Bitcoin? Sorry. Meaning, do you invest in Bitcoin because it's the newest thing and it's real, or it's not real and you don't invest in it? Do you hold on to like traditional ways of making money? I was watching the Selling Manhattan show, which this show gives me the biggest ick, and I'm still watching it. And he sells a property and his commission is paid in Bitcoin. And I'm like, and that's the thing is like, some people are like, oh yeah, you can pay me in Bitcoin. And I'm like, is this the future? Like, is it really happening? Because in my head, it's still not happening. In my head, crypto is not working, but maybe it really is the future. Who knows?
For saving and investing so much is so that my children can have opportunities that I didn't have, that my parents didn't have. But once I had children, oh my gosh, I really rethought about how much risk I should take because, okay, I can't be that cavalier with my investments anymore because if I lost it all, then my family would be suffering.
To have a child,
Cutie patootie.
really, I need to be ready to spend, a couple $100,000 over the next 18 years plus college, and
Oh, I want to hear that number again.
spend, a couple $100,000 over the next 18 years plus college, and just coming to terms with that in advance.
Okay, pause. Now imagine, right? Because I think this is what people are missing. My parents did not save anything for college. My parents had 10 kids and never once did it occur to them to save for college or cars or anything, right? My parents never had it in their mind that they would help us with they did not even think about it. It is not a part of their belief system. Okay? My brother has 5 kids. He is not saving for their college. Now look at these families who are literally thinking about their kids' college. My bestie's parents who paid for her college in cash. All her apartments, her car, her education was paid for. She didn't ever have to think about it. Not once did she think about it. Okay, she still had to go to school and get the degree, of course. She still worked hard, but like she never even had to think about it. You know what I'm saying? So like just think about it. Think about the differences and where you're at in your life. Just think about that difference. Okay? Like again, I think people forget, like you have to remember, okay? Like we're not all starting off in the same bubble. Okay, we're not all starting off with the same starting point, right? And Selling Manhattan or Owning Manhattan, the one with Ryan Serhant. Yeah, you're right. The one with Ryan Serhant. That one, whatever it's called, Manhattan, whatever. I watch all the realtor shows. I love learning about realty, but realtors. But I hate the bubble. I think it's disgusting bubble. I think the amount of money that they are exchanging between themselves and clients is disgusting. I think it's so gluttonous, but I watch it. But I do $60 million for a penthouse in New York City. What the fuck? Who needs that? And he's a billionaire. Who needs a $60 million house? But do I watch it? I do, girls. Like I said, I am obsessed with the capitalism bubble, and I think it's disgusting, but I'm obsessed with it. I think it's interesting. That's why I wish Chelsea Fagan would go back to actually talking about math and numbers instead of interpersonal relationships. Can we please talk about numbers and interest rates?
My son is 17. He'll be graduating in 2027.
Just all the accomplishments and stuff over here.
My daughter plays tennis, and she's 13. I want my children to do better than me. That is the goal.
My daughter's 5, my son is 8. And I really, really try to make them focus on work and earning what they deserve and earning what they want.
Our kids, one is 10, one is 5. We have a mommy and daddy bank. So we will track all the allowance that people give him on his.
Also, please notice how these couples differ from the couples you hear about on YouTube who are like, we have separate bank accounts and my money is his money or his money is my money and my money is my money. Like, look at the difference between these couples and those couples. Look at the way they talk about it. Look at the way they literally talk about being a team versus these other couples, who are just like, marriage is so bad for women. Marriage is so bad for men. These couples are just like, we're going to be wealthy and stable and our kids will do well. And then they sit down and do it. And I'm like, there's a part of it that I like that. I like that. I like the energy of like locking in, focusing on our family and just getting our kids prepared for the world because God knows we brought them into it.
Birthday or Christmas, I'll put them in that book, and then we will give him some interest, and then he can spend half of his interest on the thing he really wants. But we also told him if he doesn't spend them and keep putting into the bank, he will have more. It's kind of giving him an idea of investment.
Nice.
Both of my children have Roth IRAs themselves. They don't really know that,
Nice.
but they have them. And I put
Like this as an example. My parents never invested in my Roth as a kid, but my friend's parents did. Right? Like my friend's parents had investments for her before she was even an adult. Again, like, and I understand. That's why, the reason I mentioned Chelsea Fagan is because she's the only progressive financial person that I watch. And so that's like, all the other financial people I watch are not progressives. And so it's like, it's very different. But that's why she is like, hey, you need to invest, like your kids need help, like people need help. And that's why I do think it's possible. I just think like it takes a level of knowing your why to really make it make sense. Right. I think that's what's so difficult. Like, do you know why you're saving, why you're doing this for your kids, and what standard of living should kids even assume to have? Right. Like, again, I want my kids to be better than I was, right? Which means it would have to be this level. Like this level of parenting would be better than what I was raised with. And at the same time, right? At the same time, it's like that conversation about whether or not poor people have kids. The question isn't whether or not poor people should have kids. That's a bad question. The question is, what life should the standard of what standard of living should kids be expected to have? And can you provide that for your kids? Okay. And like the answer for a lot of us is no. But look at these parents, right? They didn't come from a wealthy background, but they figured out how to give that standard of living to their kids because they were locked in, right? So they were locked in and it was a value of theirs. They really thought about it. Most people are not thinking about it. Most people are literally like, that's what I'm saying. Like even Christmas and stuff, especially when you have young kids, they're genuinely not going to know they're not getting Christmas gifts when they're like very, very young. You could get them 2 gifts and they would feel more than like rich. It's like your kids aren't going to even know yet. And those are the times when you should be thinking about it before you have kids. But like you can raise kids with good enough and still put them in this like saving mindset, which is what the parents are doing. They're teaching them how to save, And I think that's really important. So it's about what values are we also going to teach the kids and not come from a place of scarcity, but a place of wisdom, right? Like we're not giving you one gift this year because we're poor. We're giving you one gift this year because we don't believe in overconsumption. I hope you enjoy this gift. I really put a lot of thought into it. I think it's beautiful. I think it's really going to be good for you, versus these parents who make YouTube videos or TikTok videos, which I hope are fake, of 500 gifts for their kids for Christmas. Like, come on now. All of that's just going to end up in a landfill. What are we doing here?
Money into them as well. And then, of course, they have their own savings account that they are able to feed into as well.
They have small Roth IRAs and they have small 529s. And everything else will just be when we die,
Don't tell them that.
Yeah, don't tell them that.
They definitely are going to find out now.
But here's the tricky thing. If you have all this money at 25 years old, you might not try as hard. You might not work as hard. And you might not appreciate the things you have. You might not want to make something of yourself.
I do think that they, may feel like, oh, money is just everywhere. They think that with me as well as their father, and we have to put them back in their place. But I think what ends up helping is that a lot of times for things that they want, they pay for it.
Mommy, can you buy this for me? I said, sure, with your money. He said, oh, no, it's okay.
Yeah, actually, my brother's doing that with his kids, which I really like, is they can earn money. And same thing my parents did with us is like, we were allowed to earn our own money, and then we could buy whatever we wanted. So my parents never took our money. Our money was our money. Our parents really encouraged us to get summer jobs, to work on the weekends, but also they expected us to pay for our own phones, get our own cars. Now, I was lucky. My dad put $2,000 down on my first car, but also, and I think this is the problem, is that I do think though my dad had really good intentions about getting me that car, I didn't pick it out. It wasn't my choice. I was not financially asked about that car. All my dad asked me one day was like, what car payment can you afford? I was like, well, I'm working 3 jobs out of high school. I could probably afford $300 a month. And then he surprised me with this car where he did put $2,000 down, but then I had to pay off the rest. And it was it was a Nissan Sentra and it was brand new. And it was a really bad financial decision. But see how your dad, your parents want to spoil you, but it's not like he paid for it. Thank you for the down payment, but also I had to pay the rest of it off and it was over $20,000. You know what I mean? It was really hard. It was a really hard fight. And then what happened? We had a falling out and I lost one of my jobs because one of my jobs was with him. And then I moved living situations. I was just so financially in the hole in so many big ways. You know what I mean? And so as much as our parents want to that's why I say I did not grow up financially smart. My parents did not get their finances together until much later. And now they're much better off. But my parents were also late starters. They truly did not understand money until I don't even know, 10, 15 years ago. And I was way out of the house by that point, right? Yeah. Not to mention paying insurance as well. Exactly. Not to mention I was paying insurance and everything else. So it's like, I appreciate the gesture, but holy fuck. Versus my farm brother, he graduated high school with a savings and bought a van that was beat up for like $500, and it was his car for like 3 years. And he got mileage on that car. It was his car. And like, that's what I should have done. I should have gone that direction, but I didn't. I didn't go that direction. And I really think like those are the things I wish I had known when I was younger. I wish I was like better off, you know, but my farm brother was what is he? Five in line? He's number 5 in line. So he really got the most like lessons watching the older kids fuck up. And then he was like, okay, I got this. And he made the best financial decisions out of all the siblings, generally speaking, generally.
So in terms of talking about money with my children, our children, it's that, look, money doesn't grow on trees. You have to earn everything. You cannot develop an entitled mentality where, hey, life is so easy, life is so good, because life is hard.
Kids mostly learn like their parents' values and things by observation versus like direct lesson.
There we go. Attaboy, Jaden.
What I've done is try to get my children involved in the act of maintaining rental properties.
Chad says my brother-in-law got their son a BMW which he crashed, and then they bought him another one. I worry for him. I worry for everybody around him. He's crashing into people. No, that's horrible. See, that's that entitlement thing that they're worried about their kids having. That's horrible. Damn.
For example. So I bring them along
Okay, hold on, let's see.
in the act of maintaining rental properties, for example. So I bring them along, I get them to do a lot of the landscaping. When they see their parents getting down and dirty and doing the work, hopefully that builds that work ethic and that appreciation of money in the future.
For me, I think I will have my kids prepared for, well prepared for their own independent financial path, so they don't need to depend on us.
What are we doing as parents, you know, financially or morally or anything like that?
That's a point that's good though. Because like if you don't raise your kid, you know that saying, if you don't raise your kids, if you don't raise your kids, you'll raise your grandkids. These parents are saying, I will invest up front in my children so they don't need me later on. And hopefully they don't even need their kids, right? It's about a healthy environment of like, we'll help each other. But I never want my kids, like, it really bothers me that there are children right now who are so stressed about paying their financial bills for their parents because they know their parents didn't prepare. That is so frustrating for me. Or our kids who are raised poorly, so their parents into their 80s and 90s have to pay their bills because their kids never got their shit together. Guys, we all have to get our shit together. We all have to get our shit together, right? Do your absolute fucking best and get your shit together. That way, when people help you in the future, it's a pleasure versus a burden. Okay, like I hate watching grown ass kids put that pressure on their parents, and I hate parents putting that pressure on their kids. I hate it. It's so deeply unethical.
That if we're not
Immoral.
teaching them to be better, and then they should teach their children, if they decide to have them, to be better than them.
I love that she said if they decide to have them. Love that.
Some of the life lessons that I took from my mom about money is just knowing what you're doing with it.
No, pause. Said I will go homeless before asking my son for help. He's a kid now, but future speaking. Well, that's not healthy either, girl. Lock in. No, you can't be unhoused. Nobody should be unhoused. Now imagine putting that emotional burden on your kid where their parent is now unhoused. Do you think that's not going to emotionally burden your kid knowing their mom is on the streets? No. No, you just have to prepare. But I would be so upset if my parents did not ask me to stay at my place, because why would you rather be unhoused? No. Lock in, girls. Lock in. No. Absolutely not. Let your kid help you, right? Like that's your kid. You're his mom. You know what I mean? Like you want your kid to sleep good at night, right? Knowing that their mom isn't, in these bad positions.
And, not just using it whenever you feel like it, because it's not unlimited.
I would rather live the way where people get me stuff, buy me stuff.
And that's the difference between the two of them.
This is Julian. He is 10 years old. He's a 5th grader now. And over here, this one, come here, baby. This one is Jaden.
These are neurodivergent kids right here, baby.
He's 5 years old.
I just feel like I don't want to do this. But
The no filter at all. I love it.
When I got like 15, when I could actually start like working and stuff, I brought my game system down there, and my dad and my mom was just like, it was waiting too long to pay for the game. And I was like, I'm just gonna pay for it myself. And that money left the bank. That was definitely a hit. It was definitely a week or two where I didn't spend any money.
We have starting money, and at the end of every month, we get 5% of the money that we have and add it to it. And like all the money that we get, we can use half of it to spend, and the other half to just can't do anything with it.
I would want to have my own business because my mom has her own business. Like I would want to have my own business, like where I sell stuff and actually be successful in it. I love to help people like with tennis and stuff like that. And I just want money in 20 years.
I hope I would be a millionaire. I'm trying to work towards it, but I would just be glad having a great financial situation where I could provide for my family and hopefully, I was thinking about this the other day, retire my parents.
In 20 years, I see them where they see.
The dream of like retiring my parents is so funny to me because I think it's like a fantasy sold through capitalism in a sense, because again, like this dream of like your kids spending their dream, like how many of your parents retired their parents? Let's ask it that way. How many of your parents directly retired their parents? Right? So why are we sold this dream of retiring our parents? Because the system hasn't done its job by protecting seniors. So now it falls on the burden of the children to retire their parents instead of the system that is so fucking wealthy actually supporting elders. You know what I mean? And that's the thing.
Themselves. And so I would definitely just support them in whatever they will be wanting to do.
Okay, let's see. Life
I
today.
was able to achieve financial freedom at the age of 34 and become a stay-at-home dad and author.
I am retired.
I have a full-time job taking care of 2 kids and a husband.
The fear that drove me a lot in my 20s is completely gone.
Now, keep in mind, guys, they are not living a lavish life probably. They might say they're retired, but they could be living off 2K, 2.5K, 3K a month, right? Just because they're retired doesn't mean they're living, even if they have $1 million in investments, they're living off the interest, right? So they're not probably living off of a lot of money. And that's the thing that people have to understand. Even if you're living off interest, you have to have a large sum of money to live off a minimal interest. Let's say 60K a year, 70K a year. But that means you're not actually living above that. So don't think, oh, I'm retired, now I'm rich. Like, no, like you might be independent, but you're living off minimal income, which is why my partner and I say our goal is to think if we lived off this income forever, including if we ever made enough, quote, to live off investments, we would still be living in this lifestyle. We're not trying to live a lavish lifestyle. We're trying to live a stable lifestyle. So, you know what I mean? That's the thing, okay? I'll link this video after it's done, guys. Thank you for asking. I'll link it.
My day feels like it really begins when school gets out because I'm a coach on our son's baseball team.
Cute.
So we have baseball practice and soccer practice going on.
Mystery pitch.
We do a lot of moving kids around to and from sports before dinner and then getting ready for bed.
I describe myself as a mompreneur. I pretty much tailor my business around being a mom. And that's how I built it over the last 15 years.
Great. Love that. If I had kids, that's kind of what I would have done. Obviously, my partner would have been a stay-at-home partner, but that's what I would have done too. I would have thought about like working and having kids.
Traveling all around the world, sharing my story, how I paid off the 50 grand of debt in 2 years. In 5 years, I plan on being a millionaire.
Money is essential for living
See how she said she's not even a millionaire yet? Just like keep that in mind.
a comfortable life. But once you have enough, please think about the other more important things in life.
Money means to me, it's just a tool. It's nothing else other than that. It's to make sure the lights stay on, and make sure that we have a roof over our head, that we eat, because that's just the way the world is.
Like most tools, they're good for one thing, right? You're not going to use a hammer to fix a window, right? But if you apply it towards the right things, it can be very, very useful.
I think everybody can have financial freedom and time freedom at different levels. You don't actually have to be a millionaire. You can have $100,000 in the bank. You have $40,000 in the bank. If you're able, as a parent, to be able to go to any event that they have freely without worrying about getting fired or worrying about your money being taken, that is financial freedom. That is millionaire status.
I really don't know how we could fit jobs into our schedule.
Yeah, I used to work from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., even longer.
And that's the thing. So there are some people who, if they were living at home all day, would do nothing, right? And that, I think that's going to happen to some people, but I think most people want to be like this. If their values are foundationed and like really thoughtful, there's so much to do. Like my brother works from home and his wife is a stay-at-home mom, but they are so busy all of the time. They are always doing things. There's just like not enough hours in the day for all of the socializing and events and kids' education and like all of the things. Like they are always doing stuff. And I think there's like something about that because you realize how like time consuming life is. Now imagine you're a parent who's working 2 jobs just to put food on the table and you want to be there for your kid. And that's why I say there is a deeply sick thing happening with the system the way that it is. Because you should be spending this much time with your kids. The goal should be spending as much time with your kids as possible. The consequence of being a stay-at-home parent, though, is that financial instability, right? And that's the fear. The fear is that, can I afford to be a stay-at-home mom? Or in 20 years, am I going to regret this? So like, it's like eradicating that fear. And I think that's what's so hard to do. And so, yeah, I don't appreciate the conversations around money that are like all fear-based, like marriage is bad for men. What about divorce court? Or women are disadvantaged by marriage. Have money stashed away. You are all so unhealthy. You first need to ask yourself, am I healthy enough to even think about longevity? Because like if you move this fear into your 80s or 90s, like girl, I don't got time for it. You might as well not get married or do these things. But these people, at least by the way that it's being edited, the energy I'm getting from them is like they're not even thinking about that. See how like at least by the edit, none of these couples are even talking about that. They're just focused on their kids, the education, and having a better life. These are so normie. These people are so normie that they're like, do you know what I'm saying? Now, of course, we don't know the inner workings. We don't know the trauma behind it. We don't know what's happening in everyone's families. We don't know. But the point is like, you know, it's not negative. It's not like fear-based. Like Chelsea Fagan will say stuff like, she'll say stuff like, marriage is such a disadvantage for women. Like it's one of the biggest financial decisions you'll make. Yeah, girl, we know, girl. But also, like, I don't even know why. Like, talk about it from a gendered perspective, but also, like, talk about love. Like, she talks all the time how she's been with her partner for years and they have, like, separate bank accounts and, like, how women should always have money ready to go in case they have to get out. Like, fuck. I get being prepared, but also, Jesus, you're giving me anxiety. Like, yes, be smart and be prepared, but it's, like, kind of like when you get married and you're thinking about divorce. That's what it sounds like. Like, why are you married if you're always thinking about divorce? You know, it's one thing to know that you can get divorced, but if you're always thinking about divorce, that's the anxiety I get from Chelsea and everybody else. Like, are you guys always thinking about your partner switching it up on you or something? Because I know I don't do that. That's the thing. I don't do that. I am a good person. So I assumed I married somebody as good as me. That's the point of getting married is like, I married somebody as good as me and I would never do that to somebody. So I also married somebody who would never do that to somebody. Right? Now they're thinking, but you don't know that. And I'm thinking, well, then maybe you should marry them. Because it's not to say that my partner can't do that, but it's to say that I hopefully had the discernment and wisdom to marry somebody whose values are similar to mine. And again, I exist so that if for other people like me must exist, right? And that's what it's about. Now, again, these people could be, who knows, they could be abusive as fuck. But right now, in just the way they're being depicted, I like it.
Now I cannot imagine that life.
Bum, 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 bum. Cute. Okay, I really liked that video, actually. I'm so glad it came up on my feed. I'll link it in the chat, of course. I love that. I think there's something really beautiful to be said about like when you have healthy dynamics with money and how to make it work in your advantage, but also, you know, how challenging it can be when you're trying to be a little bit more self-aware, I guess, about how you're engaging in a system that is like deeply unethical and like how to best make it work for you and your values. And that's why you have to sit down and ask yourself, like, what are my values? How do I want to show up in the world? How do I want to spend money? And not being worried about being perfect. It's always about harm reduction. I think when we have these conversations, people just start getting judgy about like, oh, well, how do you spend your money? That's not the question. You shouldn't be asking me how I spend my money. You should be asking you how to spend your money. I'm telling you to go home and ask yourself, how are we spending our money? Not, well, how are you spending? Don't compare yourself to other people. I don't give a fuck what other people are doing. What are you doing? Notice how these couples didn't compare themselves to other people. They were just solely focused on like what they were doing. That introspection and extrospection is so important. What am I doing? What am I doing? Who cares what other people are doing? Because like when you're keeping up with the Joneses, when you're trying to compare yourself to other people, you're going to get distracted. What am I doing? How are we spending money as a family? How do we want to show up in the world? Okay. Now, give me a second and we'll come back and we'll watch this Andrew Tate video because we have some updates on what the bros have been up to. Apparently, horrible people as usual. Be right back. All right. Okay. Pausing music in 1, 2, 3. Let's see. Discord said that's my parents' problem, comparing themselves with their American siblings, I feel. Yeah, I feel like comparison really is the thief of joy, right? But I think even more than that, like, it's really hard to know. You know what really started to really bother me about Pokimane? And again, like, you know how much we work so hard to deconstruct our internalized misogyny. I know the way men go after this woman online, so I'm not trying to contribute to that. But she is, from just like an autistic girly who's queer and all that stuff, she is so deeply unlikable. And I think it's because she's just capitalism to me. Like, she's just marketing. Like, I cannot trust anything she says. Like, everything about her brand, everything about the way, is she Asian baiting as well? Like, am I the only one that feels so awkward the way that she's like, and everything? Like, you know, like, You're not even Asian. Like, but she's doing the, like, you know what I mean? Like Ariana who? You know what I'm saying? Like something about the way that she just like exists. You know what I mean? I'm just like, oh, I want to like her because she's like, you know, there's nothing bad about her, but there's something about her that I'm like, I can't trust you. And then I'm like, is she masking? Is that what it is? Is she just like so severely masking that I'm like, are you okay? Like, compared to Jacqueline, and I didn't want to go into this because I didn't want the misogynist to come in here and rant about, you know what I mean? But Jacqueline is like sitting here crying in her kitchen. And I'm like, okay, I know where Jacqueline's coming from. Pokey's not. Pokey's like, yeah, it's hard being a girl, but you know, she's just like, there's something about the packaging of her that I'm like, and she is making deals with everyone. She is like a branded YouTuber. Now she is business. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to be professional, but she is like business. She is capitalism incarnate. Like, she is just, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, oh my gosh. And I just felt very like, whoa, my values are so strongly progressive that I just like see her and I'm like, no. And I know people in the comment section of the video were like, you know, how are you supposed to know what people do with their money? Like, what's wrong with buying people gifts? Nothing's wrong with buying people gifts, bro. Okay. But like an $8,000 watch is not like, you know what I mean? Like, why? Again, like, you know, my wedding ring, my rings were like $200 each. And that was like a splurge for us. And look, that I feel like is reasonable. Like, they're forever rings. $200 each ring is like not the biggest deal. We both got 2 rings. They're beautiful. They're white gold. They're like gonna be very, you know, they're locally bought. We like contributed to Croatia's economy. Okay. And I don't know, they felt like a really good investment for us because we don't buy ourselves like jewelry like this. You know, I've never spent that much on a ring before, but I felt like they were really, really like, I'm really happy with this purchase. And that feels like a splurge, you know, that, I mean, that's a pretty big, it's not that jewelry is not pretty, by the way. Like, I also think it's beautiful, but like, I also think it's like, okay, relax, you know, there's like something about it, but like, yeah, I understand, like, for some people that's crazy. But like, I don't even care if they had spent $20. Like, that idea of like, oh my God, I'd be so ashamed if my partner got me an engagement ring that was $20. Well, sure, maybe if the $20 was a ring that's gonna break on us. Like, when I went to the jewelry shop, I said, we went to many jewelry shops, by the way. But when I went to the jewelry shop, I said, hey, I need a ring that is not going to break. I don't want any decorations on the ring that's gonna fall off. I don't want to ever have to come repair my rings. You know what I mean? I want rings that are, I can wash dishes, I can make bread, I can wash my hands 1,000 times, I can, you know, garden with them. I want rings that like I'm going to be able to have for forever, right? Like forever. And the lady was like, I hear you, because like a lot of people, what I find happens, and this is no judgment, but what I find happens in my bubble where I grew up is they're like middle class-ish, and because they can't afford diamonds, they get zirconium. And it's like a cheaper version. And eventually they get rings that like don't hold up, right? They like fall, or they're not as good. They're not as well set, or it's not as fancy, or it's like they're trying to be fancy without being fancy. So like a $3,000 ring. And I'm like, but why do you need to spend $3,000 on a ring? Like, it was like they couldn't afford the real ring. So they spent a lot of money on the ring that was like better, but not even what they wanted. I'm like, versus, listen, I'm not judging, but I really wanted these rings. Like, there were so many options, and these were the rings I really, really wanted. Like, really wanted. And they cost me, you know, $400 for the 2 rings. And they were still quality rings. They're still good rings. But like, it's the point is like, you didn't even want that ring. But they wanted the gesture of I spent $3,000 on it. And I'm like, but why? You didn't even want that ring. If you wanted that ring for $3,000 and you saved up, we could have a conversation, right? So that's also the thing. If you saved up for 20 years to buy yourself a $3,000 purse, I totally feel you. But where's the company you're buying it from? Where did you get it? Is it secondhand? Is it not? Like, there are a lot of ways to get you the ring, right? Like I said in my podcast, it's not the fact that you have the diamond ring, it's why do you have it? You know what I mean? If I had somebody in my family who was like, hey, I have this like designer bag, and I know you've been saving up for one for like 5 years, I'll sell it to you secondhand. I'd be like, oh, okay, cool. Then my money's going to family and a friend, and I get the designer bag I want. Then okay, right? So then it's like, it's not the fact that you have the bag. Like Pokey's Birkin came secondhand. So I looked online for all the prices of the items, but I didn't end up including a lot of the information in the podcast. But allegedly the bag goes used for maybe 10K. Okay. But you know what I also don't like about Pokey is she does this thing where it's like false humility. Oh my God. I'm an immigrant, teehee, and I just couldn't imagine spending this money on me. But my friend said like, it's okay. So it maybe felt okay to spend this money on me. Girl, I would rather just have her be Samantha Jones, who's like, yes, I bought this ring for me. I fucking earned it. Fuck off. I would rather her have that attitude than this like, oh my God, I don't know. I hate buying gifts for myself. Oh my God, it's so embarrassing. But like, I did it. And it's like, just do it. It feels fake. Like, first of all, we didn't need to know this. Like, that's the other thing. I didn't need to know you bought this Birkin for yourself. You did not need to make this out of content. And by the way, just for the record, once again, YouTuber to YouTuber, if she makes content off the thing she bought, she can technically write it off for taxes. If you bought the supply for content or use the thing in content, I'm not saying she did this because she might not have, but I'm saying she probably wanted to pay for that bag also because she knew it would make money. So she made it into content, not just for taxes. Maybe she didn't use it for taxes, right? But what she probably did was made the money back from that post just posting about it. Right? And that's fine, but that means she can't ever do anything for herself without sharing it because she needs to make the money back. You know what I mean? And I'm like, just like buy your brother jewelry without needing to make the money back, but she can't. So then I'm like, then you can't afford it. Don't buy it. But let's be real. We did not need to see her put 18 designer bags together for her friends. Did you see that? Hello. And by the way, most of those friends were streamers, right? They were like famous people. A lot of them were like popular people. She's like, some of my closest friends. And then I'm like, aren't those people streamers? Do I not know these faces? Anyways, there's just like something about this bubble that I really hate. Discord said, if you're going to participate in capitalism, own it. She tries to water it down so she doesn't get as many haters from my point of view, which is why she's unauthentic and performative to me. That's what it is. That's what it is. Like, if you're going to do this, just do it and go for it. Right? Like, just go for it. But it's like this idea of like, oh my God, I'm so embarrassed. Teehee. But then again, I don't want to hear Asmin and all these boys hate on Pokey because they do more and worse. Do you know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that, like, I don't want to add to the voices of misogynistic men who hate her already. And also, I think like her money, her ethics around money is just weird to me. You know? Yeah, I don't know. And every, like, the advice she was giving about, you guys are bringing it up about like hiring a guy who will save you money. Yeah, because like, of course. And I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. I'm not saying you shouldn't write shit off. I write shit off too. You know what I mean? But also I try to be very like real about also what I'm doing. And like, I don't buy things with this idea of like, oh, I'll just write it off. Because obviously that would make sense. Like, we don't buy things we don't need to write it off. But I know a lot of people who like buy things they don't need. So they're like, oh, you can write it off, but you don't need that. It's not actually for work, like in that way. Like, I get what you're saying, but I don't get what you're saying. Like, you know what I mean? I mean, I get it, but I don't really get it. You know, I'm not trying to say like you shouldn't feel like you can write off lunches or write off, you know, if you're talking about work, you're working, right? Especially when you're a content creator, everything you do is work. Yes, you can write it off, and I think you should. So fuck the tax man, fuck the IRS, you know, all that stuff in a respectful way. You know what I mean? In a respectful way, of course. Pay your taxes. But also, you know, it's like there's a line there that I think has to be appropriate. You know what I mean? Where, yeah, I think this is the problem that's hard. Is like, pay your fair share of taxes, and, you know, we're not trying to be like, you know what I'm saying? There's like a line. Yeah, it's just interesting because like rich people do get rich by like learning all of these loopholes. So then if you talk about generational wealth, actually, I think the dilemma with the word generational wealth or that conversation, you know what I mean, is like really difficult too. Because generational wealth to me means like generational. Meaning like somebody made it generations ago and you benefit from it. Not one generation, like, oh, my parents did good, so I'm good. That's not generational wealth to me. Like if people say like, I want to make generational wealth, I'm thinking like 4 or 5 generations. I'm not thinking one generation, because that's just like, to me, that's not even wealth. That was like, okay, money you made, sort of. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's interesting, this conversation around money. And then it goes back to that idea of like, hey, we're all just like people on a planet. So they feel like, you know, you might as well just like learn all these loopholes and do it anyways. I get it. I do understand people's perspective on that. But also, I don't know. But yeah, these trips, like taking themselves to foreign countries, flying places. And by the way, that is the perk of being an independent contractor. When you're a photographer and you go do wedding shoots, you get to write it off for work, which is amazing, right? You're a travel blogger. That's amazing. So I just want to make it clear. If you're a food blogger, yeah, write that shit off. Go eat out at restaurants and write it off and make it into work. Just to be clear, right? Just to be clear, write that shit off. Okay? That's the perk of paying extra tax and being a 1099 worker. Pay that shit off, own a company, write that shit off. Okay? Like I'm not mad about that. Maybe this is where my values differ. You're not engaged. Okay, I think it's the fact that she bought what she bought at the price she bought it at is what's annoying to me more than her writing it off. If that makes sense. Like, I mean, maybe writing it off is not the right thing to do, but like maybe it's like also the purchase. Again, it goes back to why you did it. You know what I mean? Are you a man who's actually fighting for the liberation of women, or are you just trying to get back another man? Did you do this thing for the right reasons? And then of course it's not our job to decide that, but it is our job to decide, I don't like that. Like, you know, if let's say my siblings were selling lemonade and the lemonade cost 30 cents to make and they were selling it for $17, I'd be like, what are you doing? They're like, well, I can. So, and I'm like, no. Like, I think that's shitty. You know what I mean? I don't think it's nice. I think it's like a shitty way to do business. But to other people, they're like, hey, if people are willing to buy it, I don't think like that. You know, that's what it feels like. It feels like, you know what I mean? But anyways, what are you going to do? You know, everyone has a different idea of what they think is like, you know, the line. All right, let's watch this. Investigation, how the Tate brothers were freed from Romania, December 11th, 2025, New York Times. Let's get an update here.
In February, after confinement in Romania, Andrew and Tristan Tate posted a video to their followers.
We're massively back, massively.
They were in a private plane being whisked to Florida. Since 2022, they had been under criminal investigation in Romania. They had both been accused of trafficking dozens of women into a porn business that they ran. Andrew had also been accused of raping one of those women and of having sex with a 15-year-old.
Which he brags about constantly. There are so many interviews he has done bragging about sleeping with girls who are under 18. Because he goes, well, it's legal there. It's legal there. So I don't want to hear anybody talk about like, it was legally rape. It wasn't rape. It's a kid, bro. You're having sex with a kid.
Prosecutors in Romania had prohibited them from leaving the country.
Feel that? It's the feeling of leaving Romanian soil.
This moment is the culmination of years of efforts by the Tates to cozy up to conservative influencers, members of the Trump family, and administration officials. My name's Megan Toohey. I'm an investigative reporter here at the New York Times. My colleague Isabella Quai and I have spent months interviewing dozens of people in Romania, the United States, and Britain. We have reviewed hours and hours of video clips, hundreds of pages of text messages and emails and court documents. And we're able to piece together how the American right helped the Tate brothers get out of Romania. Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan are major stars in the so-called manosphere.
Welcome to the party, gentlemen. He-Man, woman haters party. It's a man's party.
Okay, so Andrew Tate, again, no values, whatever it takes to win, okay? He goes, oh, are we supposed to love Trump right now? We love Trump. That's what Jeff Bezos and all these billionaires are doing. So when it was not cool to be conservative, they're like, look, we're liberals. We care about the environment. Now that it's cool to be conservative, they're like, we're conservatives. You know, that's how these people work in this bubble. Whatever they have to do, whoever's hand they have to shake to get ahead, to make money, to be, quote, the big dogs, that's all they care about. They do not have any actual values, any morals. They do not live by a code of ethics, none of it.
Andrew is a former professional kickboxer who built a huge online following, preaching unapologetic masculinity and chauvinism.
All of history was built by men, always has been. If a woman is going out with a man, she belongs to that man, that's his woman.
He's told his audience that they were victims of feminism, that they've been maligned by the economy and brainwashed by the media.
You are now full slave mode, and that's all they want. So you will continue to work your shit job for shit money.
He and his brother have gained millions and millions of followers. They sell online courses.
I just think it's interesting that these men made money, made their millions, made their wealth off of women. But the women get none of the credit. And he'll be like, oh, men built the world. But do you want to take credit for all the bullshit that men also did to women and the planet and people? Right? Like, do you want to take any credit for that? You know, it's the idea that like they get to live in a world that says without these kinds of men, so not even men in general, by the way, because they don't like all men, right? Andrew Tate hates some kinds of men. What he means is the kind of man that I see myself as, I think is the best kind of man. When obviously it's so obvious they are the worst kind of men. But that's kind of the irony, is that it works, especially with Trump being the president. He kind of gets to be the best kind of man because, like, look, America voted for a man who's very similar to him, right? And so there is something to be said about the myth around, and again, I say this all the time, that the myth of the hero was created by the patriarchy, so mediocre men feel good about themselves. But again, it's not people who happen to be men. It's people who sign up for this version of masculinity that says without men, the world wouldn't be. As if that would ever work anywhere else. You know what I mean? Like, the world doesn't even need to exist with humans, like, because the world doesn't revolve around us. But see how the world revolves around men? The world could not have existed without men. But like, the world does exist without people. The world does exist. But see, from a human perspective, if humans are the top of the food chain for you, if all you care about is people, then your narcissism, your ego, leads you to thinking that it centers around you as an existing like force and top of the food chain predator. And that's why you want to be the top of the food chain. And there's a lot to be deconstructed there, right? And yes, Chad, definitely a 2A. On the levels, definitely a 2A. I think born into a 2C bubble and like rose the ranks and figured it out and wanted to be a 2A. And I think that's why it's so gross. And I think that's why so many people become victims of these people. Epstein and Trump and Elon, they're victim makers. Andrew Tate, they make victims and call it masculinity.
To young men about how to make money and how to exploit women. That included this PhD program, short for Pimping Hose Degree. They share what they say they've learned in pushing their girlfriends into making online sexual content for paying customers.
It's not just about picking up girls, it's about like converting them into really loving you enough to moving in with you and working for you and giving you all the money.
What are we talking about? That's what I'm saying. He says it with his full chest. Men built the world.
The girlfriends into making online sexual content for paying customers.
It's not just about picking up girls, it's about like converting them into really loving you enough to moving in with you and working for you and giving you all the money.
The brothers who have both American and
Do you know what I'm saying? What is even up for debate? What is even up for debate? What is even up for debate?
and British citizenship, started this porn business.
You know what this reminds me of? And Andrew should know this. He's black, okay? But it's like when white people want to take credit for building America. And I'm like, what about all the enslaved people? What about all the immigrants? And they're like, yeah, but who controlled them? Yeah, but who owned them? Yeah, but who led them? And I'm like, it's so interesting to me that without the same people you exploited, you could never have made your wealth. But then you get all the credit for not only exploiting people and enslaving people, but also you'd even do most of the work. See how they give themselves all the fucking credit?
Over a decade ago in Britain. In 2015.
Sorry, all of the credit and none of the responsibility of the bad. All of the credit and none of the responsibility.
Andrew was arrested 3 times after multiple women accused him of assault. And while prosecutors eventually declined to bring charges, the investigation prompted Andrew to leave Britain. Andrew said that he thought that they'd be better served in Romania.
It's a little bit lawless, you know? You can get away with shit you can't get away with in the West.
Eventually, the brothers get banned from several of the biggest social media platforms, only to find new homes on Rumble, a site that was backed by JD Vance's venture capital firm. And
What? Wait, I did not know that. I did not know that.
A right-wing site. And then things really explode. In December 2022, the brothers are arrested in Romania. They had been under criminal investigation for several months after a complaint that an American citizen had been held by them against her will. The brothers are charged with organizing a criminal group and trafficking 7 women into their porn business. And Andrew is also accused of raping one of those women. And later, prosecutors in Britain would bring charges of trafficking and rape against Andrew and Tristan.
And by the way, if with all of the evidence and Andrew Tate's own admission and videos isn't enough, you wonder why people don't come forward or go to the police. They were investigating these men. These men bragged about what they did. They literally bragged about it. We have video evidence of them, text messages bragging, and it isn't enough to convict them. And then you wonder why victims don't come forward and go to the cops. You won't believe it when the predator says it with their full chest that they did it. Andrew Tate with his full chest would be like, yeah, I had sex with kids. And you're like, nah, he didn't do that. That's feminist propaganda. The man said it himself, bro.
These additional charges that have been authorized will move forward once the Romanian case is complete. Through our reporting, we also found that the Tates have been quietly under investigation here in the United States by anti-trafficking agents and federal prosecutors. Andrew and Tristan Tate deny all allegations. While all of this is happening, they're building more and more powerful allies in the United States.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, philosophically evil person after another here, huh?
States. In 2017, as Andrew tells it, he did a tweet in support of Donald Trump, and soon Andrew and Don Jr. had connected at Trump Tower.
Jesus. He made me a coffee. Like, he's a cool dude.
And this support and this relationship continues through 2023. When Andrew and his brother are placed under house arrest, Don Jr. sends out a tweet of support. By that point, the Tates had hired Joseph McBride, this attorney who had come to prominence representing Trump supporters accused of insurrection on January 6th. And McBride pitches his new client to conservative host Tucker Carlson, who travels to Romania and conducts a lengthy interview with Andrew in his mansion.
I mean, I was sympathetic to you already, but a man's accused of human trafficking. It's worth finding out what he's accused of.
The Tucker Carlson interview gets more than 112 million views. This is a key turning point.
See what I'm saying? It's all marketing. Like, it's all a package being sold and consumed. And I get that now. Like, I also want to believe it because, like, I don't engage in this bubble and I don't think this way. But all of it at the end of the day is a way. That's why, you know how many emails I get, guys? I get emails all the time. Hey, Brittany, so-and-so is, is on book for their tour, are on tour for their book. Would you like to interview them on your pod? And I'm like, no. And like, I'll look into people and like, they are people. And they're like, oh, hey, Britt, this person wants to. And that's how these people get on every podcast, because people are cold emailing content creators and content creators are saying yes, because in their head, this is like a good thing. But in my head, I'm like, I'm not going to do that. But I used to think it was just like harmless collaborations that were meant to be like people talking. And now I'm like, oh, you're like using me. Because I don't think that way. I don't think like about people using you for, you know what I'm saying? But like, that's what this is.
Soon, other high profile conservatives are defending the Tates.
When I see some of these videos and I see conservatives assigning like real meaning to you saying stuff that is just so obviously.
Candace Owens is so philosophically evil. This is the queen of 2As right here. She is so deceivingly. This is why her and Charlie Kirk's widow are like going at each other, because like they're both so playing the game and it's just a matter of who will come out on top, right? Like they're obviously so in the same game.
Content for young boys.
Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan stand for the same things that I stand for.
These relationships are mutually beneficial. These conservatives are tapping into Tate's audience to expand their reach and connect with a demographic that is crucial to the president's re-election campaign.
Listening to him with Tucker for an hour and a half, 2 hours, it clicked. Okay, now I see why he's popular.
And by 2024, Barron Trump is also a fan.
What? Barron? Barron, go to school.
Barron hosts a dinner at Mar-a-Lago for several
Oh, yeah, wait, I think I do know this.
prominent conservative influencers. One of them was Justin Waller, who has helped the Tates run their businesses and says that he's widely seen as the third brother. Waller told me that Barron admired the Tates, and he said that he and Barron called Andrew together and discussed the Tates case. When we reached out for comment, McBride called our reporting on the relationship between Andrew and Barron fake news. So the Tates are building up a lot of support here in the United States. And after Trump is reelected, some of the
No, Barron is in school. Chet said Barron doesn't need school. He's rich already. But he is. He got accepted to one of the New York schools. Remember that video that came out and all the kids are like, oh, it's going to be weird going to school with him. And Trump is like, my son got into one of the best colleges. My son is so amazing. And I'm like, well, how cool would it have been if Barron took the Vivian route and fully rebelled? Let's go, Barron. We need, oh my God. Wouldn't it be amazing if one of Trump's kids were like, go fuck yourself? Vogue. Like, that's what we need, you know?
those supporters have even more power and influence than they did before. Paul Ingrassia, who had once served on the Tate's legal team, is now the White House liaison to the Justice Department. He had called Andrew Tate an extraordinary human being and a target of the deep state and the satanic elite. Alina Habba, who had served as a personal lawyer to Trump, was now a counselor to the president. She appeared on a podcast with Andrew in January.
We need strong, powerful voices like yours. And yeah, I got your back over here.
And this man, Richard Grenell, a special diplomatic envoy for Trump, discussed the Tate's case with at least 2 Romanian officials. Our reporting found that one of those discussions took place last December at Mar-a-Lago with an advisor to the Romanian Prime Minister. Ponta told us that he had discussed the Tate's case with Grenell. He then backpedaled and said they had not discussed the case. The other discussion was with Romania's foreign minister at a conference in Munich in February. In a statement to the Times, Grenell said it was the foreign minister who raised the issue of the Tates. His statement did not address the Mar-a-Lago conversation. The public support from some of these allies set off alarm bells in Romania. Officials at the American
Chet said on his question, is Andrew Tate still relevant? Well, he's currently being transported to Florida. So he's about to be, he might be the next president of the United States. Get ready, girls, lock in. Remember when I first ignored Andrew Tate too, and I said no one's going to make this guy famous, and then he was everywhere? Don't underestimate him. Like I did before, because I underestimated him. I thought no one's stupid enough to fall for Andrew Tate. My bad. And now he's being flown to Florida. And he just might be the next president of the United States. He could do it. He's a U.S. citizen, right? That's what I'm saying.
Embassy in Romania told us that they feared what would happen if their bosses in Washington instructed them to release new passports to the Tates in violation of the Romanian criminal justice system. It didn't come to that, but an extraordinary order came down from the highest levels of the Romanian government. On February 26th, Andrew sent a text message to someone close to him that we reviewed. He had been made aware that he was going to be released. He wrote, I have very detailed instructions from the Americans about crossing borders, phones, passports, etc. I can't say more. This goes into instant effect. The next day, the Tates file a request that prosecutors lift their travel bans and return their
Jet said, I thought he's not from America originally. His parent is an American, aren't they? Isn't his mom an American, I think? Or his dad? Someone's an American originally, right? That's why he's both. Oh, he was born in Washington, D.C.? Yeah, so he's an American. Though they're trying to stop the birthright citizenship, so, you know. But no, he's an American.
Passports. We spoke to sources who spoke to us on the condition of anonymity, who told us that the prosecutors did not want to do this. But the prime minister believed that lifting the travel bans would appease the Trump administration.
Damn, bro.
He did not respond to requests for comment.
Damn, bro.
In the early hours of February 27th, the brothers were driven to a private plane.
No one has ever been more back than we just got.
At the time,
look at that smug smile, bro.
No one has ever been more back than we just.
This is why evil men get away in a philosophically evil world. Because there are people who are going to celebrate this. There are still people that would be, you know, just like, you know, thinking it was safe to like send their daughters to date this man. Ugh.
At the time, we asked McBride, their lawyer, whether the Trump administration had anything to do with their release. And he didn't answer the question directly, but he said, Quote, do the math. These guys are on the plane.
Jesus Christ.
Once they're back in the United States, the Tates are filming themselves partying in Miami, looking at apartments in New York, hobnobbing with Kanye West in Los Angeles.
What?
Partying in Miami, looking at apartments in New York, hobnobbing with Kanye West in Los Angeles. But they weren't welcomed by all. There were some conservatives who spoke out against them upon their arrival. Some said that they undermined traditional conservative values.
Wait, this happened already. Why did I think the way they said the news, how the Tates were freed from Romania? Okay, so I thought this piece was saying that they are currently heading to Florida because we already knew this happened, but didn't they have to leave again? We'll look into it after this video.
Other people likened the allegations against them to the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein. Through all of this, it's becoming clear that there is a rift on the right. Trump says he knew nothing about it.
I know nothing about that. You're saying he's on a plane right now?
An official with the White House said it is not involved in anything related to the Tates' legal matter.
Actually, Chet said predators move in a flock, and this is why we question people who are friendly with predators. Not to say you can't play a role in trying to save your family from this group, but to say that if your family is in a group and you're in that group, then you are associated with them. Like, you are now associated. And the dilemma is like, what does that look like? It's a little gray and nuanced in a sense, but generally speaking, this is why guilty by association is such a big deal, right? So it is a big part of it, right? What is this comment? Your son knew about his legal matters. Of course, you know. He's probably mentions it at dinner. Your son knew, like Barron knew, like your son knew about his legal matters. Of course, you know. He's probably mentions it at dinner. Who? Barron? Oh, Barron. Yeah. Barron. I think like that's the thing is like, I think all of these people flock together because they are similar and because they are protecting each other. And I think that's the point. That's why I say to these women, please stop engaging with these men. They're so scary. Like, they're so dangerous and they need you. They need you. They need you. But then we have to also accept that women uphold patriarchy. And there are women like Candace Owens and others who will be more than happy to uplift these men in their power, thinking they'll get some of the benefit, right?
In March, they returned to Romania.
But if you are ready to, come out of it, if you want to get better, then I think you should have the right to redemption, right? Like, if they're truly like, oh my gosh, I just had a realization of how dangerous this is, and like I don't want to be this person anymore, then I think there is a path to redemption there.
For a court date and have not come back. Shortly after they left, one of Andrew's former girlfriends accused him of...
Okay, so they have not come back.
Assaulting her when they reunited during his visit.
We covered this on stream.
She said that when they had sex, he had beaten her and...
See, like this girl, I know some people are like, well, she should have known. It is so hard to believe that the people in your life that make you laugh and have a good time are also predators. And I'm so sorry she had to go through this. And I am also glad she had a wake-up call. And I'm so glad she stood up for herself. But yeah, like, I believe her. Because I also believe Lauren Southern, who also claims that Andrew Tate raped her. I believe her. Why wouldn't he? He literally already bragged about raping kids. Why would he rape women? Do you know what I'm saying? If he's willing to rape children, I'm pretty sure he'd be okay raping women. So I don't know why we're acting like that's so far-fetched.
Choked her to near unconsciousness, which he denies.
Yeah, it's interesting. This is an investigation how the Tate brothers were freed from Romania. Okay, I wish this had been a little bit more updated. I know they just posted this, but I kind of wanted like an updated story, like where are the Tate bros now? Let's see if we can find that out. Where are the Tate brothers now? Let's see. This is in May. Charges have been authorized by CPS for offenses including rape, actual body harm, human trafficking. Andrew Tate will return to the UK, face charges. Let's see. Do I have, do we know, like, what are they doing now? Okay, investigation delves into the Tate brothers. Okay, we just watched this. So this makes sense, but like, okay, do we have any idea of where they are literally right now? Because I want to know that too, like, I guess we'll have to wait and see, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Tate brothers, like, we're going to end up seeing them involved with some of our local politicians or some American politicians. But also, you know, this is how it starts. You network, you make friends, you get suggested, one thing leads to another. Like, we know, we know there's corruption. I don't know why we're pretending like we don't know corruption exists. The dilemma, and this is why I say we're all complicit in the world as it is, the corruption is allowed to maintain because we maintain the corruption. And it's not easy to not disengage. I mean, it's very hard. It's very hard to, you know, bother thinking about corruption in politics when you can't put food on the table. But that corruption in politics is what is making it so hard to put food on the table. And so it's like a relationship. We're in an abusive relationship with politicians, with the governments, with these men. We are in a toxic relationship, and it's hard to know how to get out. It is so difficult. And that's why I think I focus so much on philosophy, because I'm just hoping that eventually through a process of learning, we'll gain some of the wisdom to know what to do, you know? Yeah. But it really is like all these men who love to brag about like men built the world. Well, exactly. It's not doing too good. Like, I just think it's so interesting that they're happy with the result of what they created. Is this it? This is the best you could do? Because it's pretty fucking bad. So what are you bragging about? What are you bragging about? You know, what do you think you're bragging about? Now, somebody said this in a TikTok. Actually, I think am I logged into my TikTok? No. Okay. I saw a girl on a TikTok say, I'm pretty sure if a woman did what Jesus did, they wouldn't have crucified her because they would have just been like, yeah, it makes sense. Like, Jesus as a man was so radical because he's like, love your neighbor, bro. But if a woman said that, they'd be like, women and their love their neighbor. But a man does it and it's radical and it starts a whole religion. These men, you know what I mean? All right. I'm going to sneeze so hard right now. Oh my God. My allergies have been crazy. I'm dying. Okay. I'm going to watch this video with you. Discord recommended it. I have something to say about it already. Psychology with Dr. Anna. I'm literally begging you to stop using therapy speak, she said. Let's talk about it because I have a new way to think about this that no one said yet. So let's see if she says it. Let's see.
Like everywhere I look, people are complaining about therapy speak.
Do you ever want to say how you really feel without consequences? Do you have no intention to ever work on yourself but want to seem evolved? Do you want to get away with literally anything you want? Then you might need to learn therapy speak. With therapy speak, you can bail on things last minute. Hey, I can't come to your birthday tonight. I need to honor my personal boundaries and conserve my emotional bandwidth. I'm at capacity right now. Oh my God, of course. Protect your peace, girl. Avoid being there for your friend. You need to lean into the discomfort, practice radical acceptance, and learn how to self-soothe. True, you're literally so wise. And break up with people with no explanation. I'm not in a space to authentically show up, so I'm practicing compassionate detachment. Yo, that's so valid. If I ever go to therapy one day, I'll probably understand then. But therapy speak. Do whatever you want and still sound like the better person.
Ah, it was so fun tonight. I'll see you this weekend at my housewarming, right?
To be radically honest, upon further reflection, it has come to my attention that I'm no longer able to spend time with your friend group because I find them to be insufferable and quite frankly, toxic. In order for us to spend more time together, it's going to have to be one-on-one outside of them.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Did someone say something?
No, it's just their vibes. It's just their vibes.
I don't care how much like TikTok therapy speech you have internalized, you do owe people things, especially if you're in relationships with them. Like if you're friends with someone, you do owe them a text back. You do owe them hanging out. You do owe them like honesty and empathy.
I see estranged parents complaining about how their kids are saying they're setting boundaries.
If I'm being completely honest, upon further reflection, I actually fundamentally disagree with these TikToks and think they are made as rage bait and aren't actually engaging at the issues at hand. And I personally feel I have to put down a boundary with my own consumption of these TikToks because I genuinely think they're bullshit and rage bait. That's how I feel. I think they're not real. I think they're fake. I think they saw one person act crazy and made it a trend. I don't think it's real and I don't think it's happening. I think it doesn't matter how your boyfriend says I love you. We don't need to stop saying I love you. We need to dump our bad boyfriends. We don't need to eradicate therapy speak. We need to actually just understand who's using it honestly. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think this is happening. And if it is happening to you, you have bad friends. But the truth is like this idea of like you owe your friends text messages isn't a real friendship. my friendships aren't at gunpoint. My friendships are genuine, right? And we have real conversations. And if my friend says like, hey girl, I'm sorry I didn't text you back. I know it's been a month. I've just been really tired. I'm like, okay, cool, bro. Thanks for letting me know. Love you. Thought so. That's what I figured. Because it actually doesn't make her a bad friend that she's tired. And if she was being a bad friend, I would just sit down and be like, hey, I love you. And I know you've been really going through it. Can we talk about how to be more present in each other's life? Because I would love to see you more. Instead of like, you're being a bad friend, it's like, I don't think so. I don't think my friend would purposely avoid me, right? Unless she was really going through something. Because I don't think, and I also don't think it's specific to me. Because I know my friends and I know, like, I even told my partner, I was like, oh, my friend hasn't gotten back to me in 3 weeks, but I bet she's literally like recovering. He goes, oh yeah. And I was like, oh, definitely. If I know her, she's definitely like recovering, you know? So I feel like what happens is like, we're not actually creating bonding. We're not bonding with our people. And then we think the therapy speech is the issue. Cause like, look, my partner and I talk like this in our relationship, only we're actually just using the vocabulary. If I go to my partner and I'm like, I actually feel like that was a little like internalized misogyny. We're not just using those words, we mean them. Hey, do you feel like that person's a narcissist? Like, we're not just saying it. We're like, do you think they need to go see a therapist? Like, we're not just, we mean it. If I look at my friends and I'm like, it's giving gaslighting, but like, literally, are you okay, bro? Like, are you actually trying to gaslight me right now? Like, it's like, you know what I mean? So like, I think it's not the words, it's what we mean when we say them. So if somebody says like, oh, hey, I need like to put down a boundary and they're trying to weaponize therapy language, that's not any different than them weaponizing I love you. Do you know what I'm saying? So when you say stop using therapy speak, that's like saying stop saying I love you. It's not the therapy speak and it's not the I love you. It's the fact that you're weaponizing it. Do you know what I mean? It just feels like we're not getting down to the root of the problem, you know? Chad says, is the difference that your actions back up those words? The difference, I don't know exactly. Let me know if I don't know exactly which part you're talking about, but I would just say like we have to know what's really going on versus what we think is going on. Okay, which one of your friends has genuinely canceled same day on your birthday? Nobody I was deeply really close to, and nobody who wasn't really going through something. The only people, and this hasn't happened since my early 20s, the only people in my life who have ever canceled same day have either been very like not close people to me, so like whatever, or people that were like genuinely going through it. So again, when we look at the world and we see what's trending, make sure before you apply it to your real life, you actually say, but does this apply to me? And does this mean I have to write off everybody this applies to? Okay. And that's the question. Is this actually happening in my life? And is it, you know, did it happen in my 20s or my 30s? Because in my 30s, absolutely not. Like in my 30s, this is not happening. In my 20s, yeah, we were all kind of fucked up and we weren't that close. But like, even in my 20s, my friends were pretty great, generally speaking. So it's like, you know,
boundaries or protecting their peace. We've got people egregiously misusing and misunderstanding terms like gaslighting, celebrities saying they're holding.
And also maybe if therapists didn't make their whole career on YouTube talking about psychology and therapy terms, we wouldn't have started using it in our vocabulary. You are all guilty for giving us access to these terminologies and allowing us to use it in our vocabulary. I don't know why you thought you were going to come to the internet full of teenagers, use language that we weren't then going to adapt into our own vocabulary. So if all these psychologists want to maybe get off the fuck YouTube and go do your goddamn jobs, okay, instead of being TikTokers, who do you think gave us the language? Not everyone is like fucking autistically reading psychology books. I mean, maybe we were, but most of these normies who are using this language got it because you keep posting TikToks. Get off TikTok, girl. Maybe we won't be using it. What were they thinking?
Space, whatever that means.
This week, people are taking the lyrics of Defying Gravity and really holding space with that.
People brutally trying to cancel each other under the guise of accountability. People watering down the word trauma to mean even like everyday small inconveniences. People saying they're triggered anytime they simply feel uncomfortable with something. And of course, people calling each other toxic and narcissists at every chance they get. I feel ambivalent saying this because as a doctor of psychology, my entire education is focused around how to correctly use these terms, and my entire channel is focused on educating other people how to correctly use these terms. terms. And while I still think it's really, really important to understand these terms and for professionals to use them, I've been warning y'all for years at this point that a loud minority was going to run therapy speak into the ground. And I think that time has finally come. I think it's finally time for lay people to stop using therapy speak in everyday life to each other. People are just really fed up with the way therapy.
Okay, but here's a problem. Now I don't even know the difference. Half the time, I don't even know the difference. Do you ever start to say a word as a meme because you think it's funny and then it becomes a part of your vocabulary and you don't even remember a time when you thought it wasn't a part of it? You're acting like we even know the difference anymore. Dr. Kirk Honda will say that sometimes and I'll laugh at him because, and I love him so much, but he'll say like, you don't have to say gaslighting. You can just say like, hey, I think you're being manipulative towards me. Yeah, but it's the same thing with like patriarchy or feminism. It's a shorthand for what we're trying to convey to the people we're talking to. So if you would like just to go back to using detailed language and to start speaking in detail, we can, but that's not just an us problem. That's a cultural problem, right? Like, so we need to like, it would take a lot of learning to do this and we could do it, but also, I just don't see human beings doing that. Like, I just don't see us getting back into that. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know that I don't think that reflects what people do as humans, like as social creatures. It's like, it's a little bit, and I'll say this, I'm going to say this, but please just like hear what I'm saying. It's a little bit like with the popularization of AAVE through TikTok, and then people don't know if the difference is AAV or TikTok. And the dilemma is like, if AAV is a language to be learned, then everybody should be able to learn it like we learn any other language. But the dilemma is that AAV is a specialized language that comes from like a deep rooted cultural story. So then to use it and to not understand it is also frustrating. And then you see people get credit for using it in ways that other people don't. But this also plays into my criticism of Pokimane. When Pokimane speaks 3 languages, it's cool. But when other immigrants speak languages, ICE picks them up off the streets. This is what I'm saying. It's all great and well knowing multiple languages until the language isn't, quote, European enough or cool enough or rich enough. Then it's like a whole other story. So then you have to gatekeep a lot of these things, because if you don't, then people are going to utilize it in ways that like are really at the disadvantage of the minority community who curated it. So then it's like, it's very interesting. Like, you know, and so again, instead of like making a prescription, like no one should use therapy speak, I would argue, why do people use it? And is there better language to use? Or has the language now transformed and now you're not allowed to own it as therapy language? Because the truth is like maybe the moment it's like art, the moment it goes out to the public, it's gone. Do you know what I mean? It's gone. It's not yours anymore. Is this therapy speak anymore? Unless I'm in therapy, or is it just now normal language? You know, how can you gatekeep something that's now out in normal vocabulary? I don't know if you can, right?
Speak is misused by people. And if you actually want to be...
But that's what I'm saying about minorities who steal words, like the Black community right now on on YouTube, TikTok, they're mad at people using the word unk. They don't like it. So they're like, I'm over it. You can't use it anymore. And same thing with the B word. I'm like, revoking your status. You can't use it anymore. Because what happens is like, this is what it feels like. It feels like we give our language to the world and the world misuses it. And then we're like, you can't use it anymore. But it's too late. It's out there now. But this is why people hide things they love. But see, this is why I say let go of the attachment, but also signal correctly. So it's both. So 5 framework, let go of attachment. 2 framework, sometimes you gotta like covet. Sometimes you gotta protect. Sometimes you're like, and that's what therapy, I think TikTok did, is it invited the public to learn these words in the first place and then to use them. Do you know what I'm saying? Why'd you bring this into the vocabulary, right? Into our vocabulary. You know, it's too late. It's gone. It's like not in your control anymore. Right now, I would say what I would encourage people to do is when you're talking to people, make sure you know how you're using it. Example, if I'm talking to my partner, I'm like, okay, gaslighting much? And my partner will say like, wait, yellow for real? And I was like, no, I just mean it in like the TikTok way. Like gaslighting much? Like I just mean it as a meme. But if I was serious, I'd be like, hey, I feel like a little like gaslit. They'd be like, oh my God, wait, really? And I'm like, yeah, a little bit. Like, can we talk about it? That's a serious conversation. The tonality is different. The way we talk about it is different. But obviously it's not a big deal if I'm like, look who's gaslighting me now. You know what I mean? Like there is a way to do it. So maybe instead say, hey, I know you're using this word. What do you mean by it? You know,
effective in your communication with people in your life, therapy speak is not usually the way to go about it. I'm literally begging you to please find different words to communicate what it is you're trying to say. And I'm going to give you some help with that. Today, I'm going to try to offer some alternative ways of communicating that better get your point across and better meet your goals in interpersonal situations that don't involve misusing therapy speak. Let's get started.
Okay, let's see. Boom, 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 chicka, boom, 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 boom. Wow, selling on Amazon.
Okay, the first thing you need to understand is that if you're actually dealing with someone who has narcissistic personality disorder or someone who is, quote, toxic, which to me, the way I define toxic is someone whose presence causes you serious harm, who in large quantities is sort of like emotional poison to you. If you're dealing with someone like that, calling them out is like the last thing you should do. This is emotional survival 101. And by the way, not everyone who is toxic is a narcissist. Narcissism refers to a very specific cluster of traits. A lot of the people that you guys are calling narcissists are people who have different personality styles, but tend to be high conflict usually, tend to be low in self-awareness. Those things can encompass a lot of different personality structures. It doesn't always have to be narcissism. And also, not everyone who's a narcissist is an abuser, and not everyone who's an abuser is a narcissist. So please also stop using the term narcissist to refer to just an abuser. Because again, abusers come in all different shapes and sizes personality-wise. But putting all of that aside, let's assume that you're actually dealing with a narcissist. If you call someone a narcissist who is actually a narcissist, they're going to likely feel immense shame, project, and flip it onto you and say you're the narcissist and go on a smear campaign against you to frame you as a narcissist. Guarantee that is how they're going to react. Or if you're just, trying to call out somebody toxic, you're telling this person you're codependent with your husband, you enable him because you don't let him experience the natural consequences of his behavior, and you're triangulating his relationship with his kids because you're forcing them to also engage with them after they've set clear boundaries with him. Whoa. So
wait, hold on, I was reading chat.
That on a smear campaign against you, reject someone a narcissist who is actually a narcissist. They're going to likely feel immense shame, project, and flip it onto you and say you're the narcissist and go on a smear campaign against you to frame you as a narcissist. Guarantee that is how they're going to react. Or if you're just, trying to call out somebody toxic, you're telling this person you're codependent with your husband, you enable him because you don't let him experience the natural consequences of his behavior, and you're triangulating his relationship with his kids because you're forcing them to also engage with them after they've set clear boundaries with him. Whoa, so much therapy speak in there, right? Like, I know exactly what that means if you're a frequent.
Was it so much therapy speak? Holy fuck.
Somebody toxic. You're telling this person you're codependent with your husband, you enable him because you don't let him experience the natural consequences of his behavior, and you're triangulating his relationship with his kids because you're forcing them to also engage with them after.
Yeah, see, my brain doesn't even hear it as therapy speak anymore. I just hear it, I translate what I think that means in the literal sense and in the hyperbolic sense, and then I keep going. I don't think of it as therapy speak, even though it might have been. Yeah, like, I get it, but now I do get what she's saying, but I'm trying to say that now it just feels like how people speak to say things. But if I was in therapy and my therapist said like, hey, you were codependent, I'd be like, oh my God, like for real? Like actually codependent? And that makes sense. So, okay, I agree generally, like you don't want to go around and be like, oh my God, like you're so bipolar. That's not what that is. But again, I can understand why people say it, but I don't think it's good. But also I can see, yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. Again, I think I just want people to know what they mean when they say it. So like if somebody came to me and said like, you're gaslighting me, I'm like, okay, what does that mean to you? Because I don't know how you're using it. Okay. Or like, oh my God, someone's a narcissist. Ripley, welcome to memberships. Or if somebody said like, oh, are you blaming me for this thing? Are you explaining it? Are you weaponizing? Because I think weaponizing, you can weaponize anything. You can weaponize I love you, right? Like you can weaponize anything. So again, I think it always goes down to, it's not what you're saying or how, like the thing with being a good friend. Being a good friend does not automatically mean answering text messages. Okay? Like, you know how I've been locked into editing this pod for the last few days? Guys, I've been locked in. I have barely seen my partner. Like I have literally woken up, drank coffee, sat down at the computer and just started going. Like I was literally, yesterday was the last day. Obviously I posted and I can't even remember now. My days are blurred, but I think I woke up at like 11. I locked in and then like, when did I post? What time was it here? Like 1 a.m. or something? I don't know. I posted, I was just working that whole time, right? And I had a friend message me like the day before, I think, or the day. Anyways, I still haven't looked at my phone to return the message. And then I woke up today and I barely had any time and now I'm here. right? So the point is like, you know, Chet said around midnight. No, it had to been 1 a.m. Europe time. No, I think, yeah, 1 a.m. because we feed Indiana at midnight. That's her last meal. And I was still working when we fed her. So I think it was like 1 a.m. It was crazy. Like, it was crazy. Because right now it's 6:30 p.m. And that's what I'm saying. It's already 6:30 p.m. So anyways, all of this to say it was late. That's what I think I mean to convey. It's late. Okay. So then I keep thinking about like, I got to look at my phone. I got to respond to my friend. I got to look at my phone, but I haven't had the chance. And I hope, like, I know my friend isn't doing this, but I know my friend isn't sitting on their phone being like, well, I saw Brittany's stream and I saw her post on Discord and I know she's been on her phone because da 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 da. I know my friend is just waiting because they know that I am getting there, but I'm sure somebody else in some other mythical relationship might sit there and be like, I saw you post on your Discord, or I saw you post a video, or I just saw you responding to comments, and I don't know why you haven't had time to look at my message. And it's like, they can talk to me about that if they feel that way, right? Like, that's the thing, is they can talk to me about that if they feel that way. But I think all my friends and I are good. And that comes from the respect we have for each other. I think when I see these TikToks of people who are like, your friends deserve a return text message. Yeah, but what does that mean? Like, I don't have any extra time right now. So what I'm asking you to do is like, is this an urgent text message? Are you dying? You could fucking wait. Because like, if you're an emergency, I will respond. Okay, but let's be so real. I don't need to fast respond on a picture of your cat. Cute kitty, this is not an emergency. You can fucking wait. Okay? And that's also the arrogance to it as well, is like, why do you think your text message is so goddamn important that I have to put everything I'm doing aside just to respond? Give me a second, okay? Because it takes literally the spoon I need to get work done. Even yesterday, my partner was talking to me and I go, pause. I was like, I'm like 2 hours away from finishing this video. I want to have this conversation with you. Let me finish up work and then I'm going to lock in and we're going to talk. And they're like, cool. And I was like, cool, I love you. And I know that in a big way, they were also missing me because I really have not been present for 4 days. I've just been locked into putting up this pod. So like, my partner is also missing me. They're missing connection and they live with me. You think I don't feel fucking bad? You think I don't feel bad that I'm like asking my partner, like, are you good, bro? Like, I have to disappear for 4 days to put up this podcast. Like, are you good? Do you know what I'm saying? And then the world is already so stressed. And so I'm sick of this content. I'm sick of the content that's like, you're a bad friend. Are you paying my rent? And also, they're not even talking about me because I know my friends and I are good. But imagine that you're already stressed trying to put food on the table. Your kids are like, they need your attention, and your friend's just sitting there being like, why don't you ever return my messages? Bro, why aren't you at my house helping me clean? Why don't you come over and help me make pizza for my kids? Why don't you come over and meet me at Costco? We can go shopping together. What are we talking about here? What are we talking about? It feels so stupid.
Or they've set clear boundaries with him. Whoa, so much therapy speak in there, right? Like, I know exactly what that means. If you're a frequent viewer of this channel, you probably know exactly what that means, but that's not going to be received well to actually say to someone. People don't enjoy being psychoanalyzed, and even in therapy, the therapist would never just say something like that bluntly to a person. They would try to like carefully, experientially get that person to realize some of these things on their own. It takes time. It's not something you would just like completely throw on a person. That wouldn't be productive. Plus, you're not only psychoanalyzing that person, but you're also pathologizing them, using like terms from clinical abnormal psychology. Which
I will say it's really irresponsible of you if you are literally pathology. Oh my God. If you were like
analyzing that person, but you're also pathologizing.
If you're pathologizing your friends, you are being very irresponsible if you are not doing it from a place of compassion. If you are looking at your friends and you are deeply concerned that they have a mental health struggle and you need to help them, that's one thing. But if you are doing it because you're trying to be, your ethics will reflect on how you do it. But if you're doing it as a way to get up on your friends, you're also a bad friend. Like, you're not a good person, right? Good people don't weaponize emotions, feelings, privilege against people. Okay? Well-intentioned, ethical people do their best to harm reduce, and they do their best to see people with compassion. But if you're weaponizing language, if you're sitting there looking at your friend like, oh my God, like when I look at my friends or family and I go, dude, I think they're a narcissist. We're like, damn, that's so sad, bro. I was like, how do we get them into therapy? How do we get them help? Like, And it might be from a place of like, hey, I think they're a narcissist and you have to be very careful because I think they're also like mentally in a place where they can't prioritize health and they're suffering. So you might need to be careful because if you're around them, they might hurt you, but not because they're just a narcissist, but because they're willing to hurt you. Or, hey, I don't know what's going on with this person, but they're in a pretty bad place right now. And I am concerned they might hurt you. And so I just want you to be aware of that. And they might say, well, wait, what makes you say that? And you might say like, well, they just lash out on people. They're always like blaming people for their problems. They're just like, they took some money and they didn't return it. They were fired from their job because they hit a customer. Like you could give examples. You could, it depends on who you're talking to, right?
I'm using like terms from clinical abnormal psychology, which is again going to make that person feel shame, make them shut down, and escalate conflict rather than resolving it, which I would hope in a situation like that, your goal is to decrease conflict, not to.
Well, for some people, it depends. For some of my friends, again, for my partner, if we use the words accurately, the words are not offensive. Like if I genuinely am like, oh, like I'm trying to use a better example than gaslight is just the easiest one. But if I genuinely feel like, hey, I'm feeling a little gaslight right now because like I thought we had this conversation yesterday and it feels like we're having it again. I know that's not your intention to like trick me, but like it feels that way. Like we're describing a feeling more than a literal. I don't actually think my partner's gaslighting me, but maybe I feel. And then the feeling is what is important. We're like, hey, I don't want you to feel that way. Let's go through it again. What did we do yesterday? Right? The idea is to humanize the person even using the language. Like, hey, I know you're using this language, just like, how are you using it? Like, again, where's the kindness all around? Instead of being like, you're a bad friend, be like, hey, have you ever talked to your friend about being a bad friend? Oh, here's another thing, you little fuckers. Here's another thing. The same people that are like, you're being a bad friend, have you ever talked to your friend about it? Or did you let it build up over months and months and months, and then all of a sudden you explode on your friend about how bad of a friend they're being when they didn't even know? Have you talked to them? Have you said, hey, I miss you. Can I see you? Hey, it'd be nice to talk to you. Like, come on, girls. You know,
make things worse. Now, in the moment when you're like getting this brief hit of inspiration, it's like, I'm going to psychoanalyze this person. I'm going to tell them exactly what's wrong. And I'm going to use all this therapy speak. You think that it's going to be such a relief. You think it's going to be so satisfying that the other person is finally going to understand that you see them, you have them figured out. And maybe they'll also understand that what they did was wrong. That is never going to happen. People who genuinely behave in toxic ways are not typically capable of self-reflection. Calling them out only makes things worse. The only things you can do is set boundaries, enforce consequences when they inevitably break those boundaries.
Ooh. You know, chat, not to take away your experience, but let me tell you this. You said gaslighting is my mom telling me she never called me a bitch when I have the memory of her screaming that in my face. You know what I learned about memory is that people don't remember it. There are things my parents have said to me where I'm like, do you really not remember it? And genuinely, I swear to God, they don't. Guys, I confronted my parents about something recently, and I genuinely looked at them. I was like, you don't remember. And they go, they looked so convinced they don't, they look so real. They're like, when did you tell me this? I would have remembered. Okay, now pause. I've done this with my partner. I'm like, when did you tell me this? I swear. And it's like, our memory is not, yeah, Chad said it's because it was a big deal for you, but not for them. Exactly. Actually, exactly. I don't remember things unless I clock it away as important. And that is not necessarily bad, by the way. It's like, hey, do I need to remember this as something important? Or is this just information you're giving me that I don't have to remember? Because the truth is, I can't remember everything. We actually can't remember everything. So yeah, that's exactly what's happening. And it's made me much more compassionate and patient with people, where I'm like, I'm just going to remind you again of the conversation you had and like we had. And I'm just going to remind you again. Okay. Yes, Discord. What's that saying for you? It's a regular Tuesday for you, but it's your kid's childhood. Exactly. For the adults, it's just a regular day for you. But for your kids, it's like, and same, by the way, I don't have kids, but I use that towards my marriage or my nieces and nephews. For me, it's another Tuesday, but for my nieces and nephews, it's like the memory of their auntie calling them. When I call my nieces and nephews, you should see how happy they are. Holy shit. It's like, they are so fucking happy that I'm like, I am so sorry I don't do this enough, because like, I don't. And I get it. Like, they're like, oh my God. And they get so excited. And that is the memory they're going to use the way I do when I think about my older cousins and my aunties and uncles. Like, the memories I still treasure today is this is them. I'm doing that for them right now. But it doesn't feel like it, if I'm going to be honest. It's really hard for me to conceptualize that this is their childhood emotionally. But it is. It really is. And so you have to, again, to all my friends and family that are like adults and stable and not inner circle, with peace and love, if I have extra time, I'm calling my nieces and nephews because this is their goddamn childhood. So that's the other part of like good friends, bad friends. Well, you're busy about your friends not being good friends. My nieces and nephews are building memories right now. So excuse me if I prioritize them over you. Which is why when people are mad you prioritize your kids over your friendships, I'm a little like, hello, you're an adult. You can come over to my house while I have kids, but I'm not going to tell my kids to fuck off so I can go hang out with the homies. What are you talking about? Do you know what I mean? Like, what are we even on about? We do not care about kids, bro. Okay? We do not care about kids. And I get it. If you are the most balanced, you'll have your friends come over and the kids can be around. But you're acting like we didn't just bring a whole new person into the universe and we're not about to tell them to go fuck off so I can talk to my friends. You know, not in a way that makes them feel ignored. Like if you want to say like, okay, girls, here you go, you get unfiltered Nintendo time for 2 hours while mommy has her time with her bestie. Is that okay? And the kids go, yeah, oh my God, that's great. Then it's a win-win. Your kid's like, oh my God, I got to play Nintendo for 2 hours today. And then you get to be in the kitchen gossiping with your girlies, whatever, talking about tough topics. You know what I mean? It's like, have a balance, but don't make your kids feel like, oh, we have to stay in our room because my mom's hanging out with her friends. It's like, I don't want my kids to feel like I banish them to their room so I could have my alone time. I want my kids to feel liberated in the idea that like, ooh, it's like, ooh, I get to do this. I'm like independent. I get to do what I want. You know what I'm saying?
Ugh. Don't explain, defend, or justify yourself. Gray rock. So using the same example as before, you're talking to someone who you say is codependent with her husband. She's, shielding him from the consequences of his own actions, and she's forcing his kids to talk to him. Saying that, not going to help. What's going to help is instead not giving in when she tries to guilt you. Saying, listen, Ellen, I understand, you want me to buy 200 boxes of Herbalife from your husband or whatever because he went into debt getting it, but I'm not able to do that. And when she inevitably asks again and again, then just like pulling back, disengaging. You don't have to provide an explanation saying, oh, like this past month, my income wasn't so good. That's why I can't buy the Herbalife this month. You don't have to say, hey, it's fucked up that you're like,
well, it'd be kind of nice though, if you're transparent with your friends, maybe they can empathize with you in your situation as well. Right?
Triangulating right now. You don't have to do any of that. You don't have to use therapy speak. You don't have to explain yourself. You don't have to psychoanalyze or pathologize or any of it. Again, all you can do, set boundaries, enforce the consequence of your boundaries, which is usually just to disengage because you can't actually control the other person. Don't explain yourself. Gray rock. Be plain, be uninteresting. Don't give that person anything they can latch onto.
Oh, is she talking about like a really toxic person? Wait.
You don't have to provide an explanation. Help is instead not giving in and she's forcing his kids to talk to him. Saying that, not going to help.
Oh, she's talking about like really toxic situations, right? Where like you have to put down boundaries. Sure, it's contextual. So, but what does this have to do with, I'm literally begging you to stop using therapy speak? I don't know. Okay.
Shielding him from the consequences of his own actions, and she's forcing his kids to talk to him. Saying that, not going to help. What's going to help is instead.
Yeah, Chad says she's not differentiating, but relationships approach should be different based off friends and family. Yeah, I feel like again, this whole thing like one size fits all solutions is always going to be bad for my brain.
Not giving in when she tries to guilt you. Saying, listen, Ellen, I understand, you want me to buy 200 boxes of Herbalife from your husband or whatever because he went into debt getting it, but I'm not able to do that. And when she inevitably asks again and again, then just like pulling back, disengaging. You don't have to provide an explanation saying, oh, like this past month, my income wasn't so good. That's why I can't buy the Herbalife this month. You don't have to say, hey, it's fucked up that you're like triangulating right now. You don't have to do any of that. You don't have to use therapy speak. You don't have to explain yourself. You don't have to psychoanalyze or pathologize or any of it. Again, all you can do.
Well, I think a lot of people do it because they're trying to make sense of their life. Like, I think we forget that a lot of us are drawn to therapy speak or therapy bubbles because we were so fucked up in our life and we don't have the tools. And then we watch psychology channels on YouTube to help us understand our life. And then we go out in our life and use the language you taught us. Like, when there was family issues in my family, I sent psychology videos to my parents to like ease their pain around one of my siblings. And I was like, look, I think this is what he's suffering from. Relax. And it really helped them. But like, where do you think I got the content from? From you guys posting it. Hello?
Set boundaries, enforce the consequence of your boundaries, which is usually just to disengage because you can't actually control the other person. Don't explain yourself. Gray rock. Be plain, be uninteresting. Don't give that person anything they can latch onto. It is not satisfying. It's not satisfying at all. But trust me, the other person usually gets their karma. It just won't look the way you think it does.
What the fuck? Anna? Yo, what was that?
Not satisfying at all. But trust me, the other person usually gets their karma. It just
Anna, you can't say that. What? Girl.
Won't look the way you think it does. I don't know if I've told this anecdote before, but growing up, there was somebody who was just like consistently so mean to me. And I was just like wondering, like, when is there going to be justice? When is this person going to finally realize how horrible she's being and receive some consequences for her behavior? And then it occurred to me, she already is. She already is living through her own personal hell. Every day in which she acts the way she acts, in which she
Anna!
projects her distress onto other people. She is already miserable. There will never come a day when she has self-awareness and realizes, oh, I'm miserable because of the things that I do to other people.
Anna! What? Am I stupid? Is this crazy? What?
Through her own behavior. And then it occurred to me, she already is. And I was just like
what?
wondering, like, when is there going to be justice? When is this person going to finally realize?
Anna wants girls to suffer. Anna's like, I just want to see a bitch suffer. That's so funny.
How horrible she's being and receive some consequences for her behavior. And then it occurred to me, she already is. She already is living through her own personal hell.
Oh my God, chat gagged. Don't use therapy talk, use a spiritual speak. Yeah, don't use karma, Anna. You don't even know what it means. Karma that's not even what karma means. That's not even what karma means.
Day in which she acts the way she acts, in which she projects her distress onto other people. She is already miserable. There will never come a day when she has self-awareness and realizes, oh, I'm miserable because of the things that I do to other people. She's already living her punishment. So, you know, this fantasy that we often have of
Woo! Discord said, are these people working their problems in their videos? Bro, are you, girl? That is so funny. That is so, her and Chelsea, Chad says Chelsea and her and Chelsea are going through it, girls. I don't know what's going on with these ladies. This is what I'm saying, girls. This is crazy. Punishment? Exactly, chat. Punishment? I don't know what you guys are going through, but damn.
Of like, I'm going to confront this person. I'm going to make them confront their own behavior. I'm going to make them figure out what's wrong with them. That's never going to happen. You're never going to get that satisfying moment of relief. Chances are that person is already experiencing their punishment every day of their life. So it's very important that you understand terms like boundaries or gaslighting or enabling, that you're, well versed in abuse dynamics in order to sort of insulate yourself from abusers. But you must never actually use those terms with that person, or else they will know that you see right through them and they will unleash a wrath on you like no other. Like, if you've ever done this, like I'm sure some of you have done this, like please let me know in the comments how that went for you, because I want other people to also see that like this is what happens when you use therapy speak to like confront someone on the way that they are. So we have a whole group of people using therapy speak when dealing with high conflict people, and that is not helping, because then those high conflict people are just going to latch on those keywords as like anyone who uses this word is someone.
Sure, like I used yeah, like I've had those situations happen with these people, but you know what it is? It's the formatting and lack of visuals of this video. This is why I put so many visuals in my work, because I can't keep track of like, who are you? Why I thought this video was going to be about regular people having regular conversations in their life, but like, okay, so the first section of this video is tagged, why using therapy speak to toxic people. Hold on, let me see here. Let's look. So this tag is why using therapy speak to toxic people doesn't work. Oh. The formatting of this video just doesn't make sense to me. 86,000 views in a few days. That's what I'm saying. Guys, am I bad at my job? I make content. I try to put so much effort into my content. And I feel like if I just made bad content, I'd be doing better on YouTube. And I already make a living doing this, but do you know what I mean? Sometimes I think if I really just made bad content, I'd be more popular. I can't tell what's happening. This video it's not even well done. I don't even know what's happening. Why do these videos make so many views? They're bad videos. It's not even a good video. I don't get it. I don't know what's going on. Okay.
who can't be trusted, who is like immediately must be dismissed, must be invalidated. You know, like so many people have said to like toxic family members, I'm setting a boundary with you, instead of actually setting the boundary with them, that a lot of people now say, you know, anyone who uses the word boundary is just, you know, been brainwashed by the internet. This young generation, they're just so disrespectful, yada, yada, yada. Don't actually use the term with them. Put it into practice. You know, you don't have to say, I'm setting a boundary with you. Set the boundary instead. But even worse, we now have a whole group of people who are actually weaponizing therapy speak as a form of reverse victimization. People who are actually high conflict, volatile, harmful people who accuse others of being a narcissist. People who use the term gaslight.
You mean like a bad person who weaponizes language against people and it doesn't matter that it's therapy speak? It could have been anything?
Lighting to mean you just have a different perspective from me. People who say they want justice when what they really want is revenge. People who think boundaries get to control what the people in their life.
By the way, guys, I fully am successful at YouTube. So it's not that I think that. It's just like, I really do make a living doing this. I think it's just like, I don't understand how this is 86,000 views, but like nothing was said. Like this video isn't even that organized. Like I don't get it. I'm not literally saying that. My videos, my content's fire, bro. And I think in 10 years, by the way, I'm at my peak. By the way, I'm going to make a prediction that my peak on YouTube will be at about when I'm 45. I think all these people are at the peak right now because they're playing into what people want. They see the doctor in her name. They see she has credibility. She's playing to it. She can make the most mediocre video in the world and people will like it because she is a doctor, which is fine. That's how a lot of these scammers and boys make it to popularity, because they put doctor in the title and they're famous. But I actually think my content will feel the best in about 8 years. Okay, I know that. I know that my peak will be at 45, 50. Just like a lot of people are late bloomers, but let me just tell you this right now. I'm so sick of this era of content that like the content isn't like, this is not a solution. It's fine, but it's not a solution. This isn't actually like, you're not helping. It's not organized enough. It's too weird. It starts off sharing TikToks about regular people making memes, by the way. Those are mostly comedy accounts. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just a joke. It's not serious. This is not a serious discussion about a very serious topic. And you would think because she's a doctor, she would be more serious about it, but she's not. Just like these boys who give like they make this video, the marketplace, the sexual marketplace. Can you please be serious right now? We're talking about people's literal marriages. Men should, it's considered non-monogamy if your wife doesn't sleep with you. Like she's been withholding sex for 20 years. It's like, girl, can we please have a serious conversation about these things? Instead they put out 9-minute videos about 20-year sexless marriages. Like these are this is our educated population. These are the doctors in our population. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, can you please be serious? These are people's serious lives, bro.
Bullies who claim they want accountability, but really what they want is to get their pitchforks out over someone making a minor human mistake, even after maybe apologizing for it.
Hey, I haven't seen you in a while. How have you been? Okay, I'm going to stop you there because what you're doing right now is trauma dumping by answering that question negatively. And I do not have the
Who says that? When does this happen? When has this happened once? Who did this? These are comedians. Who did this? Do you know what I'm saying? Why is Anna, who's a doctor, using a comedy sketch to prove her point? Can you give me a real example? Has this literally happened?
To hold space for your trauma.
And it's not that it wouldn't happen. People fuck kids, so lots of weird things happen on the planet. But I'm saying, is this actually happening in your life? Before you take on a burden that isn't yours.
This moment. So I'm going to set a boundary with this conversation so that only I can answer that question because I had a really good day. No, I mean, I'm fine. I just you said that your food was really, really good and then you offered me a bite of it and I took a bite of it and I didn't think it was that good. So I'm just feeling really gaslit right now. Like the fact that you were prioritizing your taste buds over my potential taste buds is very narcissistic and I think that you should speak to somebody about it. Actually, by you telling me that I hurt your feelings, you were criticizing me and I was heavily criticized as a child. So that is triggering to me. So I'm going to need you to dial it back in because when I am mean to you,
Okay, chat said, but I feel like it must happen if people are making comedy sketches for it to be relatable. I'm just playing devil's advocate. Okay, I'm going to go into actor mode, guys. 1 and 2 and 3. I actually think you're hurting my feelings because you are toxically masculine. And honestly, the sight of a man disgusts me. And honestly, if you were more woke like I was, and you actually understood that it was a Zer furry king of the jungle, you would respect my status. So get on it, bro. Like, everyone can meme every community. The point is, like, this isn't happening. And if it does happen, it's the outliers who are really weird. You can make fun of furries and trans people and black people and gay people and women and all the minorities all you want, but all you're doing is memeing and generalization that you think will, like, prove your point. But are you even on the good point? Like, yes, I know this is happening to somebody, but it's happening by people who already fucked up. This person is fucked up. This comedy sketch is a fucked up person. A person that says your opinion is trauma dumping simply because you are negative is a toxic person. The issue isn't that they're using therapy speak. The issue is that they're toxic. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, the joke is only funny if you believe in the stereotypes and the generalizations that make it funny. But it's also, when deconstructed, like, kind of a bigger problem, right? Like, it's a bigger problem than you using the therapy speak or you generalizing. It's like, you know what I mean?
Actually heals my inner child. And I need you to hold space for that. Otherwise, I will have to go no contact.
Stop.
Okay, but then just like stop being friends with that person. Like, everyone is always like, you're a bad friend. But also just like, you know what I mean?
Stop. Because that's like so triggering for me. I understand that your grandma died, but like that is so triggering for me. My grandma's still alive, but like I'm afraid of her not being. Therapist says I shouldn't be around people who don't respect my boundaries and my triggers. That's my boundary. I feel like you're really twisting my words and like kind of manipulating me, and I feel very gaslit right now. You're really like you're gaslighting me.
Look, I was in a toxic relationship where like some of these conversations would happen, but guys, it was real. It wasn't like a funny joke. It was scary and abusive and traumatizing. It's not funny and it's scary. It's scary being like, oh my God, am I really hurting you? I'm so sorry. And they're like, yeah, actually you are. And you're like, and then you actually are the victim. You are actually literally being gaslit. These people who are misusing therapy words are literally like either innocently using them, mistaking the words and what they mean, or they are seriously dangerous. So like we need to be serious about it. So like, sometimes with my friends, it is much easier and better for us to use these words because we actually understand what they mean. So it's not the therapy speak, right? So the title of this video is I'm literally begging you to stop using therapy speak. Why? In what context? When I'm alone in my house and I'm talking to my friends who understand the words? When I'm being honest and open about how we use these words? Do you get what I'm saying? Why would the title of the video be I'm literally begging you to stop using it? Why would I have to stop using it? The argument should be, here's why you should stop using it, not look at all the ways people make it worse. That's like saying, that's like Jordan Peterson being like, did you ever notice that middle school girls are all trans? It must be pressure from their friends. It's like, I know you're making an observation that you feel is happening because you're seeing a pattern, but you're not really understanding why. Like, why is this happening? You know what I'm saying?
Don't see why you wouldn't be able to rebuild the transmission in my car. Because you're my boyfriend, and I feel like you're really weaponizing your incompetence at me right now. Well, you're really disrespecting my boundaries by saying that you can't rebuild the transmission on my car. Doesn't matter if it's something that you don't know how to.
Yes! Oh, Chet, you're so smart. Chet says Jonah Hill did it. We all had to have the conversation about seeing boundaries is about oneself, not giving the other person an ultimatum. And we were able to see him as what he was. Yes! Exactly, chat. So we remember when the Jonah Hill happened, we covered it. He was a great example, right? He was a great example. It doesn't mean we should stop using therapy speak or we shouldn't go to therapy. You can also go to therapy and weaponize it. Are we going to stop going to therapy? That's what Jonah Hill did. He went to therapy and weaponized therapy. That doesn't mean we stop going to therapy. Do you know what I'm saying? Jonah Hill just sucks.
You're weaponizing your incompetence. I learned this in therapy. Setting boundaries. I really can't handle you trauma dumping on me right now. Okay, like I had to hear about your flat tire on the way to work. Like that's such a trauma dump on me when I have my own inner child that needs healing. Those are my boundaries. I just feel like it was really like narcissistic abuse when you decided that you were gonna pick where we were going for dinner. Okay, but like why did you have to pick, like why does this always have to be about you? Like it's definitely giving narcissism. Well, if I asked you to pick, like I just think now you're really gaslighting me. It's extreme gaslighting. You chose a place that we've never been to before and you really were not considering my inner child in that. Boundary is that you don't get to tell me how you feel. That's my boundary. Setting boundaries.
Okay, I'm getting heated just thinking about this. Let's take a little bit of a break for a positive visualization exercise. Let me paint you a picture. It's Saturday morning. Outside it's raining or snowing, so you make yourself a cup of hot chocolate, you sit down on the couch under the blankets, and you pop open your laptop to stream something. But you're not just binge watching TV. This time you want to watch something that's both high quality and powerful. Something that will help you achieve your dreams. This has actually been what some of my Saturdays have looked like. It's some of my favorite time in the world, which is why I'm super excited to announce today's sponsor, Masterclass, a brand brand that I've actually been using for years. Masterclass is a platform of over 200 courses and thousands of lessons in a variety of fields: writing, business, science and tech, health and wellness, cooking, and so on. It's a membership-based streaming service billed at $10 per month, billed annually, and they're currently doing a promotion of up to 50% off. This is not just a regular collection of courses. In my opinion, it is the top of the top, created by the biggest titans in their field. The ones that I most often consume are from authors like Margaret Atwood, Dan Brown, since I'm always looking to hone my craft as an author, and the lessons I learned in their classes are things that have stuck with me for years. For example, Dan Brown gives the advice of, if you want to increase tension in your novel, basically cut the timeline in half. You know, if you say, I want this novel to take place over the course of 3 weeks, do a week and a half instead. Or I've spoken before about his advice on like sticking to your promises. Like when you introduce something to the readers, making sure that you actually follow through on it. I also love how professional and evocative the production quality is. The theme usually matches the top.
Masterclass is a heavily, it's capitalism exploited, right? They take the quote best of the best who made it in capitalism, made it in their craft, and they put together a master series class. So you watch people who made it in capitalism teach you how to make it in capitalism. Like that's what it is. You know what I mean? I always felt like, oh yeah, the production looks good, but it's just like another way to sell you, like, oh, be a master in your thing. But all these people just got they're just rich and famous and good. You know what I mean? Ugh, whatever.
So like a dark, brooding library background for a thriller author like Dan Brown. Masterclass truly contains a world of knowledge that will make you so much more powerful in whatever field you're looking to hone yourself in. New classes are added to the library every month. For example, I've been meaning to watch Martha Stewart's class on Think Like a Boss, Live Like a Legend, or Ryan Holiday's video on Stoicism. They also have more fun classes like mixology or Italian cooking. You can stream anywhere, anytime at your pace, so that instead of mindlessly consuming content, you're using...
Chat says Neil Gaiman is one of their creative writing teachers. I thought I saw him, right? Yeah, I thought I saw him. You said Martha Stewart's a felon, isn't she? First of all, we're not anti-felons here because, you know, but also Martha Stewart's a ruthless capitalist. She is a ruthless businesswoman. You know what I mean? That's what I think is more important here. These are ruthless capitalists. But I think that's why I fell off of Anna's work, because I think she's one of them. I think Anna is the immigrant who wants to make it in capitalism bubble. Because when she talked about her immigration story, I was like, yeah, there's like a, oh my God, are we like 2 minutes into this goddamn ad? Jesus fucking Christ. The ad started at like 13 minutes and we're at 15:19. Fucking A, bro.
Technology to actually unlock the best kept secrets from experts in their field. This holiday season, you can get up to 50% off on your annual masterclass subscription.
It's just like a course. Like basically they put together like an Andrew Tate course and they're like, hey, learn from Gordon Ramsay, as if I can't just watch MasterChef.
Just click the link in this video's description or scan the QR code on screen so that they know I sent you. Learn from the world's best to become your best with Masterclass. Back to therapy speak. How do we deal with people who weaponize therapy speak? Obviously, we could tell people who weaponize therapy speak to stop weaponizing therapy speak, but that's not going to work. They're not going to listen. They like the power that these clinical sounding terms gives them in relationships. So instead, why don't we focus on how to respond when someone is using therapy speak for power? Obviously, you could just tell them to kick rocks. You know, if they use therapy speak against you, you could just like set a boundary and disengage. But you could also get them to push past the label and try to actually describe what it is that they're talking about. When someone sticks to labels and avoids specificity, it can sometimes be a sign that they're not being completely honest. You know, somebody who's malingering, who's, for instance, pretending to experience some sort of issue for secondary gain, like let's say they're trying to like get money out of someone, they might say, I developed anxiety, I developed depression as a result of what this person said to me. If I were to hear that, I would go, huh, that's interesting. Like they didn't talk about what that actually looks like for them. You know, they didn't talk about, I had my heart racing, I woke up sometimes with a feeling of dread, I felt helpless to change my circumstances. No, they were just describing the label. They weren't actually applying it specifically to their lived experience. Someone who's weaponizing a clinical term doesn't actually understand what the term means. They're using the term for secondary gain. So let's do an example. Let's say somebody's saying you're gaslighting me when you disagree with them about like a piece of news, for instance. You could say, I'm sorry, what do you mean by that? And they reply, well, you know, you're saying that my reality isn't real. Well, then you reply, oh no, I'm so sorry, we're misunderstanding each other. I'm not trying to say your reality isn't real. What I'm saying is my perspective is different. The way I see it, everyone has different perspectives. And gaslighting is when somebody tries to make another person doubt their sense of reality. Surely you're not saying that me having a different opinion is trying to make you doubt your sanity, is it? It takes the power out of the term. It points out that they're not using it correctly. They probably don't even know what it means. Just like play dumb, you know, be like non-defensive and play dumb. Be like, oh, like, I'm sorry.
Which is interesting because that's sometimes what you have to do in a survival situation. But then you also are kind of like making them, like you are kind of lying about whether, like, you know what's going on. So then it's like, it's weird because I've done this before too, where you're like, are you sure about that? Oh, no, I didn't mean that. But like the truth is now you're kind of lying because now you're kind of faking Do you know what I mean? Instead of saying like, bro, I literally was just stating it, but now you're making it into a thing. So just to be clear, right? But like, that's the problem is like, sometimes you can't. So then in a survival situation, sometimes you have to like de-escalate by doing this tactic. But I think in a situation where it's like safe, you would just be like, bro, I'm literally not gaslighting you, bro. It's called a difference of opinion. Fucking lock in. You know, it just depends on like who you're talking to and how the speech is going and like what's your relationship with that person, you know? Because like if I feel so unsafe that I have to like kind of tiptoe around you and de-escalate, like things are already bad, right? And so there's, you know, there's that thing.
I thought this term meant that. Like, does it actually mean that we have a difference of opinion? Or here's another example. Let's say somebody's saying you can't go to brunch with the girls because that's their boundary for people that they date. People they date can't go to brunch with the girls. You could say, your boundary, okay, what does that mean to you? Well, it means, you know, things I'm not willing to tolerate from a partner. Right. I guess I'm confused because I thought boundaries were for you, not for other people. Yeah, that's right. It is for me.
Yeah, I'm not going to play dumb with people. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, unless I'm in a survival situation, I'm not about to play dumb. You know what I mean? Like, I already know what you're doing, bro. And I'm just going to say like, hey, sounds like we have a difference of opinion on boundary. Boundaries to me is this. What's boundaries to you? Okay, we have a difference of opinion. We're done. Like, we're not communicating, right? Like, I get it. She's talking about like in a toxic situation where that person won't hear you. But that's what I mean. She needs to be clear about like, why are you even in this position to begin with? Why are you even having this conversation? Right? Like, again, are we in a survival situation where like we need to have this convo? Okay, this is the other problem. If most people are talking to most people on YouTube, assuming you're all fucked up, then obviously the advice they give you is always going to be for the worst situations possible. Sometimes the advice I try to give is assuming you're trying to get to a better situation. Like, what would an ideal conversation be in a healthy situation? Okay, are you having this conversation? Right? Are you trying to have this conversation? Because if you're trying to have this conversation, you know what I mean? Then there's something about it. So again, I always want you guys to have the healthiest conversation with your loved ones. If that's not possible, then you have to start building, or you have to start accepting that like, oh, I can't have a healthy relationship with this person. Okay, how do I want to move forward with this relationship? You know what I mean? So I get what she's saying, especially if you're dealing with strangers, right? For sure. But if you're dealing with a loved one and a friend, then eventually you have to realize like you shouldn't even be having this conversation this way. Something bad is happening, right? So I don't disagree with her. I just don't like the way the video is created right now because I don't know exactly who she's talking about, which is always my problem when people are talking like, who are you talking about? Which category of person are you referencing right now? You know?
But if you're telling me what I can do, how is that a boundary for you? Because otherwise there will be a consequence. Right, and that consequence is what? That I'm going to be upset. And that's totally within your right. You have a right to feel however you feel, just like I have a right to go to brunch with the girls, just like you have a right to stop dating me if that's a deal breaker for you. You know, essentially what you'd be saying in that interaction is like, you're misusing the term boundary. I'm not responsible for your emotions. And if this were an actual boundary for you, then the only thing you can do is break up with me if this is such a deal breaker. But you can't tell me what I can and can't do and hold your emotions over my head. The key is to actually understand.
Why would they break up?
Then the only thing you can do is break up with me if this is.
Or you could break up with them.
Such a deal breaker, but you can't tell me what I can and can't do and hold your emotions over my head. The key is to actually understand what these terms mean. Play dumb and call out their misuse. This is why it's so key to understand these terms. Like, you guys, this is why I educate you on different clinical terms, because it's empowering. Doing so will protect you from people who use these terms to harm you. And
so we should use the words or we shouldn't use the words. So you're teaching us those words so we can use them to empower ourselves. But the title of the video is I'm literally begging you to stop using them. So you're giving us a tool, but we can't use the tool. Or we have to secretly keep the tool in our head, but we can't verbalize that we know the tool.
Also, like, another way that I think therapy speak has gone too far is self-diagnosis and people's need to self-pathologize everything about them. Somebody being tidy means they are OCD. Someone being in the zone when they're enjoying a topic is hyperfixation caused by neurodivergence. Someone getting overwhelmed is them having a sensitivity to overstimulation. Everything is autism, everything is ADHD, everything is anxiety. If everything is pathological, then nothing is pathological. If everyone has a mental health diagnosis, then it shouldn't really be a diagnosis because it's not abnormal, it's the norm within that culture, right? Like, if everyone within a culture experiences anxiety, for instance, to a very distressing degree, then that's not outside the norm. That's not like at the tip of the bell curve. That's not something that just a small proportion of people experience. That is just probably
I mean, I definitely agree that you should be accurate with your categorization to the best of your ability. But I also disagree with this idea that you as an individual can't feel self-diagnosis might be accurate, as most of us go on a path of self-diagnosis before seeking medical diagnosis because that's why we know we might have a problem. So we seek diagnosis. So I don't know how you don't naturally self-diagnose in a sense enough to go, right? Chad says it's clickbait. The title isn't literal. It's clickbait. Well, I'm saying it's not clickbait. You say it's clickbait, but it's not clickbait. I'm disagreeing with her point. She shouldn't have clickbaited the title if it wasn't a part of the point. Do you know what I'm saying? That's irresponsible of her as a medical professional who I know doesn't practice anymore. But I'm saying, like, I have an opinion about the way she's decided to form this content. She's using her position as a doctor to put her above others and to say, I am a professional, I know these things. Well, then you're extra responsible for how you title your videos, and you're extra responsible for how you show up in your content and in the video, right? So I am being critical of her from a lot of positions. If she was just a regular girly making content, I wouldn't even care. But like, I would just disagree maybe with like the way the conversation's being had. But because she is, you know what I mean? Just as she doesn't practice, she recently left her practice to be an author, which is annoying to me a little bit that I understand she's still a doctor. We talked about this last time we covered her. I just feel like there is a pipeline to like professionals becoming YouTubers, leaving their profession, but then using their YouTube channel to make to bring credibility to their content because they're quote were a professional. It just feels like, I don't know. You know what I mean? But of course I understand and I agree that a lot of people are misdiagnosing and mislabeling things. I agree with this, right? But I think that I would rather society I would rather live in a world where people are less ashamed identifying as autistic than in a world where people are like, ew, gross. You know what I mean? Like, I'd rather live in a world where young people are like, maybe I have ADHD, than young people who are like, I'm not even going to question it. You know what I mean? Like, I would rather live in a world where we're heading in a direction where people are less ashamed of even thinking they have autism or ADHD, right? Like, it's just a part of the learning curve. We're just learning. It's a growth spurt in society, right? Like, we're just growing.
The environment being sick. It's nothing to do with that person being on the fringes of whatever experience it is. And listen, there's nothing wrong with being on the fringes of that experience. Something being pathological doesn't mean it should be stigmatized, right? Like, just because a minority of people actually meet criteria for autism spectrum disorder, for instance, doesn't mean that that is something that should be shamed. But like in therapy, we don't really use therapy speak with clients. We don't really use clinical terms with them because it's not productive. It's not how progress is made. Instead, we focus on concrete ways that clinical issues impact their specific life. Maybe sometimes a therapist would provide psychoeducation if it's empowering. Like, if diagnosing someone with a disorder and be like, hey, listen, like, I'm about to diagnose you with this. I think we should talk about it. But it's usually much more powerful to, for instance, get a client to trust their therapist through small everyday moments rather than simply telling a client they have a disorganized attachment style. At the end of the day, you are more than a label or a cluster of symptoms. And whatever label you do or don't have, it doesn't change the reality of your experiences. You are you. You have the experiences you have regardless of the name that you attach to it.
And listen, I know that there are also benefits to identifying with a label. I've talked about them on this channel before. I'm not going to list them right now because I'm frankly tired of needing to say disclaimers for every single point I make. We're just not going to do that today, okay? It's strange that, millennials fought so hard to let go of the need for rigid labels, only for Gen Z to then go and want so badly to label themselves. Like, yeah, sometimes you do meet criteria for a label, but so often once we start identifying with something, then we don't want to let go of it. So even if it's something painful, like say experiencing anxiety to a distressing degree, you don't want to say like, I have anxiety. You're going to be incentivized to stick with that label. It's a part of you as you see it. You're not then going to want to say, I'm a person who used to have anxiety. You're going to want to stay in that spot. But listen, like, I know like a lot of people are going to get mad at this, but I'm sorry, like, I don't believe in self-diagnosing. I really don't. I think it's really
risky. I think people often do it erroneously because it's not just about understanding that specific label. You could, for instance, understand what autism looks like very well, but you don't understand the hundreds of other mental health diagnoses that could look like autism. You can't rule those out because you didn't go to school for this. You don't have all of the background that somebody who is trained to actually use these words knows how to use. So in conclusion, I just think like we need to understand clinical terms for sure, but the time has come to maybe stop using them in everyday interactions with other people. Definitely not productive to call people out using therapy speak because it's only going to stigmatize the field of mental health and it's only going to make things much worse for you.
You just stigmatize self-diagnosis, which often leads to an actual diagnosis, because if people aren't even thinking that you know what I'm saying? Like, therapy isn't being stigmatized because people are using the word narcissist. Therapy is being stigmatized because people are afraid of getting labels. That's what I'm saying. Like, she's acting like the labels aren't what people are afraid of. Like, people don't want the label. You know what I mean? Unless the label gives them social credibility, which doctor does. See how her label of doctor gives her credibility, but my label of autistic gives me less credibility with people? Like, you act like you don't like your label. You know what I mean? Like, please.
There are much better, less satisfying ways to respond to someone. Also, again, you know, people who genuinely want to weaponize these terms do a good job of doing it, although, you know, they have a very superficial understanding of these terms because obviously genuinely understanding them does require a level of self-reflection. And also we're seeing people over-identifying with clinical terms to the point where I think it ceased to be productive. Educate yourself on what these terms mean. Understand the true meaning of them, not just the pop psychology meaning of them. And please consider finding a different way to get your point across than using them in day-to-day life. Because at the end of the day, these terms weren't built for lay people to use them. They were built for professionals to use them and for other people to hopefully understand them. Don't forget to check out Masterclass's holiday sale. That is an incredible opportunity. It is such a fun way to spend your time and so empowering. All right, I will see you in the next one.
Oh yes, so empowering, I'm sure. Okay, let's go down to the comments. It's like corporate speak, but instead it's used outside of work. She liked that comment. People say you're gaslighting me when we have a different interpretation of the situation or misleading your intentions. It's gone mad. I want you to sit down with yourself. This is what I would do. I would sit down with myself and I would say, okay, I think I might be autistic. Or I think I know I'm autistic. I'm having an internal relationship with self. I think I am autistic. Okay. And then say, I can either get it formally diagnosed because that's how my brain works and I need to know. Like Brittany needed to do that. Excuse me. I needed to get a diagnosis to confirm what I felt like was going on with my life. Some of my friends who are definitely autistic, girl, they do not need to see a doctor. We know, girl. Okay, have made the decision not to get a formal diagnosis. Trust me, they don't need one. They're autistic. And that is what she's saying isn't valid. But I'm telling you right now, girl, we do not need to see a doctor. The girl is autistic, okay? And that's the thing that they don't think is possible, but I do. I definitely think you can know you're autistic without a diagnosis. I definitely think you can know you're ADHD without a diagnosis. And what if the diagnosis isn't even on your paperwork? Do you know what I mean? Like, does it need to be on your paperwork to be real? You know what I mean? Because not everything real gets even put on your paperwork. You know what I mean? So, okay, that's what I think of when I think of self-diagnosis. So when she says, I don't think people should self-diagnose, she's missing the reality that lots of us are obviously autistic, but don't have the resources or can't go see a doctor, or in our country, if we get diagnosed, we lose work. She acts like, you know what I mean? So, okay, she's wrong. She's just wrong on that sentiment alone, right? Wrong. Fuck, what else did she say? Crap, what else did she say? Scrolling down to the comments. Hold on. Oh, people say you're gaslighting me when you have a different interpretation. So she liked that comment. Okay. When has this happened? The only people who have ever weaponized language against me were happy to weaponize any language against me. Okay? So when has this happened and who is it happening to? Because I don't think it's a therapy speak. Again, they would weaponize any language. It doesn't, before there was therapy speak in our vocabulary, they were weaponizing a different form of speak. Okay? So I want to know what's really the harm here with them using therapy speak. Because to me, that's not the harmful part. The harmful part to me is not that they're calling you a narcissist. The harmful part to me is that we escalated to this point. Why are you calling me a narcissist? You could have called me a bitch and I still would have been like, yo, why are you calling me a bitch? You see how it's not, you could have called me stupid. I would have been like, why are you calling me stupid? why did we escalate to this point where like, this is your reaction? It's not the, you know what I'm saying? She's acting like it's not the fact that we're even in this position in the first place. That's the problem. And I remember I tried to explain this to a friend once because they did try to actually weaponize. We were having a disagreement. And because we were having a fundamental moral disagreement, like morals, it was big. They were like, I think this might be your BPD. I was like, it's not my BPD. I disagree with you. And they were like having a panic. They're like, you're being very like narcissistic. I was like, I hear you. I think you're wrong. I think you are making an unethical decision. I think we are having a disagreement on ethics. And they were like, I can't believe and they were upset, by the way. They were genuinely upset. And I said, do you want to talk about this another time? Is this like too hard right now? And we talked and it got heated. Okay. It did get heated. And I knew that person was going through something, right? Because they were upset that our morals were so different. Our ethics were so different that it made them the bad guy in some aspects, according to my value system. But my value system is my own. And I told them, I love you. I'm happy to work through this, but I'm not backing down about my stance. My stance is black and white here. Okay, there's harm being done. I'm not excusing it. And they wanted me to say that what they were doing wasn't harmful, and I couldn't do that. And they're like, well, how would you feel if I said what you were doing was harmful? I was like, do you think what I'm doing is harmful? They're like, no. And I was like, okay, so then why would you say it? And they're like, but that's what you're doing. And I was like, no, I'm saying it's harmful because I think it's harmful. And here's my data to show you. Here's my argument for why it's harmful. And they're like, but I disagree. And I was like, okay, you can disagree. And they said, but you think I'm harmful. And I was like, yes, based off of what I've just told you, you're harmful. It was like one of those conversations. And they were like, I don't know. I think you're being weird. I think you've been acting weird lately. Is this your BPD? And I was like, no. Is this your BPD? They don't have BPD, but they probably do, honestly. I was like, is this your BPD? Okay. So it's like, I get it. Okay. And to be honest with you, like, that's a journey. Okay. This is like a journey. And it is the part that happens. But like the problem with this person is not that they questioned my BPD. The problem with this person is that they refused to engage in a reality where they were ethically engaging in things I disagreed with. Or unethically engaging in things I disagreed with. Do you know what I'm saying? The issue for me wasn't that they said it was my BPD. The issue is that, like, are you being serious right now? Are we having a real conversation? This isn't a real conversation, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? Okay, going back. Let's see. She liked this comment. It's so funny because I was in therapy for 4 years, starting to completing. And I never heard these terms used in therapy. My therapist used normal language. The only way I learned these traits from friends who uses Facebook and Instagram and follow mental health influencers. None are formally trained professionals. She liked that comment. And she wrote, exactly. Sure. Right? Like, obviously, sure. Like, but yeah, I mean, I agree people should be more serious about the way they use language, but I don't expect people to do it generally. Like, I don't disagree with the spirit of what she sees as the problem. I disagree with her conclusion. Okay, I think she is rightfully making an observation that we need to talk about, but I think she is badly engaging with the actual problem at hand. Chet says, why do you engage in prescriptive philosophy? I don't. What do you mean? I don't make prescriptions. I never tell people what they ought to do, right? Are you asking me? Is that for me? I don't believe in making prescriptions. I only make it clear what I think is right or wrong for myself. And in general, like, I don't make prescriptions, right? So yeah, I think like I disagree. And I think, Chet says, well, it sounds like it a little bit. My bad. I think it sounds like that because I'm very sure about my values. And when people hear me talk, they think I'm making a prescription of what ought to happen. I mean, I think what I think is right and wrong. I have a good reason to think that, but I don't think it's objective. And my stances are open to changing for more harm reduction. But I don't tell people what to do. I just tell you, like, but I'm not going to shy away from like what I think about what you're doing, right? So again, I think this is like, Discord said, I think people confuse if, quote, if this, then that for prescriptions. Yeah, maybe. Okay. Let me see. A-hole is absolutely a fitting description for some people, and it doesn't need to be narcissistic every time or narcissist every time. Sure. Let's see, chat. But you know what the problem is? Can we be real? We know everyone's traumatized. I know she doesn't believe that, but I do. It's hard for me not to see every single person and be like, I see the trauma in you. It's hard because we live in such a fucked up world, and we're so fucked up and nobody even understands it, that it is obvious to me that we're suffering. You know, it is obvious to me that we're suffering. So I think it's hard. It's hard for me because I want to see people having these conversations so much. I want to see young people saying like, hey, I think my mom and dad are traumatized. Like, I wish people would have these conversations more in a way, you know? Okay, she liked this comment. I remember having this realization as a child. Before I even knew any therapy speak, my father was abusive. And I remember, isn't abusive therapy speak? Isn't the word abusive therapy speak? Am I wrong? And I understand sitting up to him and telling him that my sister and I were not his punching bag and his behavior was abusive. He was furious and accused me, 13 years old, dependent, of being the real abuser. Yeah, your dad's like fucked up, bro. Saying that my sister and I were treating him terribly as we should be taking care of him as he gets older. After that, everything got worse and I always regretted saying that to his face. I'm doing better now. Lots of ongoing therapy. My father and I are no contact. I struggled for years with dissonance of the world telling me standing up for myself and telling the truth is always the right thing to do, while also knowing that the same people doing so will lead to consequences. She said, thank you for sharing. You sound remarkably strong from an early age. Yeah, sure that you have to have the wisdom to pick and choose when you're confronting people. And then sometimes you don't and you're triggered and you do it anyways, right? Like, I agree that you should be thoughtful and have discernment of when you're engaging with people, but this like kid is 13, right? So they're not going to have that discernment or wisdom yet. But also, it would be weird to not feel like there might be an opportunity to confront them, even for your own sanity. Because listen, if you don't know yet that your friend is kind of like going through it, or your sibling or whatever, you might have to do it for other people to also see how fucked up they are. Because look, in a normal relationship with friends and family, you might be like, bro, you're being like a little narcissistic. And they might be like, wait, what? You think I'm a narcissist? Like, a normal person would be like, wait, what? And a person who's suffering might be like, you're the fucking narcissist. And you know what else, bitch? You're this. Like, they'll go on the defense, like she said. And then that proves to you and other people like, okay, they are fucked up. Because sometimes I think we get triggered, or we also engage to prove it to ourselves, because it's like, did I imagine that before? Like, did I trick myself into thinking this never happened and they didn't actually explode on me? Or were they just having a bad day? But then you realize like, no, they explode on you every time you're in any way critical. This tells me, okay, I'm seeing a pattern that's real. You know what I mean? I just feel like these situations aren't realistic for what happens in real life when you're talking to people. That's what it is. Like, Dr. Anna feels like somebody, you know what she also feels like? She feels like avoidant. She feels like she doesn't do conflict. And, you know, not everyone is in an environment where they can't be, where there can't be conflict. So what do you do in an environment where there's going to be conflict? Tell me that. You know what I mean? So it feels kind of weird, right? Okay, let's see. She liked this comment. As a therapist, the popular use of triggered and trauma really dismissed the experiences of people living with PTSD. I had a client the other day who tried to cry off a firework party on the grounds that it was a trigger for them. And they ended up shivering into a ball of fear, but their friends thought they were just blowing them off for no reason. She liked that comment. Hold on. Okay. That's not because people are using therapy speak. That's because nobody cares about mental health. Why are we pretending like the world ever cared about mental health? Hello? Your friends didn't think you were lying about being triggered because of therapy speak. They literally don't give a fuck about your mental health. When have I ever been able to call out of work triggered, bro, without people making fun of me? Like, what are you talking about? The fact that we can even say triggered and some people take it seriously is absolutely a good sign. This is the first time in history we've even been able to say triggered and people might actually believe us. So your friend not believing you is just the status quo. Do you know what I mean? Let's see. Quote, does she like this comment? Quote, they're already miserable. There will never come a day when they have self-awareness and realize I'm miserable because of the other things I do to other people. They're already living out their punishment. I don't do therapy speak, but I've been waiting for this person to become self-aware, and it's just not going to happen. I know it won't. You know it won't. And the world knows it won't. Thank you for the reminder. I will never say that a person won't become self-aware or introspective, as we do philosophy on this channel, but I will say that there might be a probability that they never will. But there comes a point where you don't have to say they won't ever get better for you to also go move away or walk away. So I don't believe in that idea that like this person will never get better. I don't believe in that narrative at all. Zero believe in that narrative. I just don't think you could ever predict it. I don't think you could ever know that. I think you just move off probabilities. Okay. This one said that therapy speak montage riled me up a bit. Well, that's the problem. Why? They were jokes. That's what I'm saying. The fact that she was like, I need a break from these TikToks. They're joke TikToks. They're supposed to be funny. Am I stupid? They're literally supposed to be funny. You're supposed to laugh at them. You're supposed to be like, ha, funny. There are some people like this, I guess. They're comedy TikToks. I know some of those faces. They're literally comedians. You know what I mean? I don't know. Discord said, people definitely took veterans seriously consistently before therapy speak. LOL. Doesn't this contradict her point? Isn't the point that people get away with anything by using therapy speech, or did I miss something? Wait, doesn't this contradict your point? Isn't the point that people get away with using therapy? Yeah. That's the point. Like, I think the video should have been better done so I could understand like exactly who she was talking about. Literally how my ex broke up with me. Okay, but like, sounds like it wasn't your partner. She would have broken up without them 5 years ago. Abusive people are abusive. Hope you're doing better without the negative energy. Why don't you break up with your ex? You ever thought about you breaking up? Okay, I can't watch this when I get home. The word boundary triggers my PTSD at this moment. Okay, how is that not misusing therapy speak? How is that okay as a comment? What do you mean? What? What? Okay, whatever. Therapy speak in the best, most genuine scenario is just a cop-out. No, they're not. And the best and most accurate, like the best, most genuine scenario is literally just helpful. These terms allow us to not challenge to express our emotions. In other words, guys, with peace and love, some of us are good using shorthand to really get across what we're feeling. You know what I mean? Like, this is not for our bubble, guys. This is for like this bubble is weird. Okay, like I don't fuck with this bubble. This bubble feels very centristy. This bubble feels like, don't call it sexual assault. It really demeans sexual assault victims. Oh yeah, like victims of sexual assault were really being taken seriously before, bros. If the darn internet and these darn kids didn't show up, if Gen Z didn't show up, people would really take them seriously. Oh yes, I remember back in the day, boomers always took crime seriously. Sexual victims always got justice, but then these Gen Zers, these Gen Alphas, calling everything sexual assault, they really made it harder. Come on now. Don't be such a boomer, bro. Come on now. It's like, be serious, bro. Please be serious. Be serious, but you can't be. Come on now. Come on. Anyways, that's what Dr. Anna's content always sounds like to me. It's like these darn kids, bro. It's stupid. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a break. We'll come back. This video was an hour and 40 minutes, so we're probably gonna need a couple pee breaks in this. You know what I'm saying? The polyamory problem. Why do people in open relationships always look like that? Do you remember this guy's TikTok went viral? We'll go over it. Anyways, I'm sure this channel sucks and it's gonna be shitty because I already looked at his content and it already looks bad. So let's talk about it. As a person who did poly for over a decade and as a person who thinks polyamory is fine, let's figure out if this guy has learned anything after going viral for making fun of poly people. Let's talk about it. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Pausing music at 1, 2, 3. Chat says, does anyone know the name of the Scream remix that Brittany plays during breaks sometimes? Samantha Dragonati, links in the description. I think it's just a link to her page on YouTube, but it's her music, Samantha Dragonati, and it's you'll see it on her YouTube page. But she's so talented. I love that remix. Oh God, my face. Oh. Okay, now lock in, girls. Okay. Da 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 do. Dee dee doo doo dee doo. I really try. Listen, I really try. I feel bad sometimes making content about Anna or Chelsea. Sometimes I feel bad even making content about Pokimane. Listen, the world is so misogynistic and it's so fucking dangerous and it's so patriarchal and it's such bullshit that sometimes I hate criticizing women who I know struggled and face adversity. Like, people were making horrible deepfakes of Pokimane. Like, she's definitely been a victim in so many ways, right? And at the same time, like, there obviously has to be just like an acceptance that even though we know women uphold and maintain systems, just recognizing that this is how unimportant gender is at the end of the day. The gender as a system is one thing, and that ultimately, like, it doesn't even matter how you show up in the world unless you're engaging in deconstructing when we're having conversations about solution making, like problem solving. And so I think that's a big part of this discourse that becomes difficult. Is like, why are we here? Right? Like when Jaclyn Hill says, I make content for you guys, like I want you to enjoy it. Yeah, that's different than saying, like, why do we make videos? Like, I don't make videos for my audience. I make videos that I think I make videos I want to make and figure out how to make them in a way that satisfies the kinds of people I would like in my audience. So my partner said this to me yesterday. He asked me a couple days ago, do you consider yourself an artist? And I said, I definitely consider myself a creative and maybe an artist in some ways, but mostly I think a creative right now with YouTube specifically. Though I think I'm going to make art in the future in a way that would make me feel more like an artist than a creative. But he said, I think you're an artist. I said, why? He goes, because you make things even if nobody watches it. And I was like, yeah. And he was like, you work so hard making a video that you are so excited about and you just think is the greatest thing ever. And you're just not even worried about views. And I was like, yeah. And he goes, that is what I think an artist is. Like, I think you are an artist. And I was like, maybe, yeah, sure. Like, yeah. And then yesterday I posted my video and I said, oh my God, that is the best video I ever made. Like, I'm so proud of that video. I was like, that is just like the greatest thing I've ever made. And he was like, do you think it's going to get a lot of views? I was like, honestly, bro, I don't know. Who knows? He goes, would you be sad if it got no views? I was like, not really. I mean, I kind of hope the work pays off because I put a lot of hours into that video, but like, I'm just happy I made it. And he goes, that's why you're an artist. And I was like, thanks, bro. Thanks, bro. I think when we show up in the world, I'm always interested in why people show up. Like, I am really proud of that video. If there's one video of my work that I wish people would watch, especially girls or femmes or whatever, it's like that video, or why you're gay but not queer video. It's like, I really am proud of those videos. Like, I'm so proud of the work I put into that video. But if nobody ever sees it, like, the part that was satisfying for me is fulfilled. Right? Of course, I would like to make money on it because this is also my job and how I pay my bills. And I just spend 50+ hours making a podcast that nobody might watch. Right? But the internal part is satisfied. The moment I posted, I was satisfied. Does that make sense? Like, the part of creating it was so important to me. Chet said the gay but not queer video changed me. Oh my God, that's beautiful, bro. Thank you so much. I love that video. Yes, thank you so much. I really love that video. Yeah, I think that's the point too. Is like, sometimes I just make a video and I'm like, this is the one, bro. This is good. Yeah, Yeah. Like I really want to make this one or make this, you know, whatever. So this guy, okay, we're going to watch Andrew Bridges. Andrew Bridge is a guy who went viral on TikTok. You probably recognize his face. And you probably recognize this picture, this TikTok. And, you know, it looks like he put a lot of effort into this video. It's an hour and 40 minutes long. It looks like his channel is going to be sort of a new essay channel of some kind or a podcast channel of some kind. He said, Charlie Kirk, it could have been you, which tells me he's probably a centrist or a conservative, because Charlie Kirk, it could have been us is only true because of gun violence, but nothing else. Because at the end of the day, like, Charlie Kirk was like a very specific and special case, but I think he's, from my understanding of why he went viral in the first place, was making fun of like poly people and why they looked that way. But you guys know we also talk about categories here. You guys know I did poly for 10 years, but now I'm monogamous. But I'm not like poly monogamous. It was just like it's not an identifier for me. It's not like an orientation. It's just like you're poly or monogamous or open based off of the relationship you have with the people involved. So my partner and I negotiated and decided to be monogamous, but had I dated a different partner, maybe I would have been poly or open or something. Like, I'm open to whatever works for the people involved in the relationship. That's kind of my focus. And I do believe polyamory works because I believe high compatibility is not just one person, it's many. Do I think the probability of monogamy working is similar to poly? Kind of. Like, I've been in poly circles my whole life, and I think most people, poly or monogamous, are settling. And I think that's really important, the thing to pay attention to. The question, though, is why did Andrew make this video? Why did he pick on poly people? Why did he go for people on TikTok? Why did he, out of all people, make this video? Because honestly, the beard, glasses, and beanie, it's like, bro, you look like that guy. You look like that category of that kind of guy that isn't poly, but that's like it's hipster or like thinks he's better than other people or like doesn't shower. It just depends on which bubble I'm in, right? But you pick a bubble, you make a narrative around a stereotype of a person, and you decide, why do they all look that way? But everybody looks that way. Trump voters look a certain way, you know, XYZ group looks a certain way, but it's not like every Trump voter looks the same. It's just like if you find that meme of the bald guy with glasses and an American flag in his icon, that's, a stereotype. So the question is, what motivated this man to go after poly people? Let's find out, because he made a TikTok that went viral and then just made a video, an hour and 40-minute video about this topic. So I put it at 1.25 like normal. Let's see what he has to say.
Why do people in open relationships always look like that? I'm being very non-specific here.
No, because what do you mean by that?
9 months ago when TikTok was getting banned, I made a video that got more attention than anything I have ever made in my entire life, and that question still...
It's because stereotypes evoke a lot of anger and bigotry out of us. It also feels a lot of very relatable, and stereotyping in any way is usually very well received online. You can think of Lily Singh stereotyped Indian parents and then made a whole thing on it. You can think about, I watched a lot of Arab comedians. They stereotype their parents. It makes people feel relatable. You can think of Uncle Roger. He stereotypes Asians and it makes a lot of views. Like, stereotyping people makes people feel seen, understood, liked, in on the joke. It allows them to be bigoted or hateful. Yeah, stereotyping is virality because it's the lowest hanging fruit of observation.
Hangs in the air. I still get stitched, duetted, and tagged in videos at least once a week regarding this topic. The fact that this won't die tells me two things. One, it's really, really funny. And two, people are still trying to find answers, but there is good news. I have spent the last almost 100 hours in open relationship support groups, forums, reading books, attending orgies. Before we get too far into this, if you think all this video is going to be is me ripping on consenting adults, it's not. I am going to make a lot of jokes about it, but if you are in a relationship like that and you are secure in that, I think you will enjoy this video. Okay. Yes, I go relatively hard on it in the beginning, but you'll see how my opinions kind of change. If you're here to actually have this question
interesting. I'm very intrigued.
Answered, I'm going to do all of that and more. I was not the first person to notice the look, and that itself is very telling. Yes, it's a big meme, and it's funny to goof on, but I do think...
Okay, Blair White, why do all trans women look like that? Come on, girl. You know you could do that any which way. Why did she sit here and... By the way, that's not even true. Trans women don't all look like Blair White, but like Blair White looks like that kind of trans woman. Come on, girls. We all look like something. Okay, why do gay people look like that? Why does autism look like that? Why does... come on. It's like it's so silly for us to pretend like people don't fall into categories. You know how many people look exactly like me and act just like me? Okay, please.
There are culturally significant answers to this. I think beyond the surface question of why do people in open relationships always look like that is something that does affect you, me, and the polycule that we are all in together. Because like it or not, this is something that has been, for better or worse, on the rise for a while again after decades of falling off. We need to understand why that is.
You know, even like predators and pedophiles fall into that. Like, why do pedophiles all look the same? They don't. That's why you won't. That's why you refuse to acknowledge that your parent or brother or sister is a pedophile. Pedophiles don't all just look like that stereotype. You know exactly what I'm talking about. They don't all just look like that. That's the thing.
Aside from seeing this in the research, we also see it in search trends, regardless of the specific dynamic, whether it is swinging, open, poly, or otherwise, which yes, those are all different. If we were to take these
Okay, I appreciate his research category differences. I appreciate that, bro.
numbers at face value, about 5% of the US is currently in a relationship dynamic like this.
Woo!
And around 20% have tried it at some point. So while this is still uncommon, know that these folks live among us. They might be someone you know. They might be someone in your walls, watching you sleep at night. They might even be speaking into this microphone right now. No, I'm not. But the unavoidable part of this video is that there are nearly endless styles of romantic arrangements, and if we don't have some shared language, this video is going to be an absolute mess. Well, more than it's already going to be anyway. So here are the 40 different ones that I could find, broken down into 6 different categories. Yes, there are enough to break them down into 6 different categories. I will be skipping any that do not have at least one.
I don't know why everyone's acting like monogamy is like this default when your grandpa had 2 families. I don't know why you're acting like monogamy is the default when how much of the US population is cheating? How much of the global population is cheating? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just kind of funny.
Committed relationships, so things like friends with benefits and situationships are not going to be a part of this. Okay, so I wrote out an entire list, but there are way, way too many of them. There are way more than I realized. So instead, I'll just say this. There are sexual ones, there are romantic ones, there are ones that are done as a couple, group, or outside of that couple as a singular person engaging with people outside of that couple or group. But there are people hearing that thinking, Andrew, what in the degenerate fuck is all of that? And there are other people saying,
fuck you, Andrew. You didn't mention my hyper-specific relationship dynamic of polysaturated nesting with soft dom energy and ethical cheating.
For this video, we will only be discussing open relationships and polyamorous relationships unless explicitly stated otherwise. These are both under the non-monogamous umbrella, and for that reason, I will be calling these people non-mons. Open is a couple that can sleep with other people, but no romantic entanglements. Poly gives the green light to love, sex, romance, and attraction in addition to sex. For the monogamous people, I will call them boring, as they don't like to explore and they're just not open-minded enough. No, I'm kidding. I will call them monos. I've got a few guests for this episode as well to help me really flesh this out.
Hi, I'm Forrest. I'm queer, transmasc, and polyamorous. I've been practicing polyamory for, gosh, probably 6 years now, and I couldn't be happier with it.
My name is Stone. My pronouns are they, them. I'm polyamorous. You did! You like Oh, I mean, you're getting so canceled for this. Oh my God.
I know. Hi, everybody. This is Juan-Pavius DeMarcus DeTom Robinson Jr. Does that work for you?
That's perfect. As well as some more voice note contributors from Instagram, like the last episode I did. So with all that out of the way, guys, my name is Andrew. All of my social media links are in the description. This is episode 2 of whatever this is. So let's get into it.
Group sexual relationships that are known as
polyamorous relationship.
And it's when an individual has multiple romantic or sexual partners at the same time.
People who have lived this way for years say it carries a lot of stigma.
I'm polyamorous.
I'm polyamorous.
But not the type that you would
Hi,
call
I'm Leanne and I'm
When I
polyamorous.
say I'm
Today I'm telling you
polyamorous, a
about
lot of
3
people
things
assume that I
Anytime this topic comes up, someone will inevitably say, oh, I could never do something like that. I am way too jealous.
If you're a polyamorous person, chances are you've heard someone say, oh, I could never do that. I'm just a jealous person.
I mostly don't believe people when they act as if this is something they could never do, or if this is something that has never crossed their mind. Because I know a circumstance that many people reach in their youth that does make them question it. Speaking as someone who is very sentimental, I bond with people very intensely. And in my early 20s, when I was much more casual about all this, I got to meet a lot of people that I really loved for many reasons. Casual relationships, failed relationships. Even when I knew things weren't going to go long term, or there was some obvious incompatibility, I always found it hard to fully end things. Sure, there are people who can do the, oh, we can just be friends thing after a long-term relationship, but I think anyone being honest knows that that's not going to last for most people most of the time. You will need to cut ties for one or both of your sanity. But what about when it was just a casual hookup one time? You like this person, they are really cool. You vibe, you do fun things together, but maybe the sex isn't great, or you just don't have the same goals in the long term. It's not like you have bonded so hard that there's jealousy there, right? This is someone who could feasibly just go back into the friend category or just casually sleep with each other. Then time goes by, one or both of you are in a new relationship, now that continued friendship is probably less likely. Most people aren't going to be able to sell their new girlfriend or boyfriend on the person that they've
Only slept with a few times, and it's totally not like that.
However, imagine how easy it would be to have.
I will just tell you this because I was poly in Seattle, in San Diego, for like 10 years in Orange County. I was poly a while. I moved a lot, but I literally catch up every month with one of my homies from Seattle. And we've done a lot of threesomes together. We've slept together. We never dated, but we were lovers. And I never even think about it. Like, we talk about it, but like my partner never even thinks about it as weird. And I don't think about it as weird because our relationship is so healthy and like our friendship is so healthy. And our friendship was like, it was like we were so queer and, you know, poly and open, and we did so much together. We've known each other almost a decade now. And we just, it's a good friendship, you know? And I think it's so healthy that there's no jealousy or questioning, or my partner's not sitting there worried that I'm talking to this person. But I don't stay in contact with like my exes, like people I really romantically dated, because like there was just no ex I ever had that I thought was healthy enough to move into my present. But friends, for sure. Like lovers, for sure. Like homies that I happen to have sex with. Yeah. Like I'm still friends with some people like that. Because the relationship was good, you know? I think with exes, it was a little harder because the relationships weren't great. They ended badly. It would be inappropriate if we were still friends, honestly. Like it wasn't healthy enough. It didn't end well enough, you know? So
that friendship or more remain alive if you were open. Anytime you talk to someone who got around a bit during a certain period of their life, men and women, they will surely have someone that they think about as, wow, they were such a cool person, but we were never going to get married. The end of that relationship was...
I don't like these narratives that's like, I would have cheated if we were open, or I wish people could come into my life. Like, I personally don't think it's a healthy way to view it as like what could have been if we had a different label, instead of like, what will my life look like when it's healthy and stable and what I want it to look like? How do I find my joy? How do I connect with people that I love? And what actually works for my life? Like the reason I'm monogamous now is because I now really do believe in high compatibility partnerships. I didn't in my 20s. I didn't even know what that could have been. And so the chances of me meeting multiple people who can fulfill that role in this lifetime, not only are they very, very low, but it's just not a priority. So the first person I ran into who has this qualification is my high compatibility partner. They're monogamous and pretty strongly monogamous. And so when we were discussing how we would have our relationship, their opinion weighed harder because I was more indifferent. And I just thought about us being focused and like on high compatibility. So we know and we acknowledge, we both agree with this, that there are definitely people out there that are just as high compatible as we are with each other. We're just not going to engage or pursue them. And we're not going to make it a priority. And that makes sense for our life. We do very well together. We're very happy together. Yesterday we were watching One Piece, and you know, I'm sitting there and he's sitting there and I'm just like, I wish my partner knew how, in contrast to my past relationships, like how good this relationship is, like how easy. And sometimes I forget, like I feel like I've known them my whole life. Like sometimes I look at them and I'm like, how did I even have a life before you? Like, it's so easy. It's just the easiest thing I've ever done in my life. Like it's so comfortable. And I just keep thinking like, yeah, of course there are other people who could fulfill this. Absolutely. But I'm so content. It's like eating a really good meal and like trying to pursue another. It's like, I'm good, dude. I'm satisfied. That's how it feels in this relationship. Like, I don't want to pursue another relationship because I'm so satisfied. But also if I wasn't satisfied, I feel like the last thing on my mind is pursuing another relationship. I would be concerned about the deterioration of this one I'm in. Do you know what I mean? It's interesting that when people are having a hard time in their relationship, their first thought is, I should see other people. Even when I was poly, the poly community used to joke that I was so monogamous because when my relationship was hard, I would like lock into my relationship and try to fix it. The last thing I wanted to do was see other people. But my partner, when it was harder, wanted to see other people. So the difference for me is like, when I care about the person I'm with, when I care about the health of the relationship, adding more people into it just seems very unhealthy. That just seems like a mess. Like, why would we add more people into a toxic situation? We should fix it. So it's just everyone is different about how they problem solve, but this is also a values difference too. Like, there's such a values difference at play here, you know?
Perhaps logical more than it was emotional. This is coincidentally one of the best arguments against hookup culture. This does end up stacking metaphorical idols in your mind that you may think about sometimes in comparison to your current partner. It is an unavoidable hazard of casual sex. It's even a consequence of too many failed relationships, if we're being honest. If your favorite food is mac and cheese, but that's all you've eaten, it's easy to say that. But if you go to 20 all-you-can-fuck buffet, 20 all-you-can-eat buffets, then it's, oh, I like the consistency of mac and cheese, but I like the flavor of peach cobbler, and I like the way Tri-Tip is down for any.
I don't think of people this way. I think of the consciousness and who I love. I never liked the way polyamorous or open relationship people talked about people this way. I do not like the idea that I used to think like this in my 20s, that if my partner didn't give me everything I needed, I could get it from someone else. I no longer see people that way. I see people as full characters in their stories. I honor them as the consciousness they are. And I no longer see my partners or somebody in my life as, oh, well, if I don't get it from you, I can get it from someone else. That's not how I view things anymore. I think it's like very dehumanizing, but it is a big talking point in these bubbles.
And it likes to let cornbread come over and join the plate sometimes. But it is much harder to end a relationship once sex is involved, and much easier to prolong a bad relationship if the sex is good.
From a scientific perspective, I think that it doesn't really make sense to have a poly relationship because of our ability to pair bond.
Pause. Don't say scientific perspective and give me no fucking data.
Now, these are these very specific receptors and hormones inside of our brain that are affected every single time that we enter a romantic relationship or a sexual relationship with an individual. And it's not mutually exclusive to either one of those things. And every time we enter one of those relationships, we get bonded to that person, and it gets harder and
this is not real.
Harder and harder to decouple after that original pair bond. And
why did boys in the metasphere pick up pair bonding like they know what the fuck is going on? We're not swans, bro. Okay, we are animals on a planet. We are biological creatures, but we obviously like all operate differently.
Single time after that, it gets harder to recouple with somebody else. So my thing is that
not true. Not true.
If we have difficulty, pair bonding with other people just after getting out of a single relationship, how hard is it when you're in a polycule or an open relationship to pair bond? How does that dull the ends of those nerves and fry those sensors inside of our heads? I can't imagine it does anything good.
A lot of people think open relationships are insane for the simple fact that there are going to be a lot of people where they shouldn't be. But what is even crazier than that is realizing how much of your information is being leaked on the internet where it shouldn't be, which is why I've partnered with the sponsor of this video, Aura. I get spam.
How did he get a sponsorship when he has 2 videos on the channel? See how these sponsorships are just paying people, which by the way, a sponsor did reach out to me earlier today and I laughed because I've seen this sponsorship on other people's videos. And I just started laughing because they're like, this is how much we pay per video. They're doing a lot of these sponsorships for like $500 to $1,000 to $5,000. And I get it, but like, see how I don't take sponsorships? Because I'm like, nah, bro, I'm good. And this is why you should like this video and go hype my podcast that I just posted. And you could hype 3 times a week. So if you want to use all your 3 hypes on my podcast video, I'd appreciate it. But also you can just hype once. Like it, leave a comment, fan fund, join Patreon, become a member.
Spam calls, texts, and emails every single day. Hundreds of them. It was getting so bad that I had to have my phone permanently on Do Not Disturb just to act as a little bit more of a barrier, but it still wasn't getting the job done. But this is what really freaked me out. If companies are selling it, that means anyone can find it. When I signed up for Aura, it showed me, I am not joking, nearly 200 different companies were listing and selling my personal information. My phone numbers, emails, addresses, things about my family, stuff that I had no idea people could find, let alone sell online. Some people might think, well, it's different, Andrew, you're a content creator, but I think a lot of people lull themselves into this false sense of security with that idea. This won't happen to me. I'm a nobody. It doesn't matter if you're working a 9 to 5, if you're someone just getting into content creation, if you're a creator or celebrity with millions of followers, or someone who's just part of a 15-person polycule. Know that your data is just as valuable as anyone else's. If somebody can profit from selling it, they will. Within minutes of me entering my removal request with Aura, I saw that massive number start dropping immediately. I looked at a lot of different companies before choosing Aura, but the simple fact was that nobody was doing nearly as much to protect your information on the internet. If you are on the internet, which you are if you're watching this video, then your online and personal security will get more and more important as time goes on. And the sooner that you start addressing it with Aura, the better. But to make things easier for all of you, Aura is offering my listeners a free 14-day trial at aura.com/Andrew Briggs. In those 2 weeks, Aura will get to work scrubbing your personal information off of these data broker sites. I should have done this years ago. Don't be like me. Click the link in the description to get started today, and I think you will be shocked by what you see. Thank you to Aura for sponsoring this video. Let's get back to it.
Theoretically, none of these problems exist in a non-monogamous relationship. So then the only real barrier is getting that approval in your primary relationship and finding a way to circumvent the
Wait, I don't remember what you were talking about. Why did you do an ad right there and then not tell me what you were talking about? He started off mid-sentence. How am I supposed to remember what he was talking about?
very deeply ingrained jealousy from years and years of mate and resource guarding being built into our psyches. It really cannot be overstated how strong anthropological and biological drives are from the male perspective to have paternal certainty to avoid, in evolutionary psychology terms, becoming a cuckold and unknowingly raising someone else's child. Sure, there are other ways to verify that.
What?
Being built into our psyches. It really cannot be overstated how strong anthropological and biological drives are from the male perspective to have paternal certainty to avoid, in
And in this B-roll suspicious. You know what I mean? Right? And from the male perspective is suspicious. Because as a man myself, I'm just telling you, not relatable.
evolutionary psychology terms, becoming a cuckold and unknowingly raising someone else's child. Sure, there are other ways to verify that now with
Who cares if you're raising someone else's child? The problem is, like, consent was broken. See how the language is like, you're such a cuck, you're raising someone else's kid? That poor child born into a family where the only male role model is such a loser, bro. Like, you were deceived. The focus should be on the deception of your partner. The conversation should be happening. Isn't that interesting how it's like, I don't want to raise someone else's bastard child. It's like, whoa, bro.
modern science, but on the other end of that spectrum, women are mate guarding to be sure that a man isn't spending time.
Oh my God, I can't do this. Is this going to be the whole hour for the whole 2 hours? Oh my God, my Discord warned me it's a bad video, or they warned me it's intent. The language is so not rooted in data. This is such bullshit. This is pseudoscience. This is not real. This is not real. Oh my God.
Money, energy, resources on another woman, and potentially having a child with another woman. Pulling again from anthropology. If a man is sleeping with you and then starts sleeping with
Why does it say pulling from anthropology? What anthropology?
another woman and both of you get pregnant, his resources are now split. And in ancient times, that could be a death sentence for the one of you that he doesn't pick. I even had a friend.
Why don't you guys actually just go to school? Why don't you guys just actually, I don't know, actually be interested in topics? This is such, my brain, there's so many interesting things about existing. Being a human being is so interesting and complex and beautiful, and we are so much better than we could ever imagine. And the only thing y'all ever settle for is the most bullshit pseudoscience ever to make your goddamn points that are nothing.
Recently tell me about something like this happening in her polyamorous relationship. Tara is in a relationship with Mark. Mark used to have Michelle as his primary partner, but they're a little bit more casual now and seemingly on the way out. Apparently there is some open relationship social media website that kind of has a top 8 on it, like MySpace, where you can organize your polycule and put it on display. So keep in mind, Mark and Michelle were on the way out. She was the one who ended it. Tara then gets moved into the primary partner slot. How do you think Michelle reacted? The power dynamics in this relationship just changed. She obviously didn't take it well. So what did Mark do? He took her to a nice dinner to quell her feelings. But how did that make Tara feel? Upset. Because Mike just spent a ton of money on a nice dinner for Michelle, and he rarely does that for her. Resource division. So in essence, non-mons are trying to override millions of years of evolution that says, make sure that person isn't sleeping with any competition.
The video started off so strong and so open-minded, and then it just evolved so quickly. I feel like I'm literally, my brain is frying. Okay, as a person who's read so many books on polyamory and did it for 10 years, you can have a deeper relationship with your biological experience, and you are not beholden to a lot of these biological limiters that you think you are, or limitations. And yes, though some things are, can't be introspected past, like a broken leg, you can still, go to the hospital and get it mended. A lot of these relationships, when we talk about division of resources, is also from a patriarchal lens of like the male buying someone dinner without ever considering that the whole process of like men being the primary caretaker should also be deconstructed, or not caretakers, but providers should be deconstructed. So like just the dynamic of it is so weird. Like oh, like he is the breadwinner and he's going to buy her dinner and that makes her sad. And this is like, patriarchy isn't like everything we do is biological, but nothing is set in stone if we can have a deeper relationship with our biological experience. Like, it's just such a silly narrative. Like, it doesn't, it's so reductive. This is the problem is like this. Okay, now I feel bad. So now I genuinely feel, without tooting my own horn, like I'm talking to a person in middle school and I don't know what to do. Because if I keep watching this video, then it's just going to be us like making fun of a guy with an education that a middle schooler has, like from TikTok. Because even if this man told me right now he has a PhD in something, I'd be like, okay, Jordan Peterson, all these, what are we going to do without all these men, these women with lipstick on? Oh my goodness, the rouge on their cheeks means they're fucking horny and shit, you know, man? It's like, bro, I don't even know what's happening right now. Okay, let's give it a chance. Oh, fuck.
And giving away the things that I am entitled to. It doesn't matter that we have modern safeguards or loopholes for these things. Our brain doesn't care. And if we were being honest, a relationship with zero jealousy feels weird. How many book talk books are there where women are just gooning over some guy that's a little too possessive, you know?
He's not a bad guy. He's just done bad things. But I have to back him on it.
You're just saying we're also traumatized and fucked up, that this should be the base expectation of human behavior. And I'm saying, no, that base you keep like going back to, is base the word I want? That thing is not, that's like our animal brain. You're like going down to our monkey brain and you're like, that's just how humans are. And I'm saying, no, like you're saying like, you know, men will say, oh, it's just biological that we want to fuck kids. And I'm like, okay, no, but everything is biological. Everything you do is biological because you're a biological creature, but not everything is set in stone the way you're making it sound. Like, I am not a jealous person. I do not really experience jealousy. And my partner can be a testament to this. My friends and family can be a testament to this. Jealousy is like the fear of losing something. Envy, the fear of wanting something. Like, I don't really feel these feelings. Now, it might be because I'm autistic, or it might be because I'm, philosophically minded, or it might be because I just haven't had the opportunity. It's not to say that I haven't felt feelings, but as a person who's like really interested in these concepts, I just don't identify with the way people talk about it. But that's probably also because I'm a Taurus. You know what I mean? So I think it's like, there's nothing wrong with being jealous. First of all, it's a very human emotion. It's normal. The question is, did you deconstruct your jealousy? Because why are you jealous? It's always rooted in something. Everything is rooted in something, but it's not always what he thinks it is. So like his rigidity of like women like toxic men in books. So there you go. Yeah, girl, it's called like healing and going to therapy and also realizing like fiction is fiction. You know what I mean? It's like, this is what I'm saying. This is so reductive. I haven't watched a video like this in a long time. I feel like my brain is breaking. It's so reductive. It feels like I'm starting off on the most 101. Wow. The video quality and production is crazy good, but then, oh man. And guys, a lot of people in poly relationships are toxic as fuck because they come from monogamous culture, and monogamous people are toxic as fuck. Everyone's cheating. Sexual assault is rampant. Like, everyone's in bad relationships. You know what I'm saying? Like, poly people aren't going to be exempt from this. It's just interesting that you could have the same amount of energy towards monogamy, but you never do videos like that. And it's because you're acting like poly or monogamy is a one-size-fits-all fix. It's not. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a way people have decided to do things under patriarchy and the way we're trained. But like, we haven't even started to ask, like, our parents haven't even gone to therapy yet. You know what I mean? Like, we're still breaking generational curses out here. People are still racist and homophobic, like, we haven't even started to really deconstruct our own biological experience. We can't even agree that skin color is neutral. Like, I literally cannot even get the world to agree we shouldn't be racist. And you're out sitting here like, actually, like, scientifically speaking, it's like, girl,
I'm sorry.
Book talk might actually be a fun idea for a future video. I already had it blow up once on TikTok.
Book talk. Women are all collectively gooning on a level that nobody has ever seen. I know a book talk author. I see women at the gym reading this shit on the treadmills.
How many men out there are drooling over these territories?
Yeah, bro. Women are horny too. Wow. Amazing. I can't believe you live in a bubble where you think women still don't get horny. Hello? What is this? The 1800s? Yeah, bro. Women masturbate.
Eastern European women and Latinas.
Just European women are different.
Lack of jealousy in a weird way almost feels like lack of passion for a relationship. And it seems like our brains know that. You know, we want to ignore our base instincts, and we can to an extent, but they're still there. So this begs such an obvious question. Given that you must overcome jealousy to make non-monogamy work, how well are they managing it? What are they doing to manage it?
Why is it that we often feel jealous?
Jealousy.
Jealousy and polyamory.
Jealousy.
Jealousy.
What is the role of jealousy in our relationship?
In an open relationship and feeling jealousy.
No relationship is without jealousy. That includes monogamous ones. But like I said, I don't think it shouldn't.
That's not true. To say no relationship is without jealousy is not technically true, but is probable because we're raised in an environment where we don't grow up stable. We're not healthy. It's okay. You have to work on it though.
Exist. An aim to never be jealous is like aiming to never be sad or angry. It's an emotion.
Sure, I agree with this. That jealousy is just an emotion. It's not a big deal.
But I don't think people should intentionally throw themselves into situations that will evoke emotions that might be perceived as bad by them. Let's say, for example, you are very anti-Second Amendment. I don't think that you should go to an NRA meeting. It will make you mad. Now, let's say that you are the product of millions of years of evolution, which created the emotion of jealousy. I don't think that it makes sense to introduce a jealousy-inducing variable into your relationship unless your goal is to pressure test that. Remember that I said that. That's going to be important. I'm doing what I can to stay balanced on this, but when I saw how much trying to manage jealousy came up in these circles, oh my God, this meme was my exact experience.
So yeah, doing things like, I agree you should have discernment and be wise, but I disagree with the idea that that he couldn't find the same information on monogamy. Look, do I think most people are successful at monogamy? No. Do I think most people are successful at poly? No. Do I think most people are successful at romantic relationships? No. Next question. We have to start with the premise. Most people are bad at relationships. You are bad at romantic relationships. Let's start there. And then we can talk about poly. It's like we're starting at poly as if poly isn't just like another way to do relationships, which we're all bad at, until you're better at it.
I joined several different non-mon support groups and threads for a few days while writing this, and it felt like every other day somebody is writing something to try.
True, Discord said balance is usually code for centrism. Yeah, he's trying to play both sides, but that's the problem because he is a centrist. Like you can tell he hasn't deconstructed. He thinks it's a big deal that women are horny. Do you know what I mean? There's a whole bubble, guys, where they believe women seriously don't get horny. They think only men get horny. Just remember that. It's been like 20 years since I've been in these bubbles where people literally think this, but that's what he's saying. When he's like, oh, I went viral on Book Talk because I pointed out that women get horny. Yeah. I literally keep my vibrator by my bed. I have to remember to put it away when guests come over. And like, what's your point, dude? Yeah. Like people get horny. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what to tell you.
To address their jealousy, like, oh, my partner came home and they looked so happy and excited, and in the community's defense.
Did he learn what compersion means? How about compersion? When you're actually happy and excited to see your partner fulfilled and happy in their relationship with their other partners, right?
Many are quick to say that that is basically a make or break. If you can't get past jealousy, you won't be able to be a non-mon.
If you can't get past jealousy, you're probably not going to have a healthy monogamous relationship either.
This is going to come up a lot in this video. And in their aim to help, the comments are usually linked with an article, a video, a personal anecdote. It's actually quite nice to see. It's a very supportive group. But as there is in any community or niche, there is also the authorities or the content creators, and the authors, etc. And as fun as I think it would be to spend $400 on some course made by some people who ended up splitting up because their needs weren't getting met, I just think it would be easier to not add that variable to one of my relationships personally. I really do think that invalidates your course at least a little bit, right?
Yeah, definitely. Having a course on how to be poly is, first of all, very scammy. And second of all, it's very different. Like trying to sell, I think like in general, selling courses on how to have healthy romantic relationships is pretty scummy because I think you actually should be talking to professionals who talk about your traumas and your mental health and stuff like that. So I actually think you should be going to your therapists and family counselors. Like, I don't actually think you should take a course on relationship dynamics because ultimately this is all connected to our trauma and our relationship with our families and social structures. And I think that's the problem is we keep taking courses instead of going to therapists. And you can't just go to any therapist. You have to go to a therapist who actually knows what they're talking about. And you have to go to somebody who has your similar values. So, you know what I'm saying? And again, do we love the person that we're with because of the consciousnesses that they are, that we have shared values? Or do we like the person that we're with because they're hot?
But hey, maybe it's helping some folks. I'm going to really frame this for you guys, okay? One of the largest polyamory subreddits with over 410,000 members, they average 12 questions every 24 hours about jealousy. The non-monogamy subreddit with 171,000 members averages 2 questions about jealousy every 24 hours. When you compare that to the dating subreddit.
That's because polyamory people are actually talking about jealousy when monogamous people aren't. Poly people talk about jealousy because it's a form of liberation to say that they are jealous. Monogamous people never admit they're jealous, which is why they aren't liberated enough to talk about it because they can't. I never heard so much about jealousy in my life until I started doing polyamory. And that's because it was actually a safe space to talk about it for once in our lives. Nobody is allowed to talk about jealousy in monogamy because in monogamy, you're not even allowed to look at other people and think they're attractive in some bubbles. In some bubbles, they're so jealous, but they won't talk about it that if their partner even thinks a celebrity is attractive, they get mad. That's called jealousy because you're afraid you're going to lose that person, right? So it feels a little bit like you're missing the point of why. It feels very much like, why is everyone autistic all of a sudden? Because we're literally getting diagnosed more. No, that's not it. People must be faking. It's like, okay, are you not the doctors who are up to diagnosing? It's funny that you blame the clients for getting diagnosed and not the professionals for diagnosing them. Look, if you are misdiagnosing me, you're in trouble, sir. Okay? I was diagnosed by a professional. 2 doctors diagnosed me. So y'all are responsible for diagnosing me. And by the way, I told them that. I said, hey, make sure you're diagnosing me for real, because this is very serious. Am I autistic or not? Because even though I think I might be, you're the doctors. Tell me what's up. You know what I mean? Tell me what's up. Okay. And they're like, girl, autistic. And I was like, okay. Like, that's the thing, right? So it's like, yeah, of course I'm autistic. Like and then the whole thing is like, oh, you should do it the right way. Don't self-diagnose. And then you do it the right way and they're like, they're just diagnosing everyone autistic now. It's like, bro, you can't win.
With 6.2 million members, there are 3 questions about
Hold on.
being sub.
Let me look at this.
12 questions. Largest polyamory subreddits with over 4.
This is the largest polyamory subreddit and only has 7 comments 3 hours ago, 9 comments 22 hours ago, 8 comments 6 hours ago, 12 comments, 38 comments, 400,000 followers. Okay.
410,000 members, 171,000.
34 comments, 2 comments. It's not very active. Yeah, it's not a very active Reddit.
Members averages 2 questions about jealousy every 24 hours. When you compare that to the dating subreddit with 6.2 million members, there are 3 questions about jealousy.
Just wait, YouTube chat says I don't believe in monogamy, but I understand there are healthy relationships. I also think you need to make a decision about being monogamous. What do you mean you don't believe in monogamy? It's not up for debate. It exists. That's like saying I don't believe in trans people. Like you don't, it's not up to you. Can you expand on that so I know what you mean? It just sounds funny when you say like, I don't believe in monogamy. It's like, you don't have to, it exists. You know what I mean? Do you mean that, like, yeah, I'm being autistic about this because I'm like, I don't understand what you mean. Could you explain it?
Jealousy every 24 hours.
Oh, Chad says, I don't think it's natural. I mean, oh. I was like, you don't believe in it? Oh, you don't think it's natural? Oh, I think everything we do is natural. How do you decide what's natural or not natural? Because I think skyscrapers are natural, right? I believe they're monogamous relationships because I've been married. I don't know what that means. I think everything's natural. Like everything we do is natural. Monogamy and polyamory are both as natural as anything else. Interesting. Okay.
I'm not going to bore you guys with the math, but that means that if we combine the poly and non-monogamy subreddits versus the dating one, you are 50.
And that's okay, Chad. That's okay. I don't mean to you said I'm not communicating good. That's okay. That's okay. Don't worry about it. I just was curious.
50 times as likely to be experiencing jealousy bad enough that you needed to post about it on Reddit. But again, that is exactly.
Well, you're going to online forums where people are talking. This feels like confirmation bias. How do you decide? This is so interesting. I'm gonna really struggle getting through this video, guys. Honestly, I feel my brain melting. But I feel like it's, you know what? I'm just gonna let him talk. You know what?
Exactly what they tell you is going to happen before going non-monogamous. You will be jealous. This is the metaphorical cross that you will bear. It is actively encouraged to talk about jealousy as often as you can as a way to work through it. This is known. But what do you hear about when people discuss marriage? What is the common struggle after 20, 40, 60 years of marriage? Not getting bored. I searched up the word bored in the non-monogamy and polyamory subreddits, and it didn't come up a single time
interesting.
in 24 hours. When I clicked the 1 month filter, it still wasn't nearly enough to match the marriage subreddit. So we're going to skip the math here again. You are 34.6 times less likely to be bored if you choose to be non-monogamous. For better or worse, this kind of feels like a pick your poison sort of thing.
Ooh,
I think that's a common thread that you'll notice
okay.
through this whole video. That being
Okay, interesting. That was a little bit more interesting.
said, here's a question I honestly just can't get to the bottom of. Boredom will happen. That is a part of life. That is a feature.
Interesting. Chad says, okay, it's natural. What I was trying to say is I don't think it's necessary for survival or having healthy relationships. Oh, hard agree, girl. No, I agree with you there. Yeah, definitely. Monogamy is just, definitely agree with you there. Yeah. Definitely agree with you there.
Of life. But it's not as if monos are just sitting in a room in silence after 40 years of marriage, you know? I mean, maybe some of them are, but in terms of jealousy, why would you bother with doing something that is this counter your intuition? You are literally weakening your ability to follow your gut. Not every time, but often.
Oh, you're not supposed to follow your gut. Your gut is trained by your trauma and your lived experiences. So though intuitively you can make good decisions, generally speaking, you actually don't want to rely on your gut because it actually can be like misleading. You want to rely on good data. And your goal should be to be healthy and deconstructed. So then you should put together good data to get to a good conclusion.
If your gut feels off about something, there's a reason. This is akin to meeting someone in a dark alley and them saying, hey, don't worry, I'm not going to stab you. Then you say, well, I don't want to be rude.
Yeah, but that's not your gut. That's your data noticing that you're in a dark alley with a person who feels suspicious. That's just like good data gathering. Your intuition might feel like something is off, but the truth is like, it's just data. It's data that your subconscious is processing, but your brain, you have to sparse the data, like go through the data and make sure what's correct and not correct, right?
Maybe I need to start doing the work, as they all say. No, you should be rude and you should follow your intuition. And if you don't know how to do that, you should go buy the book called The Gift of Fear by Gavin de Becker.
Oh. Is an American security specialist and author. He worked for governments, large corporations, and public figures. National leading expert in protection of public figures. His work in the prediction and prevention of violence has earned him 3 presidential appointments. What the fuck?
I have linked it down in my bio. I do get paid if you click that link, but I've literally bought dozens of copies of that book for so many people. It is a fantastic book. I cannot recommend it enough. I need to tell you guys a story about an old buddy of mine who we will call Tyler. Tyler was in a 5-year-long relationship with a gal named Savannah. And at some point during this relationship, Tyler realized that he was bi and he had never explored this. Then enters a friend, Alan, and wherever you think this story is going to go, you are wrong. Alan was basically the non-monogamy guy where I was from, and he was a fucking snake. To this day, I despise that man for how many people he did this exact thing to. Most people might have seen what they were going through in their relationship and thought, well, that's a problem that you can work through. Alan, however, saw that as a chink in their relationship's armor and suggested that they open things up so that Tyler could explore, but not with Alan. No. Alan was straight. If they open it up, Savannah could also explore. With Alan. Cue Savannah coming home after a night together, covered in bruises, because for some reason, non-monogamy relationships are almost always steeped in some kink shit, which you already know I'm going to be talking about later. Tyler has a fucking mental breakdown. They end up splitting, and if I'm being honest, I don't think Tyler ever really came back from that, realizing that he let another man fuck his girlfriend. Later, it became known around town that this was just Alan's game. It was what he did. He liked the power play of it. It's weird shit. He did eventually end up getting what was coming to him, but if I was any more specific, you guys would be able to Google and identify him. So the part that I left out, I remember Tyler talking to me and a couple of our friends before they decided to go non-monogamous and saying how he felt something was just off about this. And we all said, you should trust your gut. But he didn't. Some people do use this lifestyle in a predatory fashion. How often do you hear about relationships where only one person is interested in opening things and then lo and behold, they already had somebody lined up in their head? Open relationships being used as a vehicle of socially acceptable cheating are way, way too common. And because they are okay in the public view as a relationship dynamic, they are much harder to push back on because the person pushing back is just seen as, the keyword, jealous. I think one of the saddest stories that I'd seen in one of these threads was this guy that agreed to trying out an open relationship, but said not with that guy that she had already once expressed interest in, and she threw a fit. 24 hours later, they split up. Nobody in this thread was surprised, not even the non-monogamous folks. But relationships have a level of social enforcement that I think people really take for granted. To share another real story, I knew a guy named Mike that was in a relationship with his wife, May, and they had, as is always suggested, a lot of rules and communication around what was and was not permitted in this open relationship dynamic. But it was well known that they were open. So if you saw May out with a guy or Mike out with some gal, you weren't immediately saddled with the guilt of like, oh my God, how do I tell them that they're being cheated on? So what ends up happening? when someone is breaking the rule and the community doesn't know. The social enforcement of fidelity is gone. So when May was out having an entire other relationship with someone, Mike didn't know about it. When people saw May at dinner with another man, why would anyone think something was amiss? This went on for months because the unspoken social contract had already been broken. So for anyone who might be curious about this lifestyle, let me ask you this. Why is your gut telling you to be jealous and to not do that? Name any other time where you would ignore your gut and join support groups specifically instructing you to ignore those base instincts. This isn't as if you're learning to be a better partner because you've
I don't know what to do with this video. I'm so deeply at a loss. I feel like he has thrown a whole pile of shit at me, and there's like, I'm supposed to weed through this shit to even, I can't even, my brain is fried. I don't know what to do with this. Like, it's really, I cannot, you know what I mean? Like, hold on. I literally feel like my brain just melted. Yeah, Chad said he's painfully a cis white straight man. Bro, he's so painfully. Where do you live? What bubble are you in, bro? He's so painfully uneducated that it's weird because he did all this research and he has all these words, but he's so like, it's like what's the word? I'm trying to be so nice. It's like, yeah, it's confirmation bias for sure. But he's so like, he's like a kid, bro. I don't know how to explain it to you without sounding so much more condescending than that. But it's like a kid. Okay. I'm trying to think of a good example. Like, he's like, I'm trying to think of a stupid example. If a boy wears pink, how will I know he's a boy? If a girl has short hair, how will I know it's a girl? You know, that's what it sounds like to me, where I'm like, huh? He's like, he's like, I don't like to hang out with friends who have better bikes than me, because if my friend has a better bike than me, then I might want his bike. And I don't want to be jealous of my friend. So I just don't have friends that have better bikes than me. It's like, dude, that's what it sounds like. We're like, huh? Like, I'm like, I feel like I'm in a conversation with someone who's like, if the earth is round, then why do I feel like I'm on flat earth? It's like, what? You know, that's what I want it to be so, like, you know what I mean? I'm trying to be so good faith. It's almost like I don't want to talk to him. Don't DM me. Leave me alone, white man. But in my head, I was like, man, if I could talk to him, then I could pull all of his points apart. We could deconstruct them together and really examine them. But because he's throwing so much at me and all of it's wrong, I can't even stop. Like, we're 23 minutes into this hour and 40-minute video. Like, I could write 17 books on just the misinformation in this first 23-minute video. So then it's like, how do I pull it apart? You know what I'm saying? Oh my God. I'm exhausted.
You've got misguided jealousy because maybe you were cheated on in a last relationship. This is dismantling your intuition. And if somebody can break that, they can break more. If someone can convince you to let them sleep with your partner, what can't you be convinced of? I don't want to take this down a dark path, so I'll make this quick. When I was getting molested as a kid, it wasn't bang, now you're getting molested. It started with a slow, methodical breakdown of barriers.
Pause. Habibi, I'm so sorry, bro. I'm so sorry to hear that. Okay, so our boy has been traumatized. I feel you. I empathize. That's devastating, right? He's worried that that's going to happen again. This is why we have to deconstruct and go to therapy and learn. Okay, I'm sorry that happened to him as a kid. That's fucking devastating. I think from a trauma perspective, I see the correlation he's making, right? His brain is saying, and this is why I say, guys, please hear me when I say this. This is why I say all of us are traumatized. Your bigotry is rooted in trauma. Your hate and disdain for other people is rooted in trauma. As much as you don't think it is, it is. That's why our parents who are homophobic are often parents who have either been molested or they know someone who's been molested. And so they think all gay people are molesters. I'm so sorry this happened to you. It has nothing to do with other things. This is why we can, yes, speak from our own experience, but we shouldn't project it on a whole group of people. Because again, your intuition that you're trying to solidify, yes, your intuition might be telling you something, your gut might be telling you something, but you still need the wisdom and discernment to say, what is it telling me? Is it something rooted in something that isn't true? Because you can also have a situation where you're in a perfectly healthy relationship and you're triggered from something in your past and you convince yourself it's not just like past shit, right? So like you have to have the wisdom and discernment to say, okay, is this actually happening or do I think it's happening? Because it could be either or, and you have to have a safe space where you can even express that. Look, as a person who was cheated on when I was in a poly relationship, listen, it could have been so obvious to me. In hindsight, it's so obvious to me that was going to happen. But you know what's even more obvious to me is that it's really just about how traumatized people are and how valueless they are. They don't have values, right? So that's really the problem is we don't have values. We don't have morals or ethics. So, you know, it's not... Any manipulation of any form can occur no matter what you're in, monogamous or otherwise. We know abuse is rampant in monogamous relationships. That doesn't mean we shouldn't be monogamous, okay? You know, we know parents molest and rape their own children. It doesn't mean people shouldn't be parents. You know, we know a lot of things about people. We know things happen. It doesn't mean that people shouldn't be in these dynamics. These things shouldn't be happening. So, you know, I deeply empathize with the fact that he's traumatized, but I also think it's very dangerous to assume that because something happened, right, that, you know, that it counts for this whole group of people, right? Chat said, how can you tell if your gut's rooted in wisdom or fear? In the moment, it always feels like wise to trust instinct, but it's not always true. I would say this. Wisdom and discernment is based off of actual lived experience and data. Intuition and gut are things you feel in your body, but don't have the explanation for. So yes, if your intuition or gut is telling you something, you can just side on caution and be more cautionary, but it's not actually telling you anything. You still have to discern what it means. Okay, you still have to do the work. So what I'll say is, hey, I'm not feeling good about the situation. I don't know why yet, but I'm just going to pull back and then think about it and I'll come back with an answer. Because if I feel uncomfortable, does it mean that the uncomfortability is telling me what I think it's telling me, right? Maybe it's telling me something else. Because sometimes, you know, again, this physiological thing that's happening doesn't necessarily give us enough of the information. So yes, you can train your intuition to be a little bit better, but realistically, you're a biological creature experiencing things. And it really requires your full activity, full engagement to really come to a good conclusion. You know, otherwise you end up like this. You don't want to end up with his conclusions. I think that's the problem. Is like, you don't want to say like, my intuition tells me this about polyamory, so I'm going to come to this conclusion. Okay.
Experiences, and then asking me to tell myself that it was okay. It started as grabbing my crotch and saying, that was funny. That's just how guys play though. So I'm going to repeat this. If someone can get you to ignore base instincts, what else can they make you second guess? Your mental muscle is literally being systematically broken down. And once that happens, it is easier to do it every single time.
Habibi is just describing abuse. He's describing predatory behavior that is abuse. Anyone can abuse you at any point, no matter if they're your boss or the president of the United States or a police officer or a teacher or your polyamorous partner. Anybody can abuse you. You are describing abuse. You're literally, yes, he's talking about grooming. You are literally describing grooming. Habibi, I am so sorry this happened to you, but this is why you should know terminology and know the science behind it, because you are experiencing something so real. But anybody can be your groomer, not just poly people.
Someone can convince you to give them $1, they could convince you to give them 5 or 10 or 20 or
See, he knows it. He just gave an example about money.
100. It is just a matter of time. Call it.
See, you don't want to live in fear, though. You want to live in wisdom. He is acting out of fear, and I'm saying act out of wisdom. Don't be afraid. Be wise.
A foot in the door, grooming, gradual desensitization.
Oh, he used the word grooming.
Or TikTok's favorite word, normalizing behavior. Yes, jealousy and predation and lying all exist in monogamy, but there are intentional actions taken in these non-monogamous relationships that enable and poke at these things. The majority of worry from the monos is that
he's talking about when poly people tell you to deconstruct your jealousy. Yeah, but if they're healthy, you should deconstruct your jealousy. If they're unhealthy, they're doing it as a way to get away with stuff. Unhealthy, healthy can look like the same action, but the why behind it is what's different here.
They see how it can be weaponized. Despite how much detailed communication there ostensibly is in these relationships, there are way more opportunities to break these agreements. When I get married, I will not be alone in a room with another woman that is not my family out of extenuating circumstances. It will
Is our boy Mormon? Is he Catholic? Is he religious?
It will be a physical impossibility that I do anything illicit with another woman. If I were in an open relationship, the possibilities are literally endless, regardless of spoken boundaries.
Okay, he's like a full-on conservative. I get it. I have conservative brothers, and, you know, because of their lack of deconstruction, they also aren't in the room alone with female friends. But, you know, I'm in a deconstructed genderless marriage. So, like, we have opposite sex friends, we have same sex friends, we have all kinds of gendered friends. So, like, if you do not deconstruct and you stay in a toxic cycle of believing that gender dictates action, then sure, you have to do these things because you guys are not deconstructed or healed. That's the problem with conservatives, is like you can't have friends of the opposite gender because you literally won't allow yourself to humanize people. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm so sorry that's happening to you, but like, this can be changed. You can literally fix this. This does not have to be your life. You can literally have a completely different relationship with reality if you wanted to, but this is where you've decided to stay, and this is where you will die. But this is a choice. Well, is it a choice? Does he have free will? That's the question. This is a philosophy channel. Does he actually have the free will to engage with another reality? Probably not, because he's probably already assigned himself to a construct that won't allow him to deconstruct it, because he's already decided this is the truth. And because he decided this is the truth, he actually doesn't have the ability to interact with his free will in order to move on this action. So he can't extrospect further than this. I told my brother this the other day. I was like, you are choosing, because you won't deconstruct your religion, to stay in this bubble in which you are denying yourself this relationship, but it is not objective. And he's like, it is objective. This is why XYZ happens. No, that is not true. These things only happen because you're doing this. And I'm saying you could have a different relationship with self. Again, my partner, myself, we are a genderless marriage. We do not engage in gender dynamics or gender roles, and we have all friends of different genders. And I am so happy every day that I am that I am married to somebody who is so wise and deconstructed. Well, wise, we're both working on our wisdom. Hold on, girls here. We are so willing to engage with deconstruction in order to seek wisdom, in order to maintain a healthy relationship in which people are more than their gender. You are more than your skin color. You are more than your gender. If you cannot deconstruct gender, you're not going to be able to deconstruct race. Okay? If you see women and men as inherently XYZ because of gender, you probably think that about people's skin color and you don't even know it. Because again, you're playing with the same rules. The fundamental rules apply. Nothing about your gender tells me much about you as a character, your personality, who you are as a person, and nothing about your skin color does either. So basically him saying he won't be alone in a room with a woman is like him saying he won't be alone in the room with a brown person. Why? It doesn't make sense. But in his head, it sounds like it makes so much sense to him because he's attributing action to gender. He's saying, no, if a woman's in a room with me, this will happen. Why? But why would that happen? Oh, because I find women attractive. Okay, what does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything? And this is why I say racism and patriarchy, they're like fucking kissing cousins, bro. Okay? This is why patriarchy is mostly dominated by white supremacy as well. You know what I mean? That's why, like, we have to talk about these things, but it's confusing for people because they're not, there's so much healing that has to happen. I feel so bad for his child self. Like, I feel so deeply sick to my stomach that this man was traumatized and victimized and groomed and is so unhealed that it is going to impact how he views this community and other people. But like, that is so many people's stories, isn't it? Are we all just like traumatized people existing in the world and projecting it onto other people? We really are a suffering population. We really are suffering so fucking deeply. Jesus Christ. Oh, my heart goes out to him, truly.
But just a real quick pause on that. This theoretical example is the extreme of what is possible with less clear safeguards and is not at all representative of most non-monogamous people.
My opinion is that open relationships and polyromantic relationships work on paper, but in real life it needs a ton of communication, honesty, and sincerity. I hear stories of failed open relationships because somebody ended up cheating or projecting. Open relationships, just like other relationships, needs the people involved to work hard and still sacrifice something to make it work.
But in defense of non-monogamous people, they all make a point that you should over-communicate with your partner.
So just to be clear, Chad says the fact that you agree he's attributing these things, it makes me not want to sympathy for patriarchal racists. I don't sympathize with him. Projecting it onto others is pathetic. I think you're new to my channel, maybe. So we do philosophy through pop culture here. So you can have your opinion, which is fine. You don't have to sympathize or empathize with anybody. Also, my job is to humanize everybody, deconstruct, and like see where they're coming from. So obviously I fundamentally disagree with this guy, right? I can see where it's coming from. That doesn't take away my ability to empathize with his child self who was molested and groomed, right? Like if you can't empathize with his child self, that's a reflection of your character. I am not empathizing with his adult self. I am empathizing with his kid self, the kid that was molested. Like I am deeply in agony for the idea that he was so hurt as a child. Like that's who I am so sad for. His adult self, I am obviously more critical of and still sympathetic to the struggle, but lacking more empathy there because I don't have to empathize with his adult self, right? But his child self, right, girlies? Like his kid self, that kid. Because again, we're so stunted by our trauma that's the part of it that I want you to empathize with. Imagine he's a child. Go ahead, imagine a kid getting molested and tell me you don't feel bad. Kind of weird that you don't feel bad.
Over communicating.
We spent probably a good 5 hours a week processing our emotions together.
So much so that at times it feels like its own language or slang. If
It is its own language. Chad says, ad popped up while you were talking. Oh no, I can empathize with his kid self. I just don't care about his real self now is a problem. Oh yeah, for sure. All that trauma doesn't make your actions valid. It's not that the actions are valid, but we explain the actions and then we deconstruct. His actions aren't valid. They're just the reality. They're the world is a reflection of us as a whole. And the reality is until we deconstruct our own actions and our traumas, the world will continue to suffer unwisely. He is continuing to suffer unwisely. Yes. But that's because he will not reflect, right? So we're explaining why he did these things. We're not making an excuse for it, okay? We're just explaining how it happens so we can prevent it in future babies, right?
There's been any net positive from this movement, it is absolutely that. They really over-communicate to a near nauseating degree. It is impressive, which leads me to the next question. Why do people in open relationships always talk like that?
The emotion just...
The same reason you talk the way you do and we hear buzzwords and we're like, oh, we know what bubble he's in, right? The same reason we look at you and go, oh, I know what he watches and what he reads and like who he is, because we're all like that. We use different words to identify with different bubbles. And yes, by the way, there is a lot of shitty people in the polyamorous bubbles, but I'm telling you, it's no more interesting or exaggerated than it is in monogamous ones. Everyone's shitty.
Yeah. Goes down by at least half.
We lived in a matriarchal society.
Yes, we did.
We worshipped the great mother.
Yeah.
Every man has a different expression.
Okay, he's showing like the worst people on the internet. To be fair, Teal Swan is like the horrible person, right? Incredibly traumatized, bad person. That's the other part. It's like, I agree these are just bad people, you know?
Of this divine masculine energy.
Why am I feeling this? What was the trigger?
How to heal your feminine. Yeah, guys, this is just a particular bubble of poly. You know remember those normie poly people we saw too? Look, every group has a subcategory of like, there's like Nazi furries and then there's family furries. Every furry community is different too. Hold on. Poly house. Do you guys remember the poly people who did finances together? And they were so normie, I was dying. They weren't kinky or BDSM or furry, and I was laughing. And by the way, I've done kink like for like how long? Oh, 15 plus years. You know what I mean? Like, I love BDSM. I think it's great. I think it's a great bubble. And yeah, they're a little unorthodox, but no more than any like Pokemon fan. You know what I mean? So it's just like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like, again, the problem with these things is like we're blaming the communities instead of acknowledging that like bad behavior exists everywhere. Because, like, I can agree with him. These people are obnoxious. But, like, it's not because they're poly.
Your journey to healing your feminine energy.
It is so unique that I have given it its own name. Polyglot. That is a really funny pun, and you guys better tell me so in the comments. Let me give you guys a quick example, okay?
So I've really been sitting here feeling so activated, and I realized that I wasn't feeling fully chosen in our connection. Like, I get that love is infinite.
Hold on. Chat said calling him pathetic or weakling isn't nice. I mean, he is weak of character, and he is a bit weak pathetic. Right? So, like, I'm not mad that this chatter is feeling passionate towards him, but I would just say, like, you know what I mean? He is a bit way pathetic, isn't he? You know, like, he, like, you know what I'm saying? He put all this effort into making this video and doing all this research, But like, did he read Ethical Slut? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Maybe he did. Maybe he did. Which, by the way, a lot of people do read that book and still come away with horrible, unethical practices of non-monogamy. I knew a guy who yelled at me, right? Like, he yelled at me for the way he practiced non-monogamy. He's like, I don't understand why you don't approve of it. And I was like, I just don't think it's healthy, bro. And he was like, why? If it can be whatever I want, what does it matter? You know? Chad said, fuck being nice to pathetic losers. Okay, I will say you do sound a bit harsh, my girlfriend. Okay, you sound a way bit harsh in it. Like, you sound a little, you know, the vibe of this community is like a little sassy more than like cruel. And you do sound a little bit like you have a chip on your shoulder, just a bit. Okay, like a little bit. I don't know how you find my content, how you found it, but you do sound a little bit like, you know what I mean? And I get it. Okay, I get it. But like, we are trying to actually like, you know, we are trying to be like more like kind and compassionate. You know, Chad said, why do you care how harsh I am to the other chatter? Because this community here is a philosophy community. We're trying to actually like be better and try to be less bad every day. And it sounds like you're saying I'm allowed to be mean and kind of like aggressive because the world is mean. And I'm saying absolutely your feelings are valid, but not in my chat necessarily. Like, my chat tends to be very kind. And, you know, right? You said I can be as harsh as I want to, though. You're right to be empathetic. I'm not changing my harshness towards corrupt people. I feel you, but maybe not in my chat then, right? Because it feels like you're more angry than justice seeking. Be angry for the world, not at the world. It sounds like you're angry at the world, and we're trying to focus on being angry for the world. Be angry because people are suffering because of corruption, not angry at the world. Right? You know what I mean? Like, we want people to focus on healing and not taking it out on the world. And I get you, right? Like, I go crazy. I go so harsh. I was really critical of this man. But that's all that the chat is just saying. You're uniquely, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's not in a position of power. He's just some guy who's making a YouTube video. But also, I get you. Like, I feel like I was so harsh to him in the beginning. Wasn't I mean to him in the beginning? I feel like I was really harsh. I'm trying to be honest and like really empathetic to like where his position is. Like, when I say like, it's kind of like talking to a kid, I mean that like in the most like literal way. You know what I mean? Where like, I want to help him understand, but I also know like he's so far, like, I don't even know where to start. It's like, I don't even know how to start. I never, like, because I make content for adults, I don't think about, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think about how to like make it clear. So if I was talking to him directly, I think I could explain it to him if he asked me a question. But also, you know what I mean? So I hear you. I hear you, chatter. Like, I hear that we're like expressing ourselves. You said I can be very nice when it suits me. You mean like, you know what? Are you a kid? I'm just checking. Are you like a teenager or like, are you an adult? I think you're an adult, right? By the way, are you a young person? You know what, girl? It doesn't matter. The point is like, I don't want you to be nice when it suits you. I want you to be kind because it's the right thing to do. That's kind of the vibe in this community, right? So that's kind of the point, is like, we're trying to be, you know, we're trying to be like, you know, but you do you. You know, if if I feel like it's ruining the vibe, I'll probably mute you for a bit. But it's the username. Oh, yeah, it's very nice. Oh, funny. You said I'm literally grown. Are you grown or like an adult? Because I am not grown yet, but I'm trying to be. That's what I'm saying. I want to be grown. I want to be an actual adult, but we can't be if we keep showing up acting like teenagers. And I get you because I'm coming out here really like aggressive with this video right now. But I think what my audience is picking up on is like the like, could we be nicer to this man? Could we be more empathetic? Probably, but not because he deserves it, because it's the right thing to do. Because we deserve to be emanating that energy. Maybe that's what it is, you know? Chess says, I hate this guy personally, so I feel the anger, but it doesn't serve me to be angry at random people on the internet. What, are you that angry at this guy? I don't hate him like that. I just kind of am annoyed at how misinformed he is. I don't hate him though. He's not giving me predator vibes. He's giving me misinformed vibes, right? You know, he's just like, I'm not really getting the, what do you think? Right? Chet said all of these nuances you're describing to me are valid but non-compelling. I'm not moved to agree because I'm not sold on your ethics. Hey, fair. You don't have to be. Yeah, I don't know. He's giving me like uninformed video essayist. You know what I mean? I don't know. He's not giving me Andrew Tate, that's for sure. But he's giving me like incredibly misinformed. Like he's watched too many boy podcasts. He said because he says reading spicy books equals being addicted to porn and book talk girls are weird. I thought he was making the point that girls masturbate too and that boys aren't the only ones who are horny. Right? You said to me misinformed white people are indistinguishable materially from predators. Okay. I think that's fair. I think given how white supremacy plays a role, I'm sorry, I missed it. I'm assuming you're not white then. Okay, that's fair. I think that is fair. I think that he is playing into white supremacy and ultimately is probably like, well, he's definitely playing into misogyny. And I think that actually can make a lot of sense because if you have a misinformed white person who's playing into the structures of power, then they obviously will end up backing predators. Like he probably voted for Trump, which means he probably voted for a rapist, right? So then in that case, I would agree with you, Chatter, that he individually represents a structural system. But right now, I'm not looking at him as through that system. I'm looking at him like a person. So I don't hate him as a person, but I do hate his beliefs as a system. I do hate what he represents as a system because it's so bad, right? Chad says, no, he was saying that spicy books are as dangerous as porn and items of addictions and how it can ruin life. What? He made a long rant about it a long time ago. And since then, I noticed how badly informed his takes are. Oh, so I'm going off of, I don't have a lot of information on this guy. Oh, so you're saying on his TikToks, that's his opinion? Well, we already know he's I just want to say, like, we know he's a conservative because he was like making a video about Charlie Kirk, right? He's like sad Charlie Kirk died or whatever. Yeah, so I agree with you there. I think the Chatter has the right intuition. Oh, I think Chatter's intuition is correct that he's a bad person. I think what I'm trying to do is, okay, let's switch modes. Hold on, I see you. It's clicking. You're right. Okay, he is absolutely adding more harm than good to the world. Okay, I was empathizing really hard with his kid self, but you're right. Let's attune ourselves back to the reality that he was making a pro Charlie Kirk video, that he was empathizing with his death, that he was sad other people weren't sad he died, boo, and that he makes bad TikToks. Okay. But I think philosophically speaking, it would implore us to be deeply empathetic with people, even the worst people on the planet, which I'm very good at. Which I think you should practice because it makes you a better person. But it's not about them, it's about you. Free yourself from the burden of holding any hate in your heart. I hate nobody. I have no enemies. So in that case, philosophically speaking, I'm still going to stand by what I said earlier. You should have no enemies and you should hate no people. You should be mad for the world and not at the world. Okay? And that's important. So I think that that's ultimately the point, but I also agree that we should be heavily critical. Yeah, I agree with that.
And that time is the constraint, but my nervous system was so dysregulated after our last energetic exchange. It felt like you weren't holding space for my inner child, and I know you didn't mean to, but it really mirrored a wound that I've been unpacking since my last soul contract, and I'm not projecting. I just need to feel seen, held, and witnessed in my
Is this man a Christian? Christians are not allowed to talk about anyone else's spiritual beliefs. If you're a Christian, I don't want to hear you open your mouth making fun of anyone else. But I agree, like, bubbles are weird, and if you don't understand it, it's weird. And also, like, not everyone is like this.
Process without being made responsible for your triggers. And honestly, I don't want to collapse into a scarcity mindset or re-enter a karmic loop with someone who's not in resonance with my vibration. This needs to be a container where we both feel safe to explore our fluid dynamic. Otherwise, I can't remain available for it.
Hold on, Chatter. You said I'm black and my enemies are sadly white men who pretend to not have enemies. They literally murder my people. Yeah, but girly, you're operating within a reality that is true, but this is a philosophy channel that asks you to stretch out. So I agree with you, this is happening, but that's like women saying they can't be friends with men because men are primarily the primary murderers of like women. But like, I get what you're saying. That is true, but it's not the conclusion we want to be in though, right? Like, I hear you and I agree with you, but I hope you understand what I'm trying to say, that like all human beings are products of their environment, including our predators. Predators are made by culture. We make predators. Like, we make them. We make predators. And so that's what we need to understand is like, I heavily believe that like society makes predators, right? And so that's what I want to explain, because I agree with you. Like, white supremacy is a problem. I'm never going to sit here and act like it's not. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that like white men as a system aren't oppressive as fuck and dangerous as fuck. And also, when we talk about these things from the situation, we're saying to free ourselves from the burden of carrying so much bitter hate in our hearts because of our oppressors, right? Like, you can be a good person even if your oppressor isn't, right? You said race and gender aren't compatible in that way. Again, I understand you, but my hate as an emotion isn't something you get to make prescriptions to solve. True. Especially as a trans woman. Are you a trans woman? Oh. Uh-oh. Bioessentialism in the chat? Wait, do you think I'm a trans woman? Are you a trans woman? Wait, what's happening? Is this black on trans crime? What's happening? Why would that be a burden? Philosophically speaking, we are burdened by hate. Wait, yes, you are trans, or yes, you think I'm trans? Do you think I'm a trans woman? I'm so confused. No, you're trans. Oh, you're trans. I mean, I'm gender fluid, but you're okay. You're a trans woman. You're a trans woman? I don't want to assume. No, yeah, you're a trans woman. Okay, I'm getting it. I'm picking it up. Hold on. You said, especially as a trans woman. Okay, wait, pause. First, I just want to say you are completely valid in your lived experience. Do I think it's completely coming from a healed place? No. And I think because of that, we will always be having a different conversation. I am not asking you at all to ever disregard the pain you have suffered or the adversity you face. That is not what I'm asking. And I would never ask that of you, and you're completely fine. I'm coming from a healed place that believes that solutions should be made from that place. And I think I'll always be working on it and deconstructing, but I want my solutions to be from that place first and foremost and move backwards. I do not live in a survival space. You're right. I'm incredibly privileged. I'm in a healing space. I'm in a living space. And so absolutely 100%, like, I hear you. I see you. You are facing so much adversity, especially under this administration, especially globally. And so, like, everything you're saying is completely valid, right? Just so you know where I'm coming from, I always work backwards from healing, and then I look for solutions. So maybe that's the disconnect. But again, please do not see this as me making a prescription at all, right? Like, that is not what I want you to do. You know what you need to do. You know how you think. You know why you came to those conclusions. You know you better than you, and you should trust that, you know? Absolutely. Right? Let's see. Chet says, it doesn't have to come from a healed place to be coherent within the framework I subscribe to. I don't subscribe to your views because my space is damned to survive only. I fundamentally disagree with you, but that's okay, right? You said I don't subscribe to your views because my space is damned to survival only. It's not, right? Like, in that way, because like, well, it's not literally though, but the world has made you believe that. And I think that's valid that you're in that space still, but I just want to like reassure you, like, you are more than the world has trapped you and more than the world has defined you. You get to exist away from those constructs, even though you live in them. And I know you probably can't hear me now, but you're so like, I see now I'm like imagining, you know what I mean? Like, I wish I could, you know what I mean? But like, I can't. I want you to know you're so much more than that. But it's okay. Like, I hope I don't come off condescending, but it hurts my heart when people in these positions really believe that they are, like, their oppressor has convinced them that they can't be more than in survival mode. You are so much more than that, right? You said you can't prove that my specific life isn't damned to survival. Like, you can't prove that. I know. It's okay. I hear you. I see you. Thank you for sharing. I really appreciate this discourse a lot. I really do. Let's see. Another chatter says, what makes the lessons he learned any less effective other than the lessons he could have learned from his experience? Isn't it dependent on his desires? So that's a good question. What makes the lessons he learned any less effective than the lessons he could have learned from his experience? I would assume that this man wants to have the answers. Like Andrew, his name is Andrew. I assume he wants to know what's true. From the way that he talks and the way that he is, he says, I did all this research, I read all these books. I think if he wants to know what's actually true, he should keep reading and deconstructing. I think if that's wrong and that's not his goal, then I think that I misunderstood the point of this video maybe. But I would say that it doesn't seem like he's reached the conclusion that would liberate him with real data. He instead trapped himself in a bubble full of misinformation and has come to bad conclusions because of that. So then I would judge that conclusion and say, oh, it looks like it's wrong. You learned the wrong lesson from your experience because you came to a bad conclusion. Like, if somebody was like, hey, Britt, I was really interested in space, but then I found out Earth is flat and they've been lying to us, and here's my data, I would say, I believe your experience has led you to the wrong conclusion, and I would recommend you redo it. And they were like, nope, this is the data I have. This is the experience I came to, right? So this is what I think is right. And I would say, oh, well, we know it's not right because we have other data to counter it. So the only, that's why I say, like, that's why I think it's wrong, right? But Andrew Andrew's already decided that his lived experience brought him to this conclusion, and it's really real. You could hear, like, he really feels like he did a lot of research. He came to a conclusion. And look, even myself, listen, I did poly for 10 years, but there was a point in my life where I was kind of grumpy about it. But I was really just grumpy at the hypocrisy. Because I also, when I joined polyamory communities, bought into the narrative that it was liberated and automatically healthy until I realized, like, oh, you have problems too. Gay people have problems. Trans people have problems. Like, as much as everybody wants to be like, I'm a minority and I know what's up, being a minority isn't enough. You still have to deconstruct. Being a minority just isn't enough, girls. We have to deconstruct, right? Like, it's not enough for us just to be in the spaces. And so I was butthurt over all these poly people being dramatic and cheating and not going to therapy, or going to therapy but not getting better. And I was like, you're so annoying. And then I was like, oh my God, maybe poly doesn't work. It's not that poly didn't work, it's that we were all traumatized. It's not that monogamy doesn't work, it's that we're traumatized. It's not that, you know, I need to be, anti-poly because I did it for 10 years and blah, blah, blah. It's that we're settling in poly as much as we're settling in monogamy. Do you know what I mean? But that took me a long time to deconstruct as well. You know, okay, it's not the poly, it's the people. It's the people, you know?
I'm calling for a partner who can meet me in my expansion. Someone who's done the work, who gets that jealousy is a teacher, not a red flag. Someone who doesn't yuck my yum, and I honor your truth. But I'm feeling polysaturated, and my sacral chakra says that this isn't a full body yes right now. So for now, let's just take a sacred pause. Maybe we can re-enter this conversation.
This somebody in Discord said this is Aubrey Marcus coded. He's literally watched some Aubrey Marcus videos and cringed, and us too, girl.
With more curiosity and less reparenting in the future.
I am begging somebody in the comments to translate that, by the way. I've said this in other videos, but it's rare that things will propagate if they aren't working for some people sometimes. So these linguistic word salads that seem to be a product of over-communicating are assumptively working for something. But something here just feels so off to me. And I'm saying this as someone who can speak fluent polyglot. My hometown is Reno, one of the last neighborhoods that you pass on the way out to Burning Man drove by my house, okay? This shit.
Okay, can we just pause? And honestly, like, this video we should watch a different video. He's exhausting. Listen, with peace and love, I hear him. He is absolutely right about the particular group of people he's being critical towards. I also don't like the bubble he's talking about. But the bubble he's talking about is just not all poly people. It doesn't represent polyamory. It just represents this group of people. I also don't like Burning Man. I also don't like, you know what I mean? Like, they're not my bubbles. But what does that have to do with polyamory? It's the same thing with, like, people who are poly, who are like, monogamy's a trap. No one healthy ever does monogamy. Monogamy is a cage. Guys, it's not. It's just, it's relax. You know what I mean? Relax. Monogamy is great. Polyamory is great. It's you. You suck. You're the part of the equation that literally sucks. It's not the kind of relationship you have. It's you. And that's what people aren't talking about. It's not, it's you. Okay? Ugh, right? Chad says, this might sound extreme, but if a woman has a fear of men because of past experiences, do we not indulge her as long as it's not harmful to others? No. I certainly do not. No. From a healed perspective, you are not allowed to write off all of people who are men because you've had an experience. No. You can, for a time, deconstruct your fear, but no, we do not. If my girlies come to me, they're like, I hate men, they've been so abusive, but they actually literally treat men like shit because they're men, no. But if you understand men as a system can be oppressive and dangerous, that's different. But no, I don't know who you're talking about, but I do not indulge my girlfriends who are traumatized because of men. I always tell them, I hear you, girl. Go to therapy though, and pick like understand that like not all men, but also not all men, not all men, right? Also, men is a system always. Men is a system always. Not all men is a people. Men is a system always though. So if the man you are with is not deconstructed, also a danger, right? What's the best kind of man to be with is the kind of man who hates men as a system, but understands man as a people. If you are dating a man who does not hate men as a system, not like real hate, like philosophical hate, like I hate bananas or I hate strawberries, like I hate racism, you know, that's what I mean by hate. If you're not with a man who's anti men as a system, not a good man, you know? So again, like it's okay that we're all suffering. It's not okay to take it out on other people. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not okay to take it out on other people though, you know? Chat said, is white cis men as a system uniquely bad? Or is it whoever holds power? Will Chinese men be the new white man? Well, okay. Well, this is a bigger this is a good question, but it's a bigger conversation. So Chinese men right now do not have the structural power outside of patriarchy to have like Chinese supremacy, right? It doesn't matter if China becomes the next superpower. It won't actually dethrone colonization through white supremacy that we've had to face for generations. So it would actually take a while for that to occur, but that's not what's happening, right? Like colonization is like a global phenomenon. And so like you're talking about like anti-blackness in every corner of the universe. And so you're talking about you're talking about you're talking about something that like isn't quite possible in this reality. So, you know what I mean? Like it's so far-fetched. It's like saying like, are we afraid of a matriarchy? What fucking matriarchy? It's like, it's not even, it's impossible, right? It's for the next 1,000 years, we don't even have to think about it, bro. Okay. So, you know, whoever holds the power, it's not whoever holds the most power, like superpower. Like these things are so deeply rooted in cultures everywhere. I mean, you know what I mean? Yeah. You said more racism in China today than in the West, 2 million Muslims in camps. I'm going to have to see some data on that. You know, I looked that up one time because I was wondering why people kept saying that. And I could not find one credible news source that verified that was true. And I need to know more about that. Does anybody have a link about that? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Remember when Ethan and Hassan went at it and Hassan laughed at that? And Ethan's like, I can't believe you laughed about that. I cannot find a reputable source that is like proving that. And I would love to look into it more. Can somebody send me information on it? You said Amnesty International? Because I definitely want to look that up for sure. I tried to do a deep dive on it and I just couldn't find enough. And I was like, why is up this? The Uyghurs. Okay, I've heard about all of this. Okay, but can I get, is it? Okay, let's see. June 2021. This is from Al Jazeera. Is this like the re-education camps? I'm going to look into this for sure because I really want to understand it more. But I also think we should stop watching this guy's video and watch another video that I had planned for today. Because honestly, as much as this Andrew guy, has what seems like a somewhat genuine intention of figuring it out, he's just so lost in the sauce that like, I can't give these kinds of people my attention. Like they're not even ready to have the real conversations, you know? So I don't know. I'm going to have to like really just not give him any attention. Maybe in the 10 years, he'll be ready to have the real conversations, but I don't think so, girls. You know, I don't think so. And I stopped trying to pay attention to these white men who can't figure it out a long time ago. But I have another video that I think will be so much better to watch. Oh my God. Let's switch it up. Let's watch a black woman because my Discord requested this and I wanted to see it so badly. It was on my watch later list and I was like, oh my God, I want to watch this. I want to watch this. Let's talk about colorism. No, not colorism. Racism? No. Let's talk about Cynthia. Wait. Where is this? Here it is. Yo, it is colorism. It is colorism. Okay. Let's talk about this video. Let's talk about this video. Okay. Okay, let's see. Do this. So is this Maya? Is that how you say her name? I always forget. Mayo. Is it Maya or is it Mayowa? Mayowa? Is it Maya or Mayowa or Mayowa? You know how I feel about spelling things, girls. You know I can't speak. I can't speak. By the way, this girl.
I sometimes feel like people like
this girl. I saw her. Okay, so one time she came up on my TikTok and I literally sent it to a friend of mine. I was like, is there a way you have a sister in another part of the world? Because like this looks exactly like you. It's crazy. She literally looks so much like my friend. It's insane. Every time I see her, I think I think of my friend. This could be her sister. Okay, let's go. Oh, Discord is teaching me. Hold on. Discord is teaching me. Mayowa. No. Mayowa. Mayowa. Like the word Mayowa. This is why I'm never going to learn Croatian. It's going to take me so long, bro.
I sometimes feel like people like Ariana, I feel like they kind of always keep people around them who are hyper vigilant, who are going to be protectors, because it makes them, by contrast, look more feminine and it helps their image, right? Like I feel like Ariana being around somebody like Cynthia helps her image as somebody who was doing blaccents and Latina fishing and all these other races that she was collecting through the years. It makes her look more feminine by having Cynthia around, you know? And I just think it's interesting too when you want to have conversations around friendships, because I don't feel like she has advocated for Cynthia in the same way that Cynthia has advocated for Ariana. A very protective friend, a very loyal friend. And if she was a white woman doing that same thing, people would see that as a very honorable way to be, right? But because she's a dark-skinned woman, because she's a black woman, that same trait of loyalty, that same trait of protectiveness is demonized. It's seen as possessive, as seen as almost like there's mentally something wrong with her and makes her obsessed with Ariana. Because deep inside, people believe that dark-skinned women are deeply jealous of white women and light-skinned women and biracial women. So they have to paint this as an obsession instead of it being a friendship.
Sometimes it don't make no sense. Does it really have to? There is nothing I can say.
Hi, welcome to Mayowa's World. Hi, y'all. Welcome to Mayowa's World. So this is my first video back from. Hi, welcome to Mayowa's World.
Mayowa's World. Mayowa's World.
Hi, y'all. Welcome to Mayowa's World. So this is my first video back from being in Nigeria. I spent 6 weeks in Nigeria, and I also went to Ghana. I'm making it a thing where every time I go to Africa, I want to go to another country outside of Nigeria because the continent is so expansive, and I want to soak it all in. This was one of my best travel experiences. I've made it a thing to try to go home every year, and like kind of use it as a moment to like honor my mom and honor my culture. I lost my mom 2 years ago, and I try to do something that I think she'd be proud of. And this year I learned how to do bata dancing, which is a Yoruba traditional style dancing. And I'm gonna put up these videos, like all of it together, but just know I was eating. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I saw that TikTok. I saw this one.
6 weeks of an intensive course by this guy called Dami, and it was just such a wonderful experience. And for the Ghanaians out there, Ghana is such a wonderful country. I see why y'all act the way y'all act. Like the peace that's in your heart, your country is giving peaceful. And it's so interesting to see the difference between how I felt in Nigeria versus how I felt in Ghana. I just felt like my nervous system was so calm. I went to a waterfall. I ate some Ghanaian food. I even had Liberian food. And I met so many Ghanaians who had lived in Nigeria, which I want to do my research more about what the relationship is between Nigeria and Ghana. And if you know, please write that in the comments, because I was just so curious by why so many elder Ghanaians had lived in Nigeria. But let's get into the topic for today, because I'm sure that's why y'all clicked the video. But today I want to talk about the masculization of Cynthia Erivo. So I'm sure we've been seeing a lot of press around Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande with the film Wicked. And because they're coming out with a second part to the movie.
Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. I'm observing. Okay. We've talked about this before. Because in a queer, non-judgmental sense, and again, this is really hard because I am a white Assyrian queer person. When I view Cynthia and Ariana in this picture, I see Cynthia as the more masculine person, even though Ariana's on top, because of the placement of the hands, the broad padded shoulders, and the less revealing clothing, right? In my mind, these are indicators of dominance and, or in a good way, or masculinity, because possessiveness over the hand, the broad shoulder choices, and the modesty are all things that move away from and towards patriarchal standards and away from feminization, right? So it's interesting that when we view things, we all view it from different perspectives. And so it's interesting that when I see it, I'm like, ooh, this is like Dami Mommy stance, you know, like she's giving Dami Mommy. But that's because like everything about the depiction and the bubbles I grew up in is like Ariana showing more skin, right? Like she's showing more femininity. She has lace on the top here, which is more like lingerie. Ariana also just looks like really meek versus, you know, Cynthia's giving Dami Mommy with that stare, you know? So that's how I see it initially, just off the bat of fashion and positioning, right? Which I think they're doing on purpose, and I do think the marketers are exposing, like using it, like exploiting it. Like I do think the marketing campaign for Wicked did this on purpose. I do, you know.
Ariana Grande with the film Wicked.
I mean, look at this once again. We've got her fully covered in Ariana in more revealing clothing. It literally is playing on masculine and feminine. So it feels really weird to me that people are acting like we just made it up when it's obviously also being marketed towards us to be that like the difference. They're two femmes, but one's more masculine and one's more femme, right? Like, can't you be femme and masculine? Right?
And because they're coming out with the second part to the movie, and the media and the way I've seen the media treat Cynthia has been very, very appalling and really linked to colorism. And I haven't really seen people talk about how colorism is playing a role within this whole thing. Something that I've learned through being a femme is that people would rather see a dark-skinned woman like Cynthia Erivo as a stud before they'll see her as a femme. So,
oh, well, she's obviously not a stud. Like, studs are very specific.
Within the queer community, a femme is somebody who presents as a feminine person, as, you know, just, yeah, like femme, like it's in the word. And I feel like people are very quick to...
Like, I do not consider myself femme. Like, if somebody asked me, like, oh, are you a femme queer? I'd be like, no. But I'm not well, I can't be a stud because studs are for the Black community. But I'm not masc either. I'm, like, fluid. Do you know what I mean? And so I feel like there's something, but I... am very in my masculine most of the time. Even when I'm in a dress, I'm more masculine than my partner looks. Like, I literally look more masculine and perceived more masculine than even my partner because it's an energy thing. Like, my family can see it like, ugh, Brittany's so dominant, Brittany's so aggressive, Brittany's so... I am. Thank you so much. I'm a Taurus. Of course I am. So I also struggle with these definitions because you know what I mean? Like, it's interesting.
Want to masculinize Cynthia because she's a dark-skinned woman and she's a dark-skinned woman who is bald.
Wait, Chet said, a genuine question, isn't Cynthia dressing herself? I think I saw her talk about love for fashion and trying things. I hardly doubt Cynthia is choosing her clothes right now. I don't assume Ariana or Cynthia gets to pick what they wear ever while they're doing press tours. I assume they are heavily curated by their marketing team because, like, I don't think these people have the freedom to do that. I'm almost positive they don't, right?
And even when you look at the illustrations of Cynthia Erivo in comparison to Ariana Grande, they draw her.
Okay, here's the thing. I think the internet is racist. I think the internet is racist, and I think people hate Black women. I think queer deconstructed circles, though, have no issue with people being masculine or feminine. And I think the issue is, like, this art is it's exploiting a thing that we see, but making it worse because it's bringing out all the racists and stuff. But, like, you know, I think that's the problem.
Or like this very henched big person, and Ariana Grande, like she's this really tiny petite person.
This is just gross
and these
art.
are rooted in colorism. So colorism is the discrimination of dark-skinned people, and the way that it affects women is that it makes you feel like they are more masculine because dark skin is seen as a masculine thing. And there's also a hyper-representation of dark-skinned men in media. So people just have come to the place where they associate being dark-skinned with being masculine. I'm gonna just play some clips that were going viral of people making fun of Cynthia Erivo because there's like a thing where Cynthia and Ariana have a very close relationship, and it looks like, you know, Cynthia is a very caring person, and people have really taken that form of care and a form of friendship and really twisted it in a way that is very disgusting to masculinize Cynthia Erivo. So here are some clips of those things.
Boom, 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 boom. I think, guys, if I'm not mistaken, is STEM a lesbian term? Isn't it for Black and brown people too? I know stud is lesbian Black, right? I don't think other people can use it. I think fem and mask can be all people, but is STEM? Because a lot of these words originate out of different cultures, out of different bubbles. I would just say I'm a gender fluid girly. You know what I mean? Like I'm a gender fluid girly and I wear what I want to wear, but I am more in my personality and my masculine, and I'm just like toppy. I'm in my top era. Like, you know what I mean? Like I'm in a very different place than I was in my 20s. Let's just say that, right? Like when I was in my 20s, I was like a submissive girly with like a collar, and I was like, you know, on my hands and knees pretending to be furniture. And now I'm just like, like I'm so far from that era of my life. So I also think it changes. I think for some people, they're like stud for life, mask for life, femme for life. And I'm like, not, you know what I mean? I'm like whatever I feel like in the moment. You know, I don't even have an identity in that way that I feel like is accurate, except for feminine energy, masculine energy. But like, I feel like I am so different every era of my life.
Sometimes it don't make no sense.
Okay, look, I just don't think I don't believe for a second this isn't on purpose. I do not believe for a second you are socially trained for media training and you get up here, touch Ariana like this 24/7 and don't expect people to talk about it. I think it is done on purpose so we talk about it. I think we're all being bamboozled. I think I loved Wicked at 1 and 2, but I think we're being bamboozled. I think they are taking our rage and they know the world is racist, so we're going to talk about it. And we're gay, so we're going to talk about it. And I think they are using us. There ain't no way this is natural. Because how, like, what are you doing? And everyone's like, they're theater kids. Okay, girl, but they are like, they are doing press tours for some of the most expensive, like one of the most expensive films. They are like literally superstars. It feels like, this feels crazy to me. You know? Chess says, imagine they actually hit each other and just pretending to be friends. Oh, I've already seen Black TikTok. Black TikTok predicts, the prediction on Black TikTok is that Ariana is about to get a new best friend. And that her and Cynthia are never going to be seen again in public again. She's back to her black hair, or brown black hair. She looks great. But yeah. Like, I think I would not be surprised if they're never seen again. That's what I'm saying. I don't know how much of this is manufactured, you know? But I think, you know, what's interesting is not what they're doing. It's how we're reacting to it. That's what's interesting, which is what this video I think is going to talk about. It's not them. It's us. We're the problem, right? We're the problem. You know? Chet says they got matching tattoos, question mark. I think they did, but like, we know that doesn't matter. I've seen Love is Blind enough seasons. People getting matching tattoos doesn't mean nothing.
Does it really have to? There is nothing I can say.
Ariana, you've just... Oh, there's a fly on your face. Let me just get that for you.
No, please don't.
But it's on your eye now.
She's watching.
There we go. No fly in the eye. She's mine.
And, you know, it's interesting, too, because I think, you know, a lot of dark-skinned people or even black people can actually relate to Cynthia, because you know what it's like to be hypervigilant. And I think that Cynthia is moving from a place of, like, she never had people stand up for her. So she moves through the world as how she wishes she was treated. You know, like, you can tell that Cynthia's had to be a very strong person who has had to advocate for herself. And she does the same for friends. She seems like a very protective friend, a very loyal friend.
Ooh, pause. Discord with the deets. Cynthia Erivo's longtime stylist is Jason Bolden, who's, oh, wait. Sounds familiar. Oh my God, I just spit all over my mic. Jesus Christ, ASMR status. I feel like I know him from some fashion shows, whose visionary work with her, especially during the Wicked press tour, has defined modern method dressing with bold, custom couture that tells a story, earning him significant acclaim and naming him one of the top stylists. Their partnership began in 2019 for the Harriet premiere, showcasing Erivo's fearless fashion sense with vibrant, fantastical looks from designers like Alexander McQueen, Louis Vuitton, and Custom Prada, transforming red carpets into narrative experiences. Love. Okay, interesting.
And if she was a white woman doing that same thing, people would see that as a very honorable way to be, right? But because she's a dark-skinned woman, because she's a black woman, that same trait of loyalty, that same trait of protectiveness is demonized. It's seen as...
Or if it was a couple of white women, the misogynist would still come out and be like, ugh, they're so gross together. Or they would sexualize it. But because white men are so racist, they don't see Cynthia and Ariana as lesbian opportunities. Oh, they don't watch lesbian porn of them. Clocking in. Hold on. Oh, straight men aren't fantasizing about them together because they don't know what role they play in their relationship. I didn't even think about it. All the misogynists are just making fun of Cynthia, but they're not. Oh, see, that's the racism. That's the masculinization of Cynthia. What, you don't want a girl-on-girl romance with Cynthia and Ariana? Is that just for the gay kids? Because I know the lesbians and the queers and the bisexuals are having that. I know we're in love with the idea, but straight men aren't into it, right? Oh,
as possessive, as seen as almost like there's mentally something wrong with her that makes her obsessed with Ariana. Because deep inside, people believe that dark-skinned women are deeply jealous of white women and light-skinned women and biracial women. So they have to paint this as an obsession instead of it being a friendship. And that's why I also feel like it's really important to be very careful with how you show up. Like if you're a protective person by nature, if you're someone who is very caring by nature, you need to be very, very intentional with how you show your care. And that's something I learned through the years. Because I was often in situations where I was caring more than the person who I'm fighting for. And another thing that also pissed me off about this, one thing that pissed me off about this clip of where that man grabbed Ariana and then Cynthia defended, look at how many people is around Ariana and Cynthia. Y'all got a whole entourage of men behind you. And you know who was next to Ariana? Michelle Yu. Michelle, who is a trained martial fighter. She's a trained fighter. She could probably end you off of her moves. And of all those people, the marriage of men, the trained fighter beside her, the person who acted the quickest was a black woman. And it just shows you the hypervigilance that black women have. And I think it's interesting when we talk about the weight loss between Ariana and Cynthia, who have both appeared to have lost a lot of weight in these former years. It seems as if when we talk about Ariana's weight loss, it's through the lens of like fragility and like we don't know what she's going through and she's so tiny. And even though Cynthia has also lost just as much weight, she is still framed as a very henched, big person. And these illustrations draw Cynthia as a very tall and big person, when in actuality, Cynthia is a very small and short person. And something else that reminds me of this is I saw a clip of Doechii next to Pink Panthers. And in the clip, you can tell that Doechii is a very small, short person, and Pink Panthers is a very tall person. And the comments were full of people being like, oh, I didn't expect Doechii to be so little. Like, in my mind, I thought Doechii was going to be a lot taller than Pink Panthers. And I feel like even though people were just like, it seemed innocent, I still think that's rooted in colorism, because I feel like people just...
Wait, how tall do I look? How tall am I? People always think I'm so tall, and they said it's my attitude. They think I'm tall because of the way that I carry myself on stream. But I'm actually like a short girly. So like people are sometimes shocked when they meet me. They're like, what the fuck? And I'm like, what? They're like, you look so tall. And I'm like, I think it's also dominance. Like, I think it is like a little bit of like, what? Like, you know what I'm saying? You're giving 5'7"? Oh my God, I would be a giant. I would literally be a giant. Oh my God, thank you. Thank you. Oh my God, I would be literally a giant. You know? So I wonder if that plays a role in it. You know what I mean? I'm 5'1", thank you. 6'7". True.
Assume Doechii to be big because she has a big personality online, because she's a dark-skinned person, she's a great performer. I think people thought she'd be big. And like, as you know, I am someone who
Also, I just want to point this out that Cynthia did play Jesus. So what's more Dami Mommy than that? I don't even know.
6 feet tall. I'm dark-skinned and I'm 6 feet tall.
Yes, chat said I would not have guessed that. I know, thank you.
So I feel like there's a certain masculinization that happens when you're tall and you're dark skinned. But it's interesting how like short people, small people like Cynthia, who is even shorter than Ariana, when they draw illustrations of how they see her as this big, henched, strong, masculine.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like that painting's gross. Like that's just like racist, right? She doesn't even look like that. I mean, first of all, this green is, oh my God, I'm dying. Oh my God. But see how it's Dami Mommy versus Ariana's is like itsy bitsy? Cynthia is just doing Dami Mommy. And they're confusing Dami Mommy with man. But you could be Dami Mommy and be masculine and not be man. And that's the racism of it all. She's giving like literally like I will step on you. And Ariana is giving tee-hee. Like the outfit changes, the clothing choices, you know what I mean? I'm telling you, people do not understand Dami Mommy-ness. Oh, it's the hair too? It's the hair as well. Like people think like women with short hair, women with no hair, man, right? But that's why in queer spaces, this shit is deconstructed because we don't give a fuck about any of that, right? But yeah, absolutely agree that the hair plays a huge role in it.
Masculine woman. And there have been so many guys that were also adding along and making fun of Cynthia, and it was always men playing Cynthia. And I think in this one clip specifically, it is so interesting that it's a dark-skinned man playing Cynthia and a light-skinned woman playing Ariana. And also, it strips you of your humanity as well when you are masculinized in this way, because I think that people just see you as a very strong person. And I saw an interview with a reporter where he was asking Cynthia, like, why is she so, like, kind of alluding to the fact that she's henched.
Last question. When did you know you were tough? You're tough.
Am I?
I think so.
I mean, I think I'm strong.
Tough and strong?
I think I'm strong. I think I'm vulnerable. I think I'm a myriad of different things.
Like a protector, too? You're tough?
A tough? You're tough. The word tough has a lot of baggage. I'm tough. I would say I'm tough. Yeah, tough is a weird word. I'm tough. Tough indicates like street, right? Versus, yeah, tough. Yeah, tough is like street versus strong could be, strong is like character.
Tough, you're tough. You're a tough person. You're strong.
Well, I think I'm strong, and I think
I'm a tough person.
I think I also can be protected too. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I think we can be both. I think it's okay for us to be both strong, protected, and protective. That's okay.
You're great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, the word tough is like pretty, it's a weird word to use. Like as if she's been through adversity. Something. You know what I mean? Like, you're such a tough person. You're just a strong person. Versus like, oh, I saw you at the gym. You know, you're a gym girly. That she is strong in a gym girly sense. I actually don't know emotionally though. Yeah, like why did he say that? You know what I mean?
She handled it very well, and
Chet says racism. Exactly.
She was, once again trying to bring people back to realize that she's a human being and that she's also worthy of protection. She's also worthy of love. But, the interviewer just wanted to kind of fuel the fire. And it just shows you how a lot of these online discussions have real life repercussions, because you're now seeing this person who also deserves to be looked at with the same level of concern as Ariana in terms of how skinny she's got. But even with how skinny she's got, you're still seeing her as a very masculine and strong and hinged person. And when we talk about queerness as well, and we talk about how Cynthia is a femme person, but how she is often like people want to see her as a stud or a masculine person, I thought it was interesting when people would make these.
Oh, hold on, masculine person. She's not a masculine person. She has masculine energy. Do we agree to that? That she is like it. Maybe in my bubble, we just call it masculine. Like, oh, you're so in your masculine right now. You're so in your toppy, dommy, mommy, masculine. Like, I do kind of associate all those words similarly, but I don't think she is. Maybe because in my world, like, I see that as a compliment because I see it as like a personality. But she's not aesthetically mask. She's not aesthetically, I would never describe her as fashionably mask, ever. I would say she's masculine in energy, but I would not, she's literally the opposite of mask. She's dommy mommy fashion, but mask energy, but not mask fashion.
It's of Cynthia where she's, I think, playing a role.
Yeah, see, this is mask or maybe stud, but this is mask. Like, if I thought about mask, this is mask. So, like, when I go to the store, sometimes I look similar to this, where I'm in my mask energy, literally. Like, sometimes my partner's like, damn, you look like a lesbian today. And I'm like, thank you. And I'll wear, like, my boy shorts and my, like, I'll wear a tank top that shows, like, a little bit that I've been kind of, getting back in a, But, like, then I'm like, oh, I look like a lesbian today. I look mask lesbian today. Not femme lesbian, mask lesbian today. Then there's,
joking with her friends and she's acting more masculine. And I saw comments that were saying that people liked Cynthia better when she was a stud than when she was a femme, which is how we've seen her. To me, when I look at this clip, you can tell it's not really who she is. Like, it looks like she's playing a role because we've had many, many years of her presenting.
Oh, I thought that was a skit. I thought it was a skit.
With these long nails and gowns and dresses and being somebody who we would consider femme. But it's so interesting that people were more excited to see her as a masculine person than to see her as a feminine person. And I think this is also something that I've struggled with or had, conversations about growing up, because I don't know about y'all, let me know if you all ever experienced this, but as a dark-skinned person who's also tall and femme, I think I feared being perceived as masculine. For a good amount of years of my life, my worst fear was somebody saying I look like a man or I act like a man.
That was me because of my nose. My nose is always what people look at and talk about. I was so terrified. That's why I shaved off my hair to see if I still felt like a woman after. I did. And now that I'm older and in this state of my life, like I'm very complimented when people say like, oh my God, you look like a boy or you're masculine. I'm like, thank you so much. Like I'm trying so hard, you know, like I'm trying so hard to feel good in my actual energy versus like trying so hard to be someone I'm not. I will never be high femme. I will never be Ariana Grande. And as much as I love the aesthetic, I just like, it doesn't feel like me. It feels like a costume. And a part of it is the reality that I'll never look that way as well. Right? Like I don't even fit it. Now, okay, I have a theory that you do not have to agree about this, but I have this theory and I think it's so real. I don't think we actually have a choice in how we exist in the world. I think the bodies we're born into and the way that we look actually coincides with our like spiritual self. And I actually think when we fight against it, we're kind of like not understanding the vibe. That's not to say that you can't get a nose job or you can't dye your hair or you can't look different. It's to say that like the right way of being that's coinciding with your joy will fit your aesthetic and your energy, that everything will actually work and it won't feel like a costume. So earlier when you said Cynthia looked like she's wearing a costume, exactly. If you try to be something you're not, it won't feel good. You know, it won't feel good. And I think like this thing we're born into is like predetermined in a sense, like your personality is predetermined, but your relationship with self isn't. Your relationship with deconstructed gender isn't predetermined. But like on the macro, whoever knows, like, you know, but I think like I can't be dainty and cute. Like I can't be Ariana. There's just nowhere that's going to happen, but without it feeling like I'm suffocating under the prison of masking or something. So if I'm just honestly myself, I think it matches. Like, I think I look like, if my personality was manifested into a person, I think I look like this. I'm fully convinced that if my consciousness was manifested into a physical form, it would look the way I look. I just think like, who would I be if I didn't have this face? Like, who would I be? My personality works so well with the way that I look. Like, I just feel like, you know, I don't know if that makes any sense. You know, I just feel like this is exactly what I was supposed to look like. I don't know, but I'm not saying that's everyone's universal experience.
I wasn't feminine. So I feel like I tried to be hyper feminine. And like, that's why I was always wearing weaves and wigs and straight hair and heels.
Oh my God. Whoa. You know what's crazy about human beings is whoa. You know this is how I feel when I look at myself with straightened hair. You know what I mean? Like, I always look at myself with straight hair and I'm like, who is that? Like, that's not even me. Oh my gosh. She is I think this is one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen on the internet. And her hair, her styling, her makeup, her aesthetic, her colors, everything. We really dull ourselves. We really mute ourselves. I remember when I decided to go my natural curly hair, like over a decade ago, I fought my whole life with my curls. I fought my whole life to look like all those other girlies. And then I just remember one day being like, fuck it. I don't even own a straightener. I haven't owned a straightener in my house in years. And I just decided, you know what? I'm going full curly hair and I'm just going to embrace it. And my life transformed. Like my whole life transformed. And by the way, I do know. Do you remember did you see my latest podcast? Did you see it? This is why I say I think Pokey is self-hating in a sense. I didn't cover this in the podcast. Did you see the clip of Pokimane saying she wouldn't have chosen her hair if she had a choice? And then she straightens it and then she Asian baits with people. And I was like, that girl has to deconstruct her internalized white supremacy. You remember? Because she's beautiful both ways, but she said she wouldn't have chosen her hair. And I was like, Pokey, girl. And I know she's right that she would be less popular if she went natural. I guarantee you that if Pokimane did not straighten her hair, she would be less popular. People hate curly hair. They hate it. I get comments all the time like, you don't look groomed, you don't look organized, you look so better with straightened hair. Some of my girlfriends who are still deconstructing their own issues are like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you don't straighten your hair. I would feel so like not ready for the day. And I'm like, yeah, that's you, bro. Yeah, that's you. And that's the thing. That's the thing that I think is so painful about living in the world is like, is this me? And by the way, I really believe this, that if you deconstruct it, you might come to the conclusion to straighten your hair. Absolutely. Just make sure you're doing it for the right reason.
I literally got tendonitis in my ankle because I would wear heels every single day and I would walk like 5 miles to go to work. And so I was always, fearful of wearing baggy pants or fearful of wearing a baggy shirt and being seen as masked because I felt like my identity as a femme was something that was so easily stripped away from me. And it wasn't until I started to really unpack gender that I realized that you saying, if you say I look like a man, like, okay, like I don't care, like it started to actually genuinely not worry me. But I do feel a lot of dark-skinned people don't feel like dark-skinned femmes feel like they can't explore their gender like other groups can simply because of how easy it is to be masculinized.
Oh, I was wondering this. I'm so glad she said it. She's so smart. That's exactly what I was thinking. She read my mind. I wonder if because of the way you show up in the world, you are denied the act, and I do think this, I always think this. This is why I say eradicate your bubble from your existence. Who are you if the whole world didn't matter? What is your joy? Because we are so impacted by the world, we deny ourselves exploration into kink, poly, deconstruction, gender, aesthetic, because of the way we show up in the world. And so give yourself permission to ask yourself, like, who would I want to be and what would I want to look like? And that's something we all have to do on a spectrum, but I think some people are suffering with it a lot greater because the burden they're carrying is a lot larger,
And how masculization also can lead to unsafety, right? Like when people see you as a masked person, they're going to treat you as such. They're going to treat you with roughness. They're going to treat you with toughness that is stripping of your humanity. So I want to talk about how Ariana also plays.
By the way, one of the feedbacks I get back, I'm autistically relating this to myself as usual. One of the things that happened to me is every time, if I'm ever a victim in a real way of something, people have a hard time believing it because I'm tough, because I'm Britney, because I'm so smart, because I'm so dominant. They're like, oh, you were victimized? I don't believe that.
The role into this entire thing as well, because Ariana in 2025 has now decided to be a white woman. But if y'all have been seeing Ariana back in the past, we know that she has hopped in and out of different races throughout her career. She, so because she, and right now in her whiteness, she's in her super ultra whiteness bag, slightly kind of like K-pop-ish a little bit, but she really, like the way she talks, like she very much wants to come off as like soft and feminine.
Yep.
And it worked, and as you can tell through these memes, it's working. Mm-hmm. Because she always kind of seems as if she's a victim in every situation. Like,
yes, that little eyebrow thing she does. It's one of my favorite gifs on Discord. She's so good at it.
This one clip where this guy is shaking her hand, Cynthia is the one who kind of helps her with her boundaries, and Ariana is just kind of there being ragdolled. Do you know what I mean? And like often it's just like she doesn't seem like she defends herself. And I think the reason that she doesn't defend herself is because of how she sees femininity as like, I just know that people around me are going to step up. I sometimes feel like people like Ariana or white women or people who benefit from femininity in a way where it's not like colorism, I feel like they kind of always keep people around them who are hyper vigilant, who are going to be protectors, because it makes them, by contrast, look more feminine, and it helps their image, right? Like I feel like Ariana being around somebody like Cynthia helps her image as somebody who was doing Black Sins and Latina fishing and all these other races that she was collecting through the years. It makes her look more feminine by having Cynthia around, And I just think it's interesting too when you want to have conversations around friendships. Because I don't feel like she has advocated for Cynthia in the same way that Cynthia has advocated for Ariana. And something that I've learned through having friendships with white people or even biracial people and sometimes even light-skinned people is that there is an expectation as a dark-skinned person, as a dark-skinned femme, that you're going to be almost like a guard dog or a protector to whiteness, to lightness, to anybody who benefits more than you. And it's not even just within complexion. I also realize it's also within weight. I think sometimes people feel like fat women are more of a protector or more of defenders than skinny women. And by having somebody who's fat in proximity to you, you can be allowed to be like the skinny person who's just like, I don't know, like doing nothing. And it's so important to be aware of your friends' intersections and how you will step up in those moments when they're feeling unsafe. Because I thought it was interesting that I saw an interview with Ariana Grande where she was talking to Adam Sandler.
6 or 7 shots where you had to be
6'7". Fuck! These little kids got me gagging. I'm sorry. It's so funny to me. I'm such a kid, bro. I honestly should have had kids because I think kids are so funny. Kids are so funny. You will never make me think kids are not the funniest fucking people in the world, bro. I love kids. They really set culture. Children are so funny, bro. I should have been a mom.
Crying.
And Adam Sandler like made some joke about 6'7" or something like that. And I don't think she understood what it was. I don't think she knew what that joke was. So she looked concerned in the clip. And people were like laughing at her because they're like, why did she look concerned when Adam Sandler said 6'7"? Like, she's so dramatic. And she was in the comments talking about I didn't know what he meant. Da, da, da. She was in the comments writing. So she's clearly aware of what the public is saying about her and how
She said, I don't know what it means. I was reacting to him saying the amount of emotional scenes back to back. I'm scared. What is 6'7"?
She's acting, but she's choosing when to speak and when not to speak. So when it comes to Adam Sandler and her being potentially misinterpreted as being overly concerned, she's gonna be in them comments defending herself and also making it seem as if there was just a miscommunication. But when Ariana was being called a man and them things getting 100,000 likes, 30,000.
Oh, she said Cynthia.
Likes, so much engagement. I didn't see her in the comments defending Cynthia. I also
You guys are so cute saying I'd be a good mom. Thank you. Well, I'm going to be the greatest auntie ever.
See her. I haven't seen any clip of Ariana looking like she's defending Cynthia in real time. So for myself, like one rule I've done is that if I don't feel like you're going to be protective towards me, I'm not going to be protective towards you, especially if you are someone who society sees as worthy of protection, like an Ariana Grande. Ariana Grande is a skinny, frail white woman. Society will always defend somebody like an Ariana Grande.
True.
So she's not going to be short of people who will be very caring towards her. And you can tell it once again when we talk about the weight loss between both of them and how one is seen as like, this could be a problem. We have to be very careful. We can't criticize Ariana's body. But y'all criticize Cynthia's body by making her seem like she's a bodybuilder. Y'all criticize Cynthia's body like making her seem like she's a man, by telling her she's not feminine. But that is like misogynoir and making fun of black women's body. That's fine. That is cool when you do that. When you do it to a white woman, it's body shaming. I don't want to be the friend who people see me as the bodyguard of the friend group. And that's why I only hang out with people who can protect and fight and defend.
Okay, hold on. Okay. Hold on. Okay.
And at the same level as me. When you see me going out with people, everybody I'm around with is going to be able to defend me as much as I'll defend them. So it's not an imbalance of me doing more than someone else. And that's kind of like what I need at this point of my life. And I just kind of wish that Cynthia's marketing was more towards being around black women and being in spaces with other black women who will see her as a whole human being. Because I feel like how she's positioned with Ariana is like she is the mammy. She is the help. She is the care for Ariana. She is the masculine person for Ariana to be feminine. And I really hate that. And I really don't like how I think, like I said, like I've talked a lot about the gender exploration of it all, but how dark-skinned women, dark-skinned femmes are often not allowed to explore their gender the same way as other people simply because of these stereotypes that happen, and how common it is in media to see dark-skinned women who are portrayed by black men pretending to be dark-skinned women. How being a dark-skinned woman is seen as a mockery, is seen as something that is a joke, like black femininity is seen as a joke. And even when you want to like get technical about it, like even AI and how common it is for AI to be making fun of dark-skinned women, black women, to be portraying black women. It's like black femininity is something that the world is so drawn to, but also finds to be the most comical and humorous because it's not like any other kind of femininity. It's not like any other kind of existence. And so it's demonized and hated because the way that we've had to learn to be confident in ourselves isn't one that falls into a patriarchal white supremacist world. So in my mind, one of the best ways to feel more protected, to feel more cared for, is to be around people who also have the same kind of shared experiences as you and are fighters as much as you are. And it just really sucks because when you watch Wicked, Ariana's character is a wicked person. Like, I don't know if the word wicked is off of her, but she is a really wicked person. Like, her character, like in the movie, if I'm getting it correctly, she nearly was the reason that Cynthia didn't even have a part two. Or that, listen, I didn't watch like the movie, I don't know the names, but the white girl, she was wicked in that movie. So the fact that that's the role, but then in real life, Cynthia's character is still demonized, is really just beyond me. It's really just beyond me. So I would love to know what y'all think.
Isn't that the message of the film, though? Isn't the message of the film that, like, that the world is fucked up because the Arianas win and the Elphabas don't? Right?
I would love to know if y'all share the same, like, ideas as me. And yes, thanks for watching. Y'all, if you made it to the end, I'm wearing this really beautiful Adire, which is like, I got it in Nigeria. I got it from this designer.
Oh,
you can't see it.
Ooh,
and I always stand up
pretty.
thinking you're going to see it. Actually,
I love the fashion.
This designer in Ibadan who makes Adire. Her name is Swirls and Colors.
Cute.
Her name is Victoria. She sells these really like fantastic outfits. I got it there. So yes. Cute. So you guys stand. Tell me if you like my Adire, if you like my two-piece, and if you like my makeup. I was feeling very icy, very cool, very white. I'm not feeling white, but
cute.
The makeup is white. So thanks for watching.
And yeah, chat, great point. She was trying to point out the irony of it. It is ironic. No, and that's okay. That is the bullshit. So, okay, here, you want to hear my greatest conspiracy theory? She just made the point. Okay, listen, I have a conspiracy theory. I'm going to close my eyes so I don't get distracted. I have a conspiracy theory that so throughout history, we retell the same stories over and over again. and they're supposed to teach us the lessons, but the lesson we end up taking away from it is not to actually understand that the world is exactly this way and always will be, but we still can do something about it. It's like the wrong message gets shared. So in the movie, we talked about this on Monday's stream about the levels in Alphaba and stuff, and the form of liberation of like leaving and realizing like you don't have to live in this place and be this person, right? You get to be more than that. But in the movie, it's obvious that Ariana was the bad guy and yet got all the credit. And at the end, she saved Oz, right? And even though Elphaba is the more liberated one, her liberation looks like walking out into the desert. Okay. But in real life, Ariana is like the star. She's the most babied. She's the most protected. She's the most important. And Cynthia gets the bad end of the stick, which is literally like the movie. But yet in real life, it's almost like Cynthia, not knowing anybody, is probably the better person, but we don't know that. Then Ariana, who has a history of not being the greatest person in terms of like using people and coming at the expense of minority communities. And at the same time, we don't know these people. And so the irony is they both could be the Oz. We don't know these people. Cynthia and Ariana could literally be the Wizard of Oz, tricking all of us. Or they could be exactly their characters they're playing in the movies. Or it's like we're like in the movie, the Wizard of Oz says to them, like, you could tell people I don't have magic. They won't believe you because people believe what they want to see. And that's also the point, is like we do believe what we want to see. So that's why I say we have to deconstruct and ask ourselves, are we actually seeing what's real? Or are we seeing what we feel is real, which are both very valid perspectives of real, by the way. So I do think like it's the ironies, like the lessons are all there in the Bible. They're there in the Quran. They're there in movies. They're there in literature. They're there in Pride and Prejudice. They're there in everything. But we don't really ever learn the lessons as a species. And it seems to be very like, very us, you know, that we don't learn the lesson. And yet maybe the lesson we're supposed to learn, which is what I think it is that this is humanity, period, the end. And expecting it to be different is the issue, which is why Elphaba is valid in leaving her form of activism to go out into the desert. Because she's not abandoning people, she's accepting reality for what it is, which is different. And that's not to say that activism shouldn't be done. She did it. She liberated Oz. She just didn't get the credit for it, you know? And like, that's the thing. She did her thing, right? Now, I want you to watch this video. It is a stabbing attack. And just tell me what you're observing from the video. I assume this is the whole thing. Okay, here it is. Ready?
Viral security footage captured on December 6th shows the terrifying moment a woman was forced to fight off a knife-wielding mugger after her much taller male companion chose to step back and hide behind a wall. In a move he's now unfortunately paying for with internet infamy. The pair of American tourists were walking down the street on vacation in Colombia when the armed attacker suddenly approached them, lunging at the woman trying to steal her phone, according to Newsflash. A man passing by on a motorcycle is then seen doing what her companion failed to do, jumping into action to help the woman. The passerby hopped off his bike and hit the mugger in the head with his helmet. A few other people passing by also jumped in to help fight the mugger off in a dramatic struggle.
Okay, that's too much. You're doing too much. So here's the thing. I think like hitting him on the head and hitting him harder. This is what's crazy about survival though. We are literally like evolved animals on a planet, right? So a lot of animal biology was in play here. A lot of like lack of free will stuff was happening here, which is very interesting to me. One, why would you stab someone for their phone? That doesn't make any sense to me. So I call bullshit. Two, interesting that he went for the woman and the man walked away from them. Interesting. Three, all these guys coming to help, but like, they're like, we got it. Like, you know, like hitting him on the head, like going violent on him, like, you know, it's like too much for me. It's actually giving me the ick. Human beings give me the ick. Y'all are giving me the ick from day one. The man walking away and not engaging, ick. The man stabbing, ick. You know, the only person in this video who did not give me the ick was the woman. It's like, okay, we get it. You've subdued him. Like, stop hitting him on the head like that. You know what I mean? But they probably aren't even thinking. They're probably moving on action, right? They're probably just like not even thinking at this point. This is why humans are dangerous, because like we're, you know, we're just moving. Look at this. Okay, they're still kicking him, blah, blah, blah. Probably because he's
Only once
fighting,
the thief
right?
was subdued is her companion seen
But
managing
see, they keep punching him. Why do you keep punching him?
to make his way out from
And now they're chasing him. Like, why do you keep punching him?
behind the wall to comfort the woman. Local authorities reportedly took the suspect into custody for full identification, but ultimately didn't arrest the man because no theft was committed and no complaint exists from
What do you mean? He like full on came at her with a knife, bro. And his positioning was this. What do you mean?
the affected persons. This now viral clip has sent shockwaves through the
Look at that technique, bro. Look at that technique.
exists from the affected persons. This now viral clip has
Okay, he comes around the corner.
sent shockwaves
She moves her phone out of the way. He goes to stab
through
her.
the internet, with many criticizing the man's decision not to help his female companion. While the pair has not been publicly identified and their relationship is unknown,
Man,
many
she's really
online
fighting, bro.
shamers imagined a romantic relationship, with one Redditor joke,
I assumed it was her brother or friend. Maybe it was a boyfriend.
"That's gonna be an awkward vacation," to which
Yeah, that's the problem is like, why? Who is this guy? But also, bro. Okay, but this is what I'm trying to say. Like, this whole idea that like men will protect us, like we're all human beings. We're all struggling to know what to do, but we're not trained for it. I actually think like a big part of me, first, I don't like the idea of excessive force. And that includes to people who are trying to kill you. I know that sounds very crazy because all you're thinking is I don't want to die. And all I'm thinking is like, if I'm not in immediate danger, you need to calm down about how you're putting a person, like how you're subduing a person. But also, I think there's like a part of us that's just like, we're so animal brained. Like our brain is just like moving off fight or flight or fawn. We don't know what we're doing. But it is kind of insane, this idea of reliability of like friends, family, people will protect you. The truth is like you never know what people do in moments of emergency. But I think without argument, we could say that this man refusing to engage, like this man running away and hiding behind the corner, is cowardly. And in some aspects, if he was a woman, it would just be considered femme and expected. But because it's a man, they expect him to fight off an attacker. But if this was a woman, we wouldn't think that. And I would argue that what we should be critical of is not his gender, but his yes, maybe his cowardness, but also what gave us the idea that he was trained to help take down a fighter, right? That's the other thing, is like, what made us think he was even trained to fight a guy off with a knife? Like most people run when shit happens, right? But like, why would we assume he could handle it or know what to do? I think what's scary is realizing that in these moments, your friends and family can actually help you, you know? And the only reason, please know, look what happened.
Two other people, passerby.
So this guy came with a weapon. He had a helmet and he knew, and he's also a bigger guy, right?
Hopped off his bike and hit the mugger in the head with his helmet.
Okay, and that was cool. He had a weapon and he thought, I could hit this guy and I could help. Okay, that is good, right? But the issue at hand is like, how do these things happen? Why do they happen? But also, are we being harder on him because he's a man? And is that fair? Truly, is that fair? You know, is that what we want? Or are we just disappointed that the reality is that no one is as badass as they think they are in moments of struggle? I think what I'd like for people to admit is like, we are not as cool and ready and anime fight worthy when shit hits the fan. The truth is, regardless of gender, most people can freeze up, okay? And most people are scared and most people don't want to die, especially with a knife waving around. I don't know if you've ever been in a room with someone waving a knife around, even for fun, okay? So I understand and I agree with you that it was like, a part of me was like pathetic, but another part of me had to like accept that like, not everyone, like regardless of gender, I should not have the expectation of him that he would do something. Because if that was a woman, I wouldn't have had it. And that's because I've been trained to think that men somehow are special and different than women. We're not. We're all just human beings and we're afraid. You know what I mean? It's just we're afraid, and that's interesting. You know? Chad said, I think it's indicative of his values. I think it's indicative of the fact that he's a person and he's scared. I just think he's scared. He looks scared. He's hiding behind the wall. He doesn't know what to do. I also think there's a story, like there's a conversation that should be had. Like, do I expect my partner not to be scared? And the truth is like, no, I fully expect you to be scared. But I would warn you, I would caution you to understand, like I would caution you to accept that humans aren't what they think they are. Like even these men helping to fight, notice that a lot of them came after the fact. The only person who was truly in it was this first guy.
Help the woman.
The first guy, this guy right here, is the only one who was fully ready. Right? Chad said she's scared too and fought, but she didn't. Okay. Everyone is different, right? I think that's the problem. I understand. I want you to really challenge yourself on this. I'm not saying because she's a woman and because she's a man, right? I'm saying, why did you expect her not to fight because she's a woman? I'm saying it looks to me like she's the more dominant partner and he's the more feminine one and more submissive one. It looks to me like she is more in her masculine. It looks to me like she might be the toppy dommy mommy in the relationship. Her body language, the way she acts, this girl is strong. Okay?
The Pat Doodle in Colombia.
But it's interesting that people assumed she wouldn't be and that he would be. And I'm saying, oh, looks to me like, okay, this has happened to me multiple times where I've been in a situation where there is a group of men around me and I'm the only one to stand up and like help. And it makes me realize like, oh, men are not these things that patriarchy says. Men get all the social credit for being it, but they aren't those things. They're people like the rest of us. And you never know what they'll do in an emergency. And so the myth of patriarchy is making it sound like men will naturally be protectors when that is not true. It's not true. This is myth of patriarchy. Men are not more protectors than women. It's not women or men. It's you as an individual. Some people stand up and defend and some people cower. Okay? Everybody is different. Okay? Right? Chazat, I think if you care about a person, you fight before you abandon them. I think that would only be true if you weren't having a biological experience. I think that's only true if you're trained to die. I think that's only true because listen, here's the thing. You're going to give social credit to people who don't also deserve it. You fighting back is not you. It's your biological experience, right? That's why when rape victims are blamed for their rape and they're saying, why didn't you fight back? Or they're given credit like, oh, you fought back, but the other ones didn't. You're the good one. You fought back. We don't get a choice a lot of the time. You do not get as much choice as you think you do, fighting or not fighting. And I'm saying you're giving her credit she didn't earn, and you're taking away his credit he didn't choose. I'm saying nobody knows what they would do in this situation. And it's a myth that we think we know. Even trained people don't react well. Like that's what I'm trying to say to you is that it's easy to assume what's happening. But the truth is that like, I don't think either of them did more than what their instinct told them to do in that moment. Does that make sense? Discourse said, what do values have to do with your biological experience? You can take fighting training, etc., to try to heighten the chances of defending yourself and still end up freezing. Exactly. Okay. Scenario, hypothetical. You and your partner, male and female, femme, mask, whatever dynamic you want to think about that indicates one person is more, quote, protected than the other, okay? Sound comes downstairs. Big sound. Sounds like a break-in. Who's going downstairs to confront the robbers? In your mind, who's doing it? Let me know. Chad said his instinct was to abandon her, and I still think that's a big ass red flag. Oh, okay, but that's different. I agree with you, but for not reasons, maybe different reasons. I think if he is my partner, we might need to have a conversation about expectation. I think if he's my brother, I less feel bad. I think if he's my friend, I less feel bad. Why should my friend Like my partner, I'd prefer to marry somebody who could like do their best to be there. But the truth is like, it won't always be that way. You know what I mean? Like, I hate to tell you guys this. It won't always see, because I'm a sister, I think of me as the protector. Do you know why? As my sister, I think of me as the protector. So if that's my brother, I was like, I'll protect my little brother. I got it. I'll take the guy in a knife fight. But if it's my partner, both of us are equal. And I kind of expect my partner and I to be like Toto. You know what I mean? And Itadori? No. Yeah? And I expect us to be peers. I expect us to be on the same page, like fighting along with each other. Not one protecting the other. I would be actually kind of annoyed if my partner tried to protect me and like didn't let me in on the fight. You know what I'm saying? But if it's like my little sibling, like I've got you. Move. I've got it. You know what I mean? Like I've got it. And so the idea is like, who is the person in that situation who's actually in charge? Now, here's the thing. If I hear a crash, neither of us are going to go check. We're going to lock the doors and call the popo because it's the one chance I'm going to call the police. You know what I mean? Like I'm not dealing with that. You know what I mean? So again, there's the thing. It's like but I would give my partner a chance to move through the situation with me because the truth is like my partner is a biological creature. So if they froze in some way, I would not make them feel any more worse than they probably feel. Imagine you're your partner. Imagine your partner is being abused or hit and you're freeze and you don't know what to do. Like you go like this and you want to help, but you can't. Now imagine the amount of guilt you might live with if your partner looks at you that way. Like I am going to trust my partner to be honest with me. Be honest with me. Are you having a biological experience in which you froze? We have to talk about this. Or did you literally abandon me in that situation because you decided to choose yourself over anyone else? Because these are two different things and I'm open to either being the option. Now, remember, I think most people are settling in their relationships. So most of you are probably dating people that would throw you under the bus if they needed to. Right? So we agree there. But I'm never going to assume ill intentions of my loved ones if they're really having a reaction they did not predict they would have in a moment because I thought they were tough and told themselves Superman stories. Right? Chet said, this is the opposite of my biological experience, so that's why it feels problematic to me. Sure, but deconstruct that, right? I've had both biological experiences. I've had one where I froze and I blamed myself for years, and one where I automatically fought back and I thought I was a badass. Both were not my choices. Both were just who I was in the moment. Right? Chet says, wouldn't it be easy for the guy in this situation to claim he froze, but he really chose to abandon to protect himself? Well, I don't know. At the end of the day, a liar is a liar is a liar. So her decision is, how do I discern if my partner is lying to me or not? Right? Like, okay, there was this movie, I forget what it's called. A friend was telling me about it. I haven't seen it, but it's a movie about a couple who's on a hike and they come across a man and he like points a weapon at them and the husband jumps behind the girl for protection. And for the rest of the movie, she has this ick about him and she can't see him the same way. The truth is that I don't know, because I am so contextually subjective. Like, if my sibling got behind me to protect them, that would make so much sense to me. I'd be like, yeah, definitely. Even though my brothers are bigger and stronger than me, if they got behind me, that would make sense. I'm their big sister, right? Like I'm your big sister. Heck, even if it was my older brother, I'd be like, get behind me, bitch. God knows you can't fight. You know what I mean? I would be ready. Because God knows I'm a better fighter. You know what I'm saying? Move, and I'm not even that good of a fighter. But at the same time, I can see why your equal partner, it might feel bad knowing that, like, were you about to let me get shot? But that's the thing. You have to know the intentions of your partner. You have to know the intentions of the people in your life. I'm going to show this video to my partner later and ask their thoughts on it. Because at the end of the day, I will never blame my partner for having a biological experience that might have been something like they're afraid. And at the same time, I believe the character of my partner is good and they would never abandon me if given the chance to save themselves. So the question is, are you dating a good person? Right? That's the question. That's, she'll have to figure that out because I'll be real. They're going to have a long conversation about this for sure. Right? Definitely. Chad says that would make sense because you're the second mother figure to them, but as a partner is an equal for sure. Now, okay, but let's check ourselves. Are we accidentally playing into the patriarchal role of the man is supposed to be the protector? because I agree with you, your partner's supposed to be equal, but did people expect him to protect her over himself? Like, I would want my partner to die for me. So if there was no way for him to intervene in the fight without him getting stabbed and I was doing okay by myself, I'd be kind of pissed if he got stabbed for no reason. But see, we can't predict that. We don't know. So that's why the guy with the helmet was so interesting, because he had a weapon. Now, the boyfriend or brother or whoever this guy is, I'm fascinated that he didn't take his backpack and take it off and swing it on the guy. Right? That's what I'm like, bro, take your backpack off and swing it. But he didn't. He did this. Right? Watch it again.
Security footage captured on December 6th.
Okay, this is crazy. This is crazy. It's almost like, okay, here's my secondary thought. What if they don't know each other? Secondary thought. What if they're strangers backpacking together? Do you know that happens? Then I thought, okay, maybe he doesn't know her.
6th shows the terrifying moment a woman was forced to fight off
he doesn't know what to do.
Mugger after
Look, he's scared, right? He's scared.
Male companion.
He's trying, but he doesn't know what to do, right?
Step back and hide behind a wall.
Look, he's thinking about it. He's thinking about
the
it.
move he's now unfortunately paying for.
See, he's like, oh God,
with internet infamy. The pair of American tourists.
But he's like afraid. And a part of you is allowed to be icked out that he was afraid, but I don't think you could say he wasn't afraid. Discord said, is the elder sibling being the protector possibly problematic? Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, what about the people who just walked away, though?
On the street, paying for with internet.
See, did you see the people who looked and just kept walking and were like, well, what are you going to do?
Infamy. The pair of American took them, lunging at the woman trying to steal her phone, according to Newsflash. A man passing.
See, that guy tried to help and then he kept going.
By on a motorcycle is then seen doing what her companion failed to do, jumping into action to help the woman.
Like, that's what's interesting. Isn't it so fascinating? So again, it's not just him. It's the people around. Like, people around just kept walking and be like,
Passerby hopped off his bike and hit the mugger in the head with his helmet. A few other people passing by.
I think what we have to admit is that it's actually pretty amazing for people to step in and do something, right? Yeah, there's no indication they know each other. I'm telling you, it feels like they're strangers to me. Maybe they're on a tourist group together, or maybe they just met, or maybe who knows, you know? Yeah, Chad says, I think it depends on context. If I can't depend on you in a crisis, I don't think I could look past that. But in a helpless situation, I wouldn't want my partner to risk their life. Yeah, I think there's a dependability here that's really important. Like, I definitely depend on my partner, but I would be foolish of me to assume they would act perfectly in every emergency. So it's more like, have we had enough emergencies to know how you'd even react? I mean, how do you even know how your partner would react if you guys haven't had an emergency? Like, do you know how your partner would react if the baby was choking? Right? Like, when I was a nanny, I was nannying the cutest babies in the whole world. And one of the aunties was visiting and the baby started to choke on some food. And she was watching, she was like, can I watch my nephew? And I was like, sure. And I was hanging out and the baby started to choke. And she was like, oh my God, Brittany. And she was like panicking and moving. She was young. She was like in her early 20s. And I like took the baby and I took CPR training, you know, and I whoosh, and the baby, whoosh, and he was fine. And I just handed the baby back to her. She was like, oh my God. I was like, oh, I've been trained. I've done my certification every like 2 years. I get it done. I just know how to take care of babies. I get certified. I raised babies. Like, it's not a big deal. You don't know how to do this. She goes, I can't believe, Brittany, I would have, like, he would have died. And I was like, well, maybe, right? Like, you probably would have maybe figured something out. Maybe you would have thought to stick your fingers down his throat or something. But like, most people don't know. They don't think about those situations. But like, yeah, babies choke a lot, like all the time. You know, it's like, yeah, like, you know, at the end of the day, you know, we'd like to take it for granted, or we take it for granted that you might know something that other people don't. Right? But I would say that I would say that ultimately I can't judge his exact thinking, but I do understand the initial judgment, because even I was like, girl, what are you doing? You know, I had it too, right? Like I did see the video and I was like, but then I was like, okay, I don't know his circumstance. I don't know what he's going through, but I will say this, it's about to be a convo. You know, I would say that. I would say it's about to be a conversation.
Also jumped in to help fight the mugger off in a dramatic struggle.
Hey, look, these guys are scary, bro. Honestly, the guys even punching the guy are scary. Like, everyone's like, oh, they're like savior. But they look scary to me. The way they are beating up this stabbing guy feels scary to me. I don't feel any more safe. Like, that's the irony. That's the irony. Is I'm sure a lot of people are like, these men are heroes. I was like, these men are violent. Look at them. Look at the way they keep hitting him. Watch. They're kicking him, they're hitting him.
Only once the thief was subdued is her companion seen
Look, and other people are coming out of the woodwork just to hit him. I'm still scared. I'm still scared. You know what I mean? Great. Now I got a group of guys fighting. So not just one man trying to stab me, but a whole group of guys who are like probably going to kill this guy in front of me for what? Right? Like the guy's dizzy. He's like this. And then someone comes out of nowhere and punches him. Like you just wanted to hit somebody today. And then you're going to go home and tell your boys at the bar, oh yeah, bro, I saved a girl today from stabbing. Oh yeah, bro, I totally saved her. Bro, you just wanted to fight somebody today. Look at.
Only once the thief was subdued is her
Look at out of nowhere. This guy here in the white hat comes out of fucking nowhere and hits him.
companion seen.
Out of no, why are you even getting involved, bro? This is why I don't trust people. I don't trust people. You know? That's what I'm saying. You just wanted to fight somebody today. And so that's why I say, like, I'm glad people came up to help her. I'm annoyed that 17 men decided to get in because they wanted a couple shots. You know what I mean? You're so annoying to me. You know, you're so annoying to me. But anyways, the whole point of this is like, what is feminine and masculine really? What is protector or not really? I mean, what does it even mean to be a protector really? You know, it's just, you know, it's just like a whole, what, you know, and then I don't know. I am. Yeah, I don't know. All right. Any last thoughts? That's all I want to share with you guys today. I think that's all I have for today, girls. Oh my God, it's 10:17. I gotta go. Chat said, I think her animal brain is like, he's not knocked out to the ground. The threat is not neutralized enough. But like, woo, take a breath, guys. Activate your brain again. I know. Next podcast, the next podcast to finish out this year of 2025 is about the White Lotus and Avatar: The Last Airbender. And is Uncle Iroh really that wise though? Let's figure it out. Because we've been moving on wisdom as we move into 2026. I'm on this like wisdom journey. I'm on this introspection journey. And I thought it would be really good to just deconstruct wisdom in Avatar. Like who really is wise in Avatar? And what does wisdom mean? And how do you know you're a wise person? And yeah, I think it's going to be good. Please, if you watch the podcast, especially on your phone, please hype it if you can. It really helps make small channels get boosted in the algorithm. I couldn't believe how productive, like, or not productive, but how good of a result this hype feature is. And it's only for the small channels, my stream channel. I don't know if you can do it for that. I don't think so. I don't think my channel's too big. I don't know what a small channel is considered yet. But on my podcast channel, if you guys can do it there, that'd be so great. Let me pull up, did my YouTube go to dark mode? Oh my God, I'm gonna scream. Please tell me it did not. No, okay. Ugh, dark mode is gross. You guys are crazy.
I feel like
no, it is. What is happening? What is this? No, it didn't. Just kidding. It's me. I'm a boomer. Oh, dark mode scares me. I can't see anything. I think I need, guys, I know I need glasses. Guys, I'm gonna get glasses. Okay, I've got to put it on my list. I have so many things I gotta do. Gotta get glasses. Okay. Katie, membership for 7 months, says, just wanted to reiterate how good the pod is. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Look at this intro, guys. Just look at this intro. Okay. Look at this intro.
like maybe is a little controversial, maybe not, but I feel like no one really talks about it.
Rich influencers are out of touch. Again, my name is Brittany Simon, and on this channel we do philosophy through pop culture. And right now there are 2 influencers on my side of TikTok that are kind of going viral for overconsumption, being out of touch, and just whoa, so good. Oh my God. Okay. Go check it out. It really needs love. It really needs some love, bro. All right. That's it for today. We did it. Thanks to the Discord for that video suggestion. And dark mode is a blessing. Hard disagree. I think it's my eyesight. I really think like when it goes dark mode, I can't see. I don't know what's going on. I was like, what's happening? Hello? I think that's what it is. I think it's, you're being ableist. I can't see. I'm just kidding. Okay, I'll see you guys Monday, which is crazy. Actually, and over in the Discord on Sunday, I'll see you there. We're doing the deconstruction discussion of The Good Place, season 4, episodes 6 through 10. Come join us if you want to discuss The Good Place. If you're a big fan of The Good Place, we're discussing it philosophically speaking. Okay. Also, shout out to my Discord for making a GIF of last week's fumble, or this earlier week's fumble. I'm not going to repeat the gesture, but I did one on stream and you guys made it into a GIF and it is now on the Discord and I appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Bye. Bye-bye. See you Monday. Seriously though, thanks for watching the pod. It means everything. I really like it. I hope you like it. Okay, bye.